Book 3, Part 6 of A Confederate Girl's Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Confederate Girl's Diary by Sarah Morgan Dawson. Book 3, Part 6, September 14th to September 24th, 1862. Sunday, September 14th, 1862. I have been so busy making Lieutenant Bourge's shirt that I have not had time to write, besides having very little to write about. So my industry saved my paper and spared these pages a vast amount of trash. I would not let any one touch Lieutenant Bourge's shirt except myself, and last evening, when I held it up completed, the loud praises it received satisfied me it would answer. Miriam and Miss Ripley declared it the prettiest ever made. It is dark purple merino. The bosom I tucked with pleats 1/4 of an inch deep all the way up to the collar, and stitched a narrow crimson silk braid up the centre to hold it in its place. Around the collar, cuffs, pockets, and band down the front, the red cord runs, forming a charming contrast to the dark foundation. Indeed, I devoted the sole article the Yankees let fall from my 2 work boxes, a bunch of soutache, to the work. Large white pearl buttons completed the description, and my shirt is really as quiet, subdued, and pretty a one as I ever saw. I should first hear the opinion of the owner, though. If he does not agree with all the others, I shall say he has no taste. I got a long, sweet letter from Sophie on Friday that made me happy for the whole day. They were about leaving for Alexandria. I was glad to hear they would be out of danger, but still I was sorry they were going so far away. I have been laying 100 wild schemes to reach Baton Rouge and spend a day or 2 with them, which is impossible now. Sophie writes just as she talks, and that means remarkably well, so I can at least have the pleasure of corresponding. At Dr. Carnal's they will be out of the reach of all harm and danger, so I ought to rejoice. There is one thing in which Sophie and I agree, and that is in making Stonewall Jackson our hero. Talk of Beauregard! He never had my adoration, but Stonewall is the greatest man of the age, decidedly. Still no authentic reports of the late battles in Virginia. I say late, referring to those fought 2 weeks ago. From the Federal accounts, glowing as they usually are, I should gather the idea that their rout was complete. I cannot imagine why we can hear nothing more from our own side. I think my first act on my return home will be to take a cup of coffee and a piece of bread, 2 luxuries of which I have been deprived for a long while. Miriam vows to devour an unheard of number of biscuits, too. How many articles we considered as absolutely necessary before, have we now been obliged to dispense with? 9 months of the year I reveled in ice, thought it impossible to drink water without it. Since last November I have tasted it but once, and that once by accident. And oh yes, I caught some hailstones one day at Linwood. Ice cream, lemonade, and sponge cake was my chief diet. It was a year last July since I tasted the 2 first, and 1 since I have seen the last. Bread I believed necessary to life; vegetables senseless. The former I never see, and I have been forced into cultivating at least a toleration of the latter. Snap beans I can actually swallow. Sweet potatoes I really like, and one day at Dr. Nolan's I bolted a mouthful of tomatoes, and afterwards kept my seat with the heroism of a martyr. These are the minor trials of war. If that were all! If coarse, distasteful food were the only inconvenience! When I think of what Lavinia must suffer so far from us, and in such ignorance of our condition, our trials seem nothing in comparison to hers; and think how uneasy Brother must be, hearing of the battle, and not knowing where we fled to, for he has not heard from us for almost 2 months. In return, we are uneasy about him and Sister. If New Orleans is attacked, what will become of them with all those children? Tuesday, September 16th. Yesterday, Miriam determined to go to Linwood, and consequently I had a severe task of trunk packing, one of my greatest delights, however. I hate to see any one pack loosely or in a slovenly manner. Perhaps that is the reason I never let any one do it if I am able to stand. This morning was appointed as our day for leaving, but I persuaded her to wait until to morrow, in hope that either the General or news from Virginia would arrive this evening. Bless this village! It is the meanest place for news that I ever was in. Not a word can be gathered, except what is false or unfounded, and they are even tired of that in the last few days. Talk of Baton Rouge turning Yankee, as the report went here. Of the 3 or 4 there who took the oath, not one can be compared to some loyal citizens of this small burg. Why, I talked to 2 gentlemen yesterday who, if it were not for the disgrace and danger incurred by bearing the name, I should style Union men, and talked, or rather listened to them, until my spirits were reduced to the lowest ebb. People were shocked at our daring to believe there lived gentlemen and Christians in the North, I mean those wild fanatics who could only take in one idea at a time, and rarely divested their brains of that one to make room for a newer one, were shocked at our belief. But if they could converse with a few here that I could point out, our gnat of common sense would be swallowed by this behemoth of heterodoxy. This morning Mrs. Bar, Miss Bernard, and a Miss Mudd came to town and surprised us by a most unexpected visit. They spent the day with us, and have just now driven off on their return home, through this drizzly, misting evening. A while ago a large cavalry company passed, at the corner, on their way from Port Hudson to Camp Moore, the report is. They raised their hats to us, seeing us at the gate, and we waved our handkerchiefs in return, each with a silent "God bless you," I am sure. As though to prove my charge unjust, news comes pouring in. Note we a few items, to see how many will prove false. First, we have taken Baltimore without firing a gun. Maryland has risen en masse to join our troops. Longstreet and Lee are marching on Washington from the rear. The Louisiana troops are ordered home to defend their own State, thank God! If it will only bring the boys back. Then comes tidings of 9 gunboats at Baton Rouge, Ponchatoula on the railroad taken by Yankees, Camp Moore and 3 batteries ditto. Not so cheering. If that is so, Clinton lies within reach, being 35 miles off. Leaving much of the most valuable portion of our clothing here, the Yankees will probably appropriate what little they spared us, and leave us fairly destitute; for we take only summer clothes to Linwood. I have plenty of underclothes, but the other day, when I unpacked the large trunk from Dr. Enders's, I found I had just 2 dresses for winter, a handsome blue silk I bought just 2 years ago last spring, and one heavy blue merino that does not fit me. What an outfit for winter! Miriam has 2 poplins and a black silk, and mother a wine colored merino only. But each of us is blessed with a warm cloak, and are correspondingly grateful. I was confident I had saved my green, dark blue, and brown silk dresses, but the Yankees saved them instead for me, or their suffering sweethearts, rather. On the other hand, taking so many necessary articles to Linwood, the risk of losing them is the same. An attack on Port Hudson is apprehended, and if it falls, General Carter's house will be decidedly unsafe from Yankee vengeance. The probability is that it will burn, as they have been daily expecting ever since the Yankees occupied Baton Rouge. The risk seems equal either way. Go or stay, the danger seems the same. Shall we go, then, for variety, or die here of stagnation while waiting for the Yankees to make up their minds? I would rather be at neither place just now. In fact, I could hardly name the place I should like to be in now, unless it were Europe or the Sandwich Islands. But I love Linwood and its dear inhabitants, and under other circumstances should be only too happy to be there. I was regretting the other day that our life was now so monotonous; almost longed for the daily alarms we had when under Yankee rule in Baton Rouge. Stirring times are probably ahead. Linwood, September 17th, Wednesday. Still floating about. This morning after breakfast, General Carter made his appearance, and in answer to his question as to whether we were ready to leave with him, Miriam replied, "Yes, indeed," heartily, glad to get away from Clinton, where I have detained her ever since the day Theodore returned home, to her great disgust. As our trunk was already packed, it did not take many minutes to get ready, and in a little while, with a protracted good bye, we were on our way to the depot, which we reached some time before the cars started. Though glad to leave Clinton, I was sorry to part with mother. For 10 days she has been unable to walk, with a sore on her leg below the knee, and I want to believe she will miss me while I am away. I could not leave my bird in that close, ill ventilated house. He has never sung since I recovered him, and I attribute his ill health or low spirits to that unhealthy place; and thought Linwood might be beneficial to him, too, so brought him with me, to see what effect a breath of pure air might have. We were the only ladies on the cars, except Mrs. Brown, who got off halfway; but in spite of that had a very pleasant ride, as we had very agreeable company. The train only stopped 13 times in the 20 miles: 5 times to clear the brushwood from the telegraph lines, once running back a mile to pick up a passenger, and so on, to the great indignation of many of the passengers aboard, who would occasionally cry out, "Hello! If this is the clearing up train, we had better send for a hand car!" "What the devil's the matter now?" until the General gravely assured them that it was an old habit of this very accommodating train, which in summer time stopped whenever the passengers wished to pick blackberries on the road. Many soldiers were aboard on their way to Port Hudson to rejoin their companies. One gallant one offered me a drink of water from his canteen, which I accepted out of mere curiosity to see what water from such a source tasted of. To my great surprise, I found it tasted just like any other. The General introduced a Mr. Crawford to us, who took the seat next to me, as the one next to Miriam was already occupied, and proved a very pleasant and talkative compagnon de voyage. General Carter's query as to my industry since he had seen me, brought my acknowledgment of having made 2 shirts, one of which I sent yesterday. Who to, was the next question. I gave the name, adding that I did not know the gentleman, and he was under the impression that it was made by mother. "I'll see that he is undeceived," cried the General. "Hanged if I don't tell him." 30th Louisiana, you say?" queried Mr. Crawford. "That is the very one I am going to. I will tell him myself." So my 2 zealous champions went on, the General ending with, "See to it, Crawford. Mrs. Morgan shall not have the credit," as though there was any great merit in sewing for one's countrymen. Our new acquaintance handed me from the cars as we reached Linwood, and stood talking while the accommodating train slowly rolled out its freight. He told me he was going to send me a tiny sack of coffee, which proposition, as it did not meet with the slightest encouragement, will of course never be thought of again. I noticed, too, on the train, one of the Arkansas's crew, the same who, though scarcely able to stand on a severely wounded foot, made such a fuss about riding in a carriage, while real ladies had to walk. Of course he did not recognize us, any more than we would have known him if Dr. Brown had not pointed him out. I hear all of them are at Port Hudson. Anna told me as we got here that Dr. Addison, the one I disliked because he was so scrupulously neat while the others were dressed, or rather undressed, for working, was here yesterday, and inquired for the Miss Morgans, saying they were the most charming young ladies he had ever met. On what he founded his opinion, or how he happened to inquire for us in this part of the country, I cannot imagine. The General brings news of the boys from Jackson. He there met an officer who left Stonewall Jackson's command on the 2d instant, and says Gibbes was unhurt, God be praised. Another saw George a week ago in Richmond, still lame, as the cap of his knee had slipped in that fall last spring. Of Jimmy we hear not a word, not even as to where he is. It seems as though we are destined never to hear again. September 20th, Saturday. General Carter has just received a letter from Lydia, which contains what to me is the most melancholy intelligence, the news of the death of Eugene Fowler, who was killed on the 22nd of August in some battle or skirmish in Virginia. Poor Eugene! Does it not seem that this war will sweep off all who are nearest and dearest, as well as most worthy of life, leaving only those you least care for unharmed? September 21st. After supper last night, by way of variety, Anna, Miriam, and I came up to our room, and after undressing, commenced popping corn and making candy in the fireplace. We had scarcely commenced when 3 officers were announced, who found their way to the house to get some supper, they having very little chance of reaching Clinton before morning, as the cars had run off the track. Of course we could not appear, and they brought bad luck with them, for our corn would not pop, and our candy burned, while to add to our distress, the odor of broiled chicken and hot biscuit was wafted upstairs after a while, in the most provoking way. In vain we sent the most pathetic appeals by each servant for a biscuit apiece, after our hard work. Mrs. Carter was obdurate until, tired out with our messages, she at last sent us an empty jelly cup, a shred of chip beef, 2 polished drumsticks, and half a biscuit divided in 3. With that bountiful repast we were forced to be content and go to bed. At sunrise this morning, Mrs. Carter left to go down to her father in Iberville to see her stepmother, who is expected to die. Scarcely had she gone, when 6 more officers and soldiers came in from the still stationary cars to get their breakfast. We heard that Mr. Marsden, too, was down there, so the General sent him a nice breakfast, and I sent my love with it, but he had already breakfasted at Mr. Elder's. As soon as they left, we prepared for church, and just as we were ready, Captain Brown and Mr. Addison were announced. The doctor greeted us with an elegant bow, but they did not remain long, as we were about going out. Many officers were in church, and as I passed out, Colonel Breaux joined me and escorted Miriam and me to the carriage, where we stood talking some time under the trees before getting in. He gave us a most pressing invitation to name a day to visit the camp, that he might have the pleasure of showing us the fortifications, and we said we would beg the General's permission to do so. Charming Colonel Breaux! Like all nice men, he is married, of course. He and another officer drove just behind our carriage in coming home, until we came to the fork of the road. Then, leaning from their buggy, both gentlemen bowed profoundly, which we as cordially returned. 2 more behind followed their example, and to our great surprise, 10, who were seated in a small wagon drawn by 2 diminutive mules, bowed also, and not content with that, rose to their feet as the distance between the 2 roads increased, and raised their caps, though in the most respectful silence. Rather queer, and I would have said impertinent had they been any others than Confederates fighting for us, who, of course, are privileged people. September 24th. Yesterday the General saluted us with, "Young ladies, if you will ride in a Confederate carriage, you may go to dress parade this evening." Now, in present phraseology, "Confederate" means anything that is rough, unfinished, unfashionable, or poor. You hear of Confederate dresses, which means last year's; Confederate bridle means a rope halter; Confederate silver, a tin cup or spoon; Confederate flour is corn meal, etc. In this case, the Confederate carriage is a Jersey wagon with 4 seats, a top of hickory slats covered with leather, and the whole drawn by mules. We accepted gladly, partly for the ride and sight, partly to show we were not ashamed of a very comfortable conveyance. So with Mrs. Badger as chaperone, we went off in grand style. I must say I felt rather abashed, and wished myself at home as we drove into town, and had the gaze of a whole regiment riveted on us. But soon the men fell in line, and I did not feel so painfully conspicuous. I was amused at a contrast near by, too. There was but one carriage present besides ours, though there were half a dozen ladies on horseback. This carriage was a very fine one, and in it sat 3 of the ugliest, dowdiest, worst dressed females I ever saw. We 3 girls sat in our rough carriage as comfortable as could be, dressed well, we could not have been dressed better, and looking our very best. Sans mentir, I think the Confederates were much the most respectable. And what a sad sight the 4th Louisiana was, that was then parading. Men that had fought at Shiloh and Baton Rouge were barefooted. Rags was their only uniform, for very few possessed a complete suit, and those few wore all varieties of colors and cuts. Hats could be seen of every style and shape, from the first ever invented down to the last one purchased, evidently some time since. Yet he who had no shoes looked as happy as he who had; and he who had a cap had something to toss up, that's all. 4 or 5 we knew gathered around our vehicle and talked to us. Mr. Houston told me he heard I had been thrown, severely injured, had a narrow escape, etc. Was not thrown; saddle turned. A few steps off we recognized Mr. Scales. He would stare very hard at us, and if we turned towards him, would look quickly the other way, as though afraid to meet our gaze. Presently he gave us an opportunity, and we bowed. He came forward eagerly, blushing deeply, and looking very much pleased, and shook hands with us, and remained some time talking. He said he had not heard of our arrival, but would call as soon as possible. Mr. Talbot had rejoined Breckinridge. Having seen the last of that parade, he invited us to see that of his sailors, which was next, but it was too far; so we turned off to see Colonel Breaux's, a mile away. His, the 30th Louisiana, is a beautiful encampment on a large open common. Parade was almost over as we reached there, and soon the Colonel came to meet us. I did not look at the drill; I was watching the hundreds of tents, it looked like a great many, and was wondering how men could live in such places, and was trying to fancy what George's or Gibbes's looked like. It was pleasant to watch the barefoot soldiers race around like boys let loose from school, tossing caps and chips at 2 old gray geese that flew in circles around the encampment, just as though they had never had more earnest work. One gray headed man stood in the door of his tent, while a black headed young one danced before him to his own whistle, with his arms akimbo. Altogether it was a very pretty picture; but poor men! How can they be happy in these tents? End of Book 3, Part 6. Book 3, Part 7 of A Confederate Girl's Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Confederate Girl's Diary by Sarah Morgan Dawson. Book 3, Part 7, September 26th to October 2nd, 1862. September 26th, Friday. Sarah Morgan, X. My mark finds me at Linwood, though I had not the slightest idea that it would. Wonder where 20 pages beyond will find me. At home, I hope and pray, though I am as happy here as I could possibly be in any place on earth. Stirring news from our armies comes pouring in. Sunday, Colonel Breaux told me of Wool's defeat, and the great number of prisoners, cannon, and the large supplies of stores and ammunition that we had captured. Then Tuesday we heard of 3 great battles in Maryland, the third one still continuing, but no particulars of any of them. Yesterday came tidings of our having recrossed the Potomac, and today we hear that McClellan's army has been cut to pieces, but whether it is the same old fight or a new one, I cannot as yet learn, for reliable information is not easily obtained in America at this period. Did I ever record how little truth there was in any of that last Clinton news? It speaks for itself, though. Not a boat lay at Baton Rouge. Camp Moore was not even threatened. Ponchatoula Station was burned, but the one battery was retaken by our men the same night. But still these false reports cannot equal the Yankees. Take, for instance, the report of the captain of the Essex. I give General Carter as my authority. The captain reports having been fired on by a battery of 36 large guns at Port Hudson some weeks ago, when he opened fire and silenced them one after the other from the first to the last. Not a shot from the Rebel batteries reached them, and not a casualty on their side occurred. But the loss of the Confederates must have been awful. He came within, I forget how many, yards from the shore, and there was not a live man to be seen. He did not mention if there were any dead ones. Now for the other side. There were but 4 guns mounted there at the time. Shot and shell from those 4 certainly reached something, for one was seen to enter a porthole, from whence issued frightful shrieks soon after, and it is well known that the Essex is so badly injured by something as to be in a sinking condition, and only kept afloat by a gunboat lashed to either side. If she is uninjured, why did she not return and burn Natchez as she announced? In leaving Port Hudson, where not a live man was to be seen, nor a dead one to be found, she stopped at Mr. Babin's, just below Dr. Nolan's, where she remained the rest of the day. After she left, being curious to discover the reason of her short stay, Mr. Babin walked to the place where she had been, and discovered 16 fresh graves on the bank. If they buried them as they did at Baton Rouge and Vicksburg, 4 in a grave, how many would they be? But granting there were but 16, would that prove the veracity of the captain? Poor man! Perhaps he is related to Pope, and cannot help himself. September 27th. I often wonder how lies first came into the world, and whether those who originate them do not believe them as firmly as any one else would believe truth. Lying seems to be the common creed of children and servants. Anna told me of having heard Lennis tell the other servants that she knew there were spirits, because I often talked to them. Every morning and evening I walked to the graveyard with a basket of flowers, and would sit by Father's and Harry's graves and call their spirits to me, and they would all fly to me and talk and sing with me for hours, until I would tell them good bye and go home, when they would go away too. I suppose the ignorant girl, having foundation enough from my frequent visits there, which were most often alone, made up the rest to account for my never seeming to like company out there. The fervent "Good Lord!" with which the tale was received by the other servants, and the full credence they gave it, might have proved unpleasant if further circulated. and I believe some members of the family found it necessary to put an end to it at once. And speaking of the graveyard recalls something I heard for the first time last night. Miriam was telling me that Tish had asked if we knew that Mr. Sparks had visited Harry's grave. That he had got a basket of flowers from the Davidsons, and had made their driver carry it for him; and the man had told her that after filling the vases with roses, and spreading them over the grave, he had thrown himself on it with a shriek of despair, calling on Harry to forgive him; that it was only because forced by his father that he had killed him, and calling on God to prove that he would give his life gladly to recall Harry's. The man thought him a raving maniac, and fled in terror. Miriam asked Fanny if it was true, and she said yes; she had gathered the flowers for him herself. I saw them there, but little knew whose hand had brought them. I perceived at once that they were not mine, and touched even to tears by so silent an offering from an unknown person, I said, "It is some woman's work. God bless the hand that laid them there." I cannot say how much that little tribute affected me; and, Mr. Sparks, I do not retract the blessing now. No. "God have mercy on him," has been my prayer ever since I knew what an awful loss you had caused us. God knows that I never even desired this revenge, remorse standing over his grave. It has ever been, God pity and forgive; never yet for an instant, God pursue and avenge. September 28th. We were roused up at 4 o'clock last night by the arrival of Lydia and Eugene Carter, the first from Virginia and the second from Tennessee, and of course there was very little sleep for any of us, so anxious were we to hear the news they brought. First, I learned that Gibbes was safe up to the 17th; that George, in spite of the advice of his surgeon, had rejoined Stonewall Jackson in Maryland; and Jimmy was midshipman on the ironclad Palmetto State at Charleston. How thankful I was to hear that much, I need not say. Lydia said they all three looked remarkably well, Jimmy handsomer than ever. After that, news of all kinds came indiscriminately. The boys were very anxious about us, but had no idea of our misfortunes or whereabouts. They believed us still in Baton Rouge, and feared we had been there during the battle. Lydia only heard of our house having been plundered when she reached Alabama, so of course they are still ignorant of it. They were all very homesick, but said that we were their only trouble. A few of the C.'s stories had reached them through brother officers, and George swore to make himself understood by those ladies, if he ever saw them again. A gentleman from Cooper's Wells told Lydia that they never tired of repeating their stories to every new arrival, and no man was suffered to depart without having heard a few. If a gentleman friend of ours, or the boys, inquired if they knew the Miss Morgans of Baton Rouge, "Oh, yes," would be the answer, "intimately. But you know they have turned Yankee; received Federal officers every day, and placed all their property under Yankee protection. I" or my sister, as it happened, who was retailing the lie, meaning Mrs. S slept in their house when it was surrounded by a Yankee guard. Oh, they are perfectly in favor of the Yankees, and so on. Think of a common low soldier, who stopped for buttermilk somewhere where Anna was, introducing the subject. "It is all false," Anna interrupted. The man answered, "Oh, miss, you don't suppose we believe it. We do not believe such stories of any young ladies, much less these; for if they are true, their conduct must have been perfectly disgraceful. But though we know these stories to be lies, it does not prevent their being discussed in camp." Lydia saw Mr. McG too, at Lynchburg, who sent me his regards. Poor fellow! He says he still has dreams. He told her a few, but she says they were chiefly about meeting me at a ball, when I always treated him with the most freezing coldness. The same old nightmare! How often he has told me of that same dream, that tormented him 18 months ago. He says he often thinks of me now, and he still dreams of me. Dreams are baseless fabrics whose timbers are mere moonbeams. Apply your own proverb. a clatter of hoofs down the road, and bent over the window sill which is my desk, my fingers are not presentable with the splattering of this vile pen in consequence of my position. 2 hours yet before sundown, so of course I am not dressed. They come nearer still. Now I see them, Dr. Addison and Mr. M. I shall not hurry my toilet for them. It will take some time to comb my hair, too. Wish I could remain up here. Tuesday, September 30th. It required very little persuasion to induce those gentlemen to stay to supper the other evening, and it was quite late before they took their leave. Dr. Addison I was very much pleased with, and so were all the rest. Mr. M none of us fell desperately in love with. He is too nonchalant and indifferent, besides having a most peculiar pronunciation which grated harshly on my ears, and that no orthography could fully express. Garb, for instance, was distorted into gairb, yard into yaird, Arkansas, and all such words that I can only imitate by a violent dislocation of my lower jaw that puts Anna into convulsions of laughter, only she would laugh the same if it was not funny. This Kentuckian pronunciation grates hairshly on my Southern ears. Miriam addressed herself exclusively to the doctor, so I was obliged to confine my attention entirely to neglected Mr. M., in which pious duty I was ably and charitably seconded by the General. Speaking of the bravery and daring displayed by the Southern soldiers during this war, Mr. M. mentioned the dangerous spot he had seen us in the first day we went down to the Arkansas, and said that, lying directly across the point from the Essex, they expected every instant to see one of her shells explode among us, and were very uneasy about our position, as we did not seem to know the danger. I asked him if he had observed anything peculiar among the dozen planters and overseers standing a short distance from us, when the Captain sent us word that our position was a very dangerous one, as they expected the Essex to open fire every instant, and we had best stand below the levee higher up, where we would be safe from shells. I noticed that before any of you understood your position, every man had disappeared as though by magic. Now I had noticed that myself. When I turned, under shelter of the levee, our gallant planters were galloping off in the distance. While Ginnie and I looked and laughed, we suddenly found ourselves the sole objects on the horizon. The other girls were in the road below, going carelessly toward the carriage. So we followed, having lost sight of the brave representatives of Southern chivalry, being the last to leave the supposed field of danger. To my former remark, let me add that there is only one set who take better care for their safety than married women, and that set is composed exclusively of the home guard. Timid girls, either through ignorance or fun, compose the majority of the brave men that the volunteer service has not absorbed. October 1st, Wednesday. Just after sunset yesterday, Anna and I were walking down the road towards the sugar house, she reading occasionally from Abbott's Napoleon, and then pausing for me to explain the very difficult passages she could not understand, when we suddenly became aware of the approach of a horse, and raising our bowed heads, beheld Colonel Breaux and another before us, to our infinite surprise and astonishment. The Colonel sprang from his horse and advanced on foot. His companion slowly followed his example, and was introduced as Captain Morrison. We adjourned our historical fit for some future period, and walked home with the gentlemen. Miriam did not get back from her excursion to the cane patch until it was quite late, when, after sitting down a few moments, she ran upstairs to change her dress. She had just put it on an hour before, but nothing would do but she must dress up fine, so she put on her handsomest organdie. In vain I pointed to my simple pink muslin with a white body that I had worn all day, and begged she would not make the contrast between us more striking than ever, as I felt I could not change it without exciting remark. She was obdurate, dressed herself in gorgeous array, and, as usual, I looked like her lady's maid. Colonel Breaux paid my hair the most extravagant compliments. He said he could not say his prayers for looking at it in church Sunday before last. Perhaps that is the reason St. Paul said a woman should not worship in church with her head uncovered. But as the Yankees stole my bonnet, I am reduced to wearing my black straw walking hat with its curled brim, trimmed in black ribbon with golden sheaves of wheat. 2 years ago this fall, father threw me a banknote at table, and I purchased this with it. Now it is my only headgear, except a sunbonnet. Before leaving, which was not until quite late, this evening was named for our ride to the fortifications, to our infinite delight, as we have dreamed and talked of nothing else for a week. A dispatch just received from Gibbes, from Mobile, on his way home. I am so happy! But what can bring him? I fear Lydia has gone to Clinton to meet him at Lily's. October 2d, Thursday. With what extraordinary care we prepared for our ride yesterday! One would have thought that some great event was about to take place. But in spite of our long toilet, we stood ready equipped almost an hour before Colonel Breaux arrived. I was standing in a novel place, upon the banisters, looking over the fields to see if he was coming, and not seeing him, made some impatient exclamation, when lo! he appeared before me, having only been concealed by the woodpile, and O my prophetic soul, Captain Morrison was by his side. There was quite a cavalcade of us. Mr. Carter and his wife, Mrs. Badger and Mrs. Worley in 2 buggies, the 3 boys, who of course followed on horseback, and the 2 gentlemen, Miriam, Anna, and I, riding also. It was really a very pretty sight, when Captain Morrison and I, who took the lead going, would reach the top of one of the steep hills, and look down on the procession in the hollow below. Fortunately, it was a very cloudy evening, for starting at 4, it would have been very unpleasant to ride that distance with the sun in our faces. As we reached the town, we heard the loud report of 2 cannon, which caused the elder ladies to halt and suggest the propriety of a return. But if it was a gunboat, that was the very thing I was anxious to see; so we hurried on to the batteries. It proved to be only practicing, however. At the first one we stopped at, the crew of the Arkansas were drilling. After stopping a while there, we followed the river to see the batteries below. It was delightful to ride on the edge of a high bluff with the muddy Mississippi below, until you fancied what would be the probable sensation if the horse should plunge down into the waters. Then it ceased to be so pleasant. The great, strong animal I rode could have carried me over without a protest on my part; for the ridiculous bit in his mouth was by no means suited to his strength, and it would require a more powerful arm than mine to supply the deficiency. Miriam had generously sacrificed her own comfort to give him to me, and rode Fiery Joe instead of her favorite; but it was by no means a comfort to me. Then Anna was not reconciled to her pony while I was on such a fine horse, until I proposed an exchange, and gladly dismounted near an old mill 2½ miles below Port Hudson, as we returned home. In leaving the town, we lost sight of the buggies, as there was no carriage road that might follow the bluff; and though there was one just back, we never saw our buggies again. Once, following a crescent, far below us lay the water batteries concealed by the trees that grew by the water's edge, looking, from where we stood, like quite a formidable precipice. Then, still beyond, after leaving the river, we passed through a camp where the soldiers divided their attention equally between eating their supper and staring at us in the most profound silence. Then through an old gate, down a steep hill, past a long line of rifle pits, a winding road, and another camp where more men stared and cooked their supper, we came to the last battery but one, which lay so far below that it was too late to visit it. We returned highly delighted with what we had seen, and our pleasant ride. It was late when we got back, as altogether our ride had been some 15 miles in length, As soon as we could exchange our habits for our evening dresses, we rejoined our guests at the supper table, where none of us wanted for an appetite except poor Captain Morrison, who could not be tempted by the dishes we so much relished. After supper, Colonel Breaux and I got into a discussion; rather, he talked, while I listened with eyes and ears, with all my soul. What I would not give for such knowledge! He knows everything, and can express it all in the clearest, purest language, though he says he could not speak a word of English at 14. The discussion commenced by some remark I made about physiognomy. He took it up, and passed on to phrenology, in which he is no great believer. From there he touched on the mind, and I listened, entranced, to him. Presently he asserted that I possessed reasoning faculties, which I fear me I very rudely denied. You see, every moment the painful conviction of my ignorance grew more painful still, until it was most humiliating; and I repelled it rather as a mockery. He described for my benefit the process of reasoning, the art of thinking. I listened more attentively still, resolving to profit by his words. Then he turned the conversation on quite another theme. Health was the subject. He delicately alluded to my fragile appearance, and spoke of the necessity of a strong constitution to sustain a vigorous mind. If the mind prevailed over a weak body, in its turn it became affected by decay, and would eventually lose its powers. It was applicable to all cases; he did not mean that I was sickly, but that my appearance bespoke one who had not been used to the exercise that was most necessary for me. Horseback rides, walks, fresh air were necessary to preserve health. No man had greater disgust for a freckled face than he, but a fair face could be preserved by the most ordinary precautions, and even improved by such exercise. He illustrated my case by showing the difference between the flower growing in the sunshine and that growing in a cellar. Father's own illustration and very words, when he so often tried to impress on me the necessity of gaining a more robust frame than nature had bestowed; and a letter he had made Hal write me, showing the danger of such neglect, rose before me. I forgot Colonel Breaux; I remembered only the ardent desire of those two, who seemed to speak to me through his lips. It produced its effect. I felt the guilt I had incurred by not making greater efforts to gain a more robust frame, and putting on my sunbonnet as I arose from the breakfast table this morning, I took my seat here on the wide balcony, where I have remained seated on the floor ever since, with a chair for a desk, trying to drink an extra amount of fresh air. I was sorry when Colonel Breaux arose to take his leave. As he took my hand, I said earnestly, "Thank you for giving me something to think about." He looked gratified, made some pleasant remark, and after talking a while longer, said good night again, and rode off. While undressing, Miriam and I spoke of nothing else; and when I lay down and looked in my own heart, and saw my shocking ignorance and pitiful inferiority so painfully evident even to my own eyes, I actually cried. Why was I denied the education that would enable me to be the equal of such a man as Colonel Breaux and the others? He says the woman's mind is the same as the man's originally; it is only education that creates the difference. Why was I denied that education? Who is to blame? Have I exerted fully the natural desire to know that is implanted in all hearts? Have I done myself injustice in my self taught ignorance, or has injustice been done to me? "Where is the fault?" I cried. "Have I labored to improve the few opportunities thrown in my path to the best of my ability? Answer for yourself. With the exception of 10 short months at school, where you learned nothing except arithmetic, you have been your own teacher, your own scholar, all your life, after you were taught by mother the elements of reading and writing. Give an account of your charge. What do you know?" "Nothing, except that I am a fool." And I buried my face in the sheet. I did not like even the darkness to see me in my humiliation. End of Book 3, Part 7. Book 3, Part 8 of A Confederate Girl's Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Confederate Girl's Diary by Sarah Morgan Dawson. Book 3, Part 8, October 4th to October 19th, 1862. October 4th, Saturday. While Anna and Miriam went out riding last evening, just as I put down my pen, I went out for a solitary walk down the road that Gibbes would have to pass, but saw nothing of the carriage. When I got back, they told me he was wounded. My fears were well founded, then. With what anxiety we waited for his coming it would be impossible to describe. Every wagon rattling through the fields made us stop and listen; every cane stalk waving in the moonlight brought us to our feet. At last, after supper, far off in the clear light, we saw the carriage. I could not sit still. I walked down the steps and stood under the tree in front, followed by Anna. I did not like her to stand nearer the spot where it would stop than I, even. All the rest remained on the balcony. We did not know how serious the wound might be; we must be careful. Eugene Carter advised caution for more reasons than one. "Look out!" he cried. "Suppose it should be Colonel Breaux!" "Then I am afraid the Colonel will get a kiss," I answered nervously, shuffling from one foot to the other. "But suppose it is Mr. M?" he persisted. "Oh, thank you for the caution. I will look carefully before I greet him," I returned, moving to the other side, for nearer around the circle moved the carriage. I heard his voice. "Oh, Gibbes, where is it?" "Left shoulder, mere scratch," he answered. The carriage stopped. "Gibbes! Gibbes!" I cried. "My darling!" and he had his great strong arm around me. The left was hanging in a sling. Slowly the others moved down the steps towards him. What a meeting! My heart was in my throat, I was so happy. Every one caught the well hand and kissed him again and again, and every one shrunk from that left side. I had almost forgotten my "Gyr Lygia" in my excitement. We followed him on the balcony and put him in a chair near the steps. I pulled off his hat and coat, and knelt in front of him with my arms across his lap, to get near enough. Miriam stood on the steps with his arm around her shoulder, and Lydia near. The others stood around. Altogether it was a happy group that performed in the tableau of "The Soldier's Return." Presently the negroes gathered, too. "How is you, Mass' Gibbes?" in all imaginable keys and accents was heard, while the Captain shook hands with each, and inquired into their own state of health. But even wounded soldiers can eat, so supper was again prepared. I am afraid it gave me too much pleasure to cut up his food. It was very agreeable to butter his corn bread, carve his mutton, and spread his preserves. But I doubt whether it could be so pleasant to a strong man, accustomed to do such small services for himself. We listened to him talk, but though it was evident from his slow, deliberate speech, so different from his ordinary habit, that he was suffering, yet I felt impatient when he was interrupted by any commonplace observation by any one of us. I wanted to learn something of his exploits. Much knowledge I obtained. He was wounded at Sharpsburg on the 17th September, at 9 in the morning. That is all the information I got concerning himself. One would imagine that the 17 months that have elapsed since we last met had been passed in a prolonged picnic. Concerning others, he was quite communicative. Father Hubert told him he had seen George in the battle, and he had come out safe. Gibbes did not even know that he was in it until then. Our army, having accomplished its object, recrossed the Potomac after what was decidedly a drawn battle. Both sides suffered severely. Hardly an officer on either side escaped unhurt. Mr. McGimsey is wounded, and Major Herron reported killed. I expect the list will contain the names of many friends when it comes. I have just come from seeing Gibbes's wound dressed. If that is a scratch, Heaven defend me from wounds! A Minié ball struck his left shoulder strap, which caused it to glance, thereby saving the bone. Just above, in the fleshy part, it tore the flesh off in a strip 3 1/2 inches by 2. Such a great, raw, green, pulpy wound, bound around by a heavy red ridge of flesh. Mrs. Badger, who dressed it, turned sick. Miriam turned away groaning. Servants exclaimed with horror. It was the first experience of any, except Mrs. Badger, in wounds. I wanted to try my nerves, so I held the towel around his body and kept the flies off while it was being washed. He talked all the time, ridiculing the groans of sympathy over a "scratch," and oh, how I loved him for his fortitude! It is so offensive that the water trickling on my dress has obliged me to change it. October 6th. Last night I actually drew from Gibbes the outlines of Jackson's campaign. He told me of some heroic deeds of his fellow soldiers, but of his own, not a word. I have seen his name too often in the papers to believe that he has no deeds of his own to relate, if he only would. October 9th, Thursday. It is astonishing what a quantity of fresh air has been consumed by me since I formed that wise resolution. The supply must be largely increased to keep up with the demand. Perhaps that is the cause of all these clouds and showers. I must be making a severe drain on the economy of Heaven. From breakfast to dinner I remain on the balcony and read aloud several chapters of the "Mémoires" of Dumas, by way of practice. A dictionary lies by me, and I suffer no word to pass without a perfect definition. Then comes my French grammar, which I study while knitting or sewing, which takes very nearly until dinner time. After that I do as I please, either reading or talking, until sunset, when we can ride or walk, the walk being always sweetened with sugar cane. The evening we always spend on the balcony. Is that grand air enough? Ô mon teint, je serai joliment brune. We three girls occupy the same room since Gibbes's arrival, and have ever so much fun and not half enough sleep. I believe the other two complain of me as the cause, but I plead not guilty. I never was known to laugh aloud, no matter how intense might have been my mirth. It won't come, as Gibbes murmured last night while reading aloud Artemus Ward's last letter, when we discovered it was suppressed laughter rather than suppressed pain that caused him to writhe so. On the other hand, Anna and Miriam laugh as loud and lustily as daughters of the Titans, if the respectable gentleman had daughters. I confess to doing more than half the talking, but as to the laugh that follows, not a bit. Last night I thought they would go wild, and I too laughed myself into silent convulsions when I recited an early effusion of my poetic muse for their edification. Miriam made the bedstead prance fairly, while Anna's laugh sounded like a bull of Bashan, with his head in a bolster case. Saturday, October 11th. Miriam went off to Clinton before daylight yesterday, with Mr. Carter and Mrs. Worley. She would not let me go, for fear mother should keep us. At midnight they got back last night, tired, sleepy, and half frozen, for our first touch of cool weather came in a strong north wind in the evening, which grew stronger and stronger through the night, and they had worn only muslin dresses. I shall never cease to regret that I did not go too. Miriam says mother is looking very sad. Sad, and I am trying to forget all our troubles, and am so happy here. O mother, how selfish it was to leave you! I ask myself whether it were best to stay there, where we could only be miserable without adding anything to your comfort or pleasure, or to be here, careless and happy, while you are in that horrid hole, so sad and lonesome. According to my theory, Miriam would remind me that I say it is better to have 3 miserable persons than 2 happy ones, whose happiness occasions the misery of the third. That is my doctrine only in peculiar cases; it cannot be applied to this one. I say that if, for example, Miriam and I should love the same person, while that person loved only me, rather than make her unhappy by seeing me marry him, I would prefer making both him and myself miserable by remaining single. She says, "Fudge!" which means, I suppose, nonsense. But our happiness here does not occasion mother's unhappiness. She would rather see us enjoying ourselves here than moping there. One proof is, that she did not suggest our return. She longs to get home, but cannot leave poor Lilly alone, for Charlie is in Granada. Oh, how willingly I would return to the old wreck of our home! All its desolation could not be half so unendurable as Clinton. But Lilly cannot be left. Poor Lilly! When I look at her sad young face, my heart bleeds for her. With 5 helpless little children to care for, is she not to be pitied? I think that such a charge, in such dreadful days, would kill me. How patiently she bears it! Thursday, October 16th. It seems an age since I have opened this book. How the time has passed since, I have but a vague idea, beyond that it has passed very pleasantly. Once since, I have been with Mrs. Badger to a Mr. Powell, who has started quite an extensive shoemaking establishment, in the vain attempt to get something to cover my naked feet. I am so much in need that I have been obliged to borrow Lydia's shoes every time I have been out since she returned. This was my second visit there, and I have no greater satisfaction than I had at first. He got my measure, I got his promise, and that is the end of it, thus far. His son, a young man of about 24, had the cap of his knee shot off at Baton Rouge. Ever since, he has been lying on his couch unable to stand, and the probability is that he will never stand again. Instead of going out to the manufactory, Mrs. Badger has each time stopped at the house to see his mother, who, by the way, kissed me and called me "Sissy," to my great amusement, and there I have seen this poor young man. He seems so patient and resigned that it is really edifying to be with him. He is very communicative, too, and seems to enjoy company, no matter if he does say "her'n" and "his'n." Wonder why he doesn't say "shiz'n," too? The girls are highly amused at the description I give of my new acquaintance, but still more so at Mrs. Badger's account of the friendship of this poor young cripple, and his enjoyment of my visits. Of course it is only her own version, as she is very fond of jokes of all kinds. Night before last, Lydia got playing the piano for me in the darkened parlor, and the old tunes from her dear little fingers sent me off in a sea of dreams. She too caught the vision, and launched off in a well remembered quadrille. The same scene flashed on us, and at each note almost we would recall a little circumstance, charming to us, but unintelligible to Anna, who occupied the other side. Together we talked over the dramatis personae. Mrs. Morgan, Jr., in a dark blue silk with black flounces, a crimson chenille net on her black hair, sits at the piano in her own parlor. On the Brussels carpet stands, among others, her Majesty, Queen Miriam, in a lilac silk, with bare neck and arms save for the protection afforded by a bertha of appliqué lace trimmed with pink ribbon, with hair à la Madonna, and fastened low on her neck. Is she not handsome as she stands fronting the folding doors, her hand in tall Mr. Trezevant's, just as she commences to dance, with the tip of her black bottine just showing? Vis à vis stands pretty Sophie, with her large, graceful mouth smiling and showing her pretty teeth to best advantage. A low neck and short sleeved green and white poplin is her dress, while her black hair, combed off from her forehead carelessly, is caught by a comb at the back, and falls in curls on her shoulders. A prettier picture could not be wished for, as she looks around with sparkling eyes, eager for the dance to begin. There stands calm Dina, in snuff colored silk, looking so immeasurably the superior of her partner, who, I fancy, rather feels that she is the better man of the two, from his nervous way of shifting from one foot to the other without saying a word to her. Nettie, in lilac and white, stands by the mantel, laughing undisguisedly at her partner, rather than with him, yet so good humoredly that he cannot take offence, but rather laughs with her. Lackadaisical Gertrude, whose face is so perfect in the daytime, looks pale and insipid by gaslight, and timidly walks through the dance. Stout, good natured Minna smiles and laughs, never quite completing a sentence, partly from embarrassment, partly because she hardly knows how, but still so sweet and amiable that one cannot find fault with her for so trifling a misfortune. At this point Lydia suggests, "And Sarah, do you forget her?" I laugh. How could I forget? There she stands in a light blue silk checked in tiny squares, with little flounces up to her knee. Her dress fits well, and she wears very pretty sleeves, and a collar of appliqué. Lydia asks if that is all, and how she looks. "The same old song," I answer. "She is looking at Miriam just now. You would hardly notice her, but certainly her hair is well combed." That is all you can say for her. Who is she dancing with? A youth fond of dreams. Futile ones at that, I laughingly reply. He must be relating one just now, for there is a very perceptible curl on her upper lip, and she is looking at him as though she thought she was the tallest. Lydia dashes off into a lively jig. "Ladies to the right!" I cried. She laughed too, well knowing that that part of the dance was invariably repeated a dozen times at least. She looked slyly up. "I am thinking of how many hands I saw squeezed," she said. I am afraid it did happen once or twice. 18 months ago. What a change! One who was prominent on such occasions, Mr. Sparks, they tell me is dead. May God have mercy on his soul, in the name of Jesus Christ! I did not ask even this revenge. October 18th, Saturday. Last night mother arrived from Clinton with Gibbes and Lydia, who had gone there the day before to get her to go to Baton Rouge. CLINTON, October 19th, Sunday. What an unexpected change! I am surprised myself. Yesterday, as the Baton Rouge party were about leaving, Miriam thought Lilly would be lonesome alone here with her sick baby, and decided that we should leave by the cars and stay with her until mother returned. There was no time to lose, so dressing in haste, we persuaded Anna to accompany us, and in a few moments stood ready. We walked down to the overseer's house to wait for the cars, and passed the time most agreeably in eating sugar cane, having brought a little negro expressly to cut it for us and carry our carpet bag. 3 young ladies, who expected to be gone from Saturday until Wednesday, having but one carpet bag between them! Can it be credited? But then we knew we had clothes here, and depended upon them for supplies, when we now find they are in the trunk, and mother has the key. We walked aboard alone in the crowded train, and found ourselves in the only car reserved for ladies, which was already filled with a large party returning from Port Hudson, consisting of the fastest set of girls that I have seen for some time. Anna and I had to content ourselves with a seat on a small box between the benches, while Miriam was established on the only vacant one, with a sick soldier lying at her feet. The fast girls talked as loud as possible, and laughed in a corresponding style, in spite of the sick man. They must have been on a picnic, from the way they talked. One, in a short dress, complained that she had not seen her sweetheart. A pert little miss of 13 cried, "You can bet your head I never went to any place where I did not see one of my sweethearts." One of about 17, a perfect beauty, declared she would die of thirst. "So will I, and I don't want to die before I get a husband," exclaimed her vis à vis. They evidently expected to produce an impression on us. At every brilliant remark stupid, understood they looked at us to see what we thought. All of them sat with bare heads in the strong light, an unfailing proof of la basse classe on steamers and cars. Every time my veil blew aside, they made no difficulty about scanning my features, as though they thought it might be agreeable. I must confess I was equally impolite in regard to the beauty; but then her loveliness was an excuse, and my veil sheltered me besides. While this young Psyche was fascinating me with her perfect face and innocent expression, one of her companions made a remark, one that I dare say is made every day, and that I never imagined could be turned into harm. My beauty uttered a prolonged "Oh!" of horror, and burst out laughing, followed by all the others. My disgust was unspeakable. Mock modesty is always evident. A modest girl could not have noticed the catch; the immodest, on the lookout for such an opportunity, was the only one who could have perceived it. Well, after all, no one can be perfect. This may be the single stain on my beauty, though I confess I would rather have any other failing than this, almost. Putting this aside, I hardly know which I was most amused by, the giddy, lively girls to my right, or the two ladies to my left, who were as cross and ill natured as two old cats, and railed unmercifully at the silly creatures behind them, and carried their spite so far as to refuse to drink, because the conductor, the husband of one of them, gave the young ladies water before passing it to their two elders. Didn't the poor man get it! She wouldn't taste a drop of that nasty, dirty drippings, that she wouldn't! Might have had the decency to attend to his kinsfolks before them creatures! And why didn't he wait on those two young ladies behind her? He did ask them? Well, ask them again! They must want some. Poor henpecked meekly passed the can again, to be again civilly declined. I confess the drippings were too much for me also, though I did not give it as my excuse. Mrs. Hen recommenced her pecking. Poor Mr. Hen at last surlily rejoined, "For heaven's sake, don't make a fuss in the cars!" with an emphasis on the last word that showed he was accustomed to it at home, at least. With my veil down, I leaned against the window, and remembering Colonel Breaux's remarks 2 nights before concerning cross people, I played his little philosopher for the remainder of the journey. At sunset we walked in at Lilly's gate, and astonished her by standing before her, as she sat alone with her poor sick little Beatrice in her arms. End of Book 3, Part 8. Book 3, Part 9, of A Confederate Girl's Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Confederate Girl's Diary, by Sarah Morgan Dawson. Book 3, Part 9, October 22nd to November 10th, 1862. Wednesday, 22nd October, Linwood. We left Clinton this morning, and have just now arrived by the cars. Charlie came in last evening to our great surprise, so we did not scruple to leave Lilly. The Baton Rouge party returned late this evening. In spite of all preparation, Gibbes was horrified at the appearance of home. Friday, October 24th. A letter from Jimmy, the first we have received since New Orleans fell. It was dated the 10th instant, and he spoke of being on the eve of running the blockade, and going to Liverpool to "represent our unfortunate navy," as he says, though I am at a loss to imagine what he can mean. He speaks of a kind friend, a Mr. George Trenholm, whose kindness has been perfectly extraordinary. He has befriended him in every way. Charlie has just come by the railroad, bringing other letters from him to mother and Lilly. In mother's is his last good bye on the 12th. Again Mr. Trenholm is the theme. I could not help crying over my dear little brother's manly, affectionate letter. He says he is sure God will still care for him. He has raised him up friends wherever he has been. He says he lost all his clothing in going to Charleston. There, among other kind people, he met this gentleman, who carried him to his house, where he has kept him ever since, treating him like his son, and forced him to accept a magnificent outfit as a present from him. He procured the appointment which sends Jimmy abroad. I wish Jimmy had been more explicit concerning it; we hardly know what it is, or how long it will keep him. The money he received to pay Jimmy's passage, received from the Government, he in turn obliged Jimmy to accept, as he sails in one of Mr. Trenholm's steamers; and, not satisfied with that, gives him carte blanche on his house in England, to be filled up with any amount he chooses to name. Mother went back to Clinton with Charlie that evening, to my great distress, for she hates that odious place as much as I. I know the life will kill her if it lasts 6 months longer. How happy I would be if it were not for the thought of her uncomfortable position there. Lilly agrees with me that, once out of it, she never wishes to see the vile place again. Margaret says that when the Lord had finished all the world and all the people, He had some scraps left, and just thought He'd batch up Clinton with them. Perhaps she is right. Sunday, 26th October. This place is completely overrun by soldiers passing and repassing. Friday night 5 stayed here; last night 2 more, and another has just gone. One, last night, a bashful Tennesseean, had never tasted sugar cane. We were sitting around a blazing fire, enjoying it hugely, when in answer to our repeated invitations to help himself, he confessed he had never eaten it. Once instructed, though, he got on remarkably well, and ate it in a civilized manner, considering it was a first attempt. Everything points to a speedy attack on Port Hudson. Rumors reach us from New Orleans of extensive preparations by land and water, and of the determination to burn Clinton as soon as they reach it, in revenge for the looms that were carried from Baton Rouge there, and which can soon be put in working order to supply our soldiers, negroes, and ourselves with necessary clothing. Of two evils, if Baton Rouge is to be overrun by Yankees and Clinton burned, I would rather await them at home. Sunday, November 2d. Yesterday was a day of novel sensations to me. First came a letter from mother announcing her determination to return home, and telling us to be ready next week. Poor mother! She wrote drearily enough of the hardships we would be obliged to undergo in the dismantled house, and of the new experience that lay before us. But n'importe, I am ready to follow her to Yankee land, or any other place she chooses to go. It is selfish for me to be so happy here, while she leads such a distasteful life in Clinton. In her postscript, though, she said she would wait a few days longer, to see about the grand battle which is supposed to be impending. So our stay will be indefinitely prolonged. How thankful I am that we will really get back, though! I hardly believe it possible, however. It is too good to be believed. The nightmare of a probable stay in Clinton being removed, I got in what the boys call a perfect gale, and sang all my old songs with a greater relish than I have experienced for many a long month. My heart was open to every one. So forgiving and amiable did I feel that I went downstairs to see Will Carter. I made him so angry last Tuesday that he went home in a fit of sullen rage. It seems that some time ago, some one, he said, told him such a joke on me that he had laughed all night at it. Mortified beyond all expression at the thought of having had my name mentioned between two men, I, who have thus far fancied myself secure from all remarks, good, bad, or indifferent, of men, I refused to have anything to say to him until he should either explain me the joke, or, in case it was not fit to be repeated to me, until he apologized for the insult. He took 2 minutes to make up a lie. This was the joke, he said. Our milkman had said that Sarah Morgan was the proudest girl he ever saw; that she walked the streets as though the earth was not good enough for her. My milkman making his remarks! I confess I was perfectly aghast with surprise, and did not conceal my contempt for the remark, or his authority either. But one can't fight one's milkman. I did not care for what he or any of that class could say. I was surprised to find that they thought at all. But I resented it as an insult as coming from Mr. Carter, until with tears in his eyes fairly, and in all humility, he swore that if it had been anything that could reflect on me in the slightest degree, he would thrash the next man who mentioned my name. I was not uneasy about a milkman's remarks, so I let it pass, after making him acknowledge that he had told me a falsehood concerning the remark which had been made. But I kept my revenge. I had but to cry "Milk!" in his hearing to make him turn crimson with rage. At last he told me that the less I said on the subject, the better it would be for me. I could not agree. Milk, I insisted, was a delightful beverage. I had always been under the impression that we owned a cow, until he had informed me it was a milkman, but was perfectly indifferent to the animal, so I got the milk. With some such allusion, I could make him mad in an instant. Either a guilty conscience or the real joke grated harshly on him, and I possessed the power of making it still worse. Tuesday I pressed it too far. He was furious, and all the family warned me that I was making a dangerous enemy. Yesterday he came back in a good humor, and found me in unimpaired spirits. I had not even talked of curds, though I had given him several hard cuts on other subjects, when an accident happened which frightened all malicious fun out of me. We were about going out after cane, and Miriam had already pulled on one of her buckskin gloves, dubbed "Old Sweetie" from the quantity of cane juice they contain, when Mr. Carter slipped on its mate, and held it tauntingly out to her. She tapped it with a case knife she held, when a stream of blood shot up through the glove. A vein was cut, and was bleeding profusely. He laughed, but panic seized the women. Some brought a basin, some stood around. I ran after cobwebs, while Helen Carter held the vein and Miriam stood in silent horror, too frightened to move. It was indeed alarming, for no one seemed to know what to do, and the blood flowed rapidly. Presently he turned a dreadful color and stopped laughing. I brought a chair, while the others thrust him into it. His face grew more deathlike, his mouth trembled, his eyes rolled, his head dropped. I comprehended that these must be the symptoms of fainting, a phenomenon I had never beheld. I rushed after water, and Lydia after cologne. Between us it passed away; but for those few moments I thought it was all over with him, and trembled for Miriam. Presently he laughed again, and said, "Helen, if I die, take all my negroes and money, and prosecute those 2 girls. Don't let them escape." Then, seeing my long face, he commenced teasing me. "Don't ever pretend you don't care for me again. Here you have been unmerciful to me for months, hurting more than this cut, never sparing me once; and the moment I get scratched, it's 'Oh, Mr. Carter!' and you fly around like wild and wait on me." In vain I represented that I would have done the same for his old lame dog, and that I did not like him a bit better. He would not believe it, but persisted that I was a humbug, and that I liked him in spite of my protestations. As long as he was in danger of bleeding to death, I let him have his way, and, frightened out of teasing, spared him for the rest of the evening. Just at what would have been twilight but for the moonshine, when he went home after the blood was staunched and the hand tightly bound, a carriage drove up to the house, and Colonel Allen was announced. I can't say I was ever more disappointed. I had fancied him tall, handsome, and elegant. I had heard of him as a perfect fascinator, a woman killer. Lo! a wee little man is carried in the arms of two others; wounded in both legs at Baton Rouge, he has never yet been able to stand. He was accompanied by a Mr. Bradford, whose assiduous attentions and boundless admiration for the Colonel struck me as unusual. I had not observed him otherwise, until the General whispered, "Do you know that that is the brother of your old sweetheart?" Though the appellation was by no means merited, I recognized the one he meant. Brother to our Mr. Bradford of 18 months ago! My astonishment was unbounded, and I alluded to it immediately. He said it was so; that his brother had often spoken to him of us, and the pleasant evenings he had spent at home. November 4th, 1862. Oh, what a glorious time we had yesterday! First, there were those two gentlemen to be entertained all day, which was rather a stretch, I confess, so I stole away for a while. Then I got the sweetest letter from Miss Trenholm, enclosing Jimmy's photograph, and she praised him so that I was in a damp state of happiness and flew around showing my picture to everybody, Mr. Bradford included, who pronounced him a noble boy, and admired him to my satisfaction. Then came a letter from Lilly, saying mother had decided to remain in Clinton, and wanted us to join her there. O my prophetic soul! My heart went below zero. Then Colonel Allen sent to Port Hudson for the band to serenade us, and raised my spirits in anticipation of the treat. While performing my toilet in the evening, Waller Fowler arrived on his way to Vicksburg, bringing a letter to Miriam from Major Drum. Heaven only knows how it got here. Such a dear, kind letter, dated 6th of August only. Affairs were very different then, and he said that Lavinia's distress about us was such that he must try to send her nearer to us. And such an unexpected piece of news! Oh, my heart fails me! I cannot fancy Lavinia a mother. Slowly I dressed myself, and still more slowly I combed Anna. I could think of nothing else until I heard Miriam and Mr. Bradford call us to take a walk, when we hurried down to them. A race down to the railroad, a merry talk standing on the track, mingled with shouts of laughter in which I tried to drown fears for Lavinia, made the early sunset clouds pass away sooner than usual to us, and moonlight warned us to return. Mrs. Worley passed us in her buggy, coming to stay all night; and halfway a servant met us, saying two soldiers had come to call on us. Once there, I was surprised to find that one was Frank Enders, the one I least expected to see. The other was a Mr. Harold. I need not describe him beyond this slight indication of his style. Before half an hour was over, he remarked to Anna that I was a very handsome girl, and addressed me as "Miss Sallie." That is sufficient. Then Will Carter came in and joined our circle. His first aside was, "If you only knew how much I liked you last night, you would never be cruel to me again. Why, I thought you the greatest girl in the world. Please let's part friends to night again." I would not promise, for I knew I would tease him yet, and at supper, when I insisted on his taking a glass of milk, his face turned so red that Mrs. Carter pinched my arm blue, and refused to help me to preserves because I was making Will mad. But Waller helped me, and I drank my own milk to Mr. Carter's health with my sweetest smile. "Confound that milkman! I wish he had cut his throat before I stumbled over him," he exclaimed after tea. But I had more amusing game than to make him angry then. I wanted to laugh to get rid of the phantom that pursued me, Lavinia. The evening passed off very pleasantly. I think there were some 18 of us in the parlor. About 10 the General went to the sugar house he commenced grinding yesterday and whispered to me to bring the young people down presently. Mr. Bradford and I succeeded in moving them, and we three girls retired to change our pretty dresses for plain ones, and get shawls and nuages, for our warm week had suddenly passed away, and it was quite cold out. Some of the gentlemen remarked that very few young ladies would have the courage to change pretty evening dresses for calico, after appearing to such advantage. Many would prefer wearing such dresses, however inappropriate, to the sugar mill. With his droll gravity, Gibbes answered, "Oh, our girls don't want to be stuck up." There was quite a string of us as we straggled out in the beautiful moonlight, with only Mrs. Badger as an escort. Mr. Enders and I had a gay walk of it, and when we all met at the furnace, we stopped and warmed ourselves, and had a laugh before going in. Inside, it was lighted up with Confederate gas, in other words, pine torches, which shed a delightful light, neither too much nor too little, over the different rooms. We tried each by turns. The row of bubbling kettles, with the dusky negroes bending over in the steam, and lightly turning their paddles in the foamy syrup, the whole under the influence of torchlight, was very interesting. But then Mr. Enders and I found a place more pleasant still. It was in the first purgery, standing at the mouth of the chute through which the liquid sugar runs into the car, and taking the place of the car as soon as it was run off to the coolers, each armed with a paddle, scraped the colon up, and had our own fun while eating. Then running along the little railroad to where the others stood in the second room over the vats, and racing back again all together to eat sugar cane and cut up generally around our first pine torch, we had really a gay time. Presently, "Puss wants a corner" was suggested, and all flew up to the second staging, under the cane carrier and by the engine. Such racing for corners! Such scuffles among the gentlemen! Such confusion among the girls, when, springing forward for a place, we would find it already occupied! All dignity was discarded. We laughed and ran as loud and fast as any children, and the General enjoyed our fun as much as we, and encouraged us in our pranks. Waller surpassed himself. Mr. Bradford carried all by storm. Mr. Enders looked like a schoolboy on a frolic. Mr. Carter looked sullen, and tried lazily not to mar the sport completely, while Mr. Harold looked timidly foolish, and half afraid of our wild sport. Mrs. Badger laughed, the General roared, Anna flew around like a balloon, Miriam fairly danced around with fun and frolic, while I laughed so that it was an exertion to change corners. Then forfeits followed, with the usual absurd formalities, in which Mr. Bradford sentenced himself unconsciously to ride a barrel, Miriam to make him a love speech going home, Mr. Enders to kiss my hand, and I to make him, Mr. Enders, a declaration, which I instantly did, in French, whereby I suffered no inconvenience, as Miriam alone comprehended. Then came more sugar cane and talk in the purgery, and we were horrified when Mrs. Badger announced that it was 12 o'clock, and gave orders to retire. Oh, the pleasant walk home! Then, of course, followed a last good night on the balcony, while the two young men mounted their horses, and Frank Enders vowed to slip off every time he had a chance, and come out to see us. Then there was a grand proposition for a ride to Port Hudson on horseback, and in order to secure a pledge that we would pass by General Beale's headquarters, Mr. Enders wrapped my nuage around his throat, declaring that I would be obliged to stop there for it, though if prevented, he would certainly be obliged to bring it back himself. This morning, however, the married ladies made so much difficulty about who should go and how, that we were forced to abandon it, much as we would have enjoyed it. I'm afraid to say how late it was when we got to bed. I know it was almost 10 when we left the breakfast table this morning, so I suppose it must have been quite late before we retired. To Colonel Allen's, as well as to our own great disappointment, the band could not come on account of sickness. November 6th. We three girls fancied a walk last evening, and immediately after dinner prepared to walk to Mrs. Breaux's, only a mile, and get her to come to the sugar house. But as we put on our bonnets, Captain Bradford, brother of the one who left in the morning, was announced, and our expedition had to be abandoned. This is the third of the 5 brothers that I have met, and if it were not for the peculiarity in their voices, I should say that there was not the most distant relationship existing between them. This one is very handsome, quiet, and what Dickens calls "in a high shouldered state of deportment." He looks like a moss covered stone wall, a slumbering volcano, a what you please, so it suggests anything unexpected and dangerous to stumble over. A man of indomitable will and intense feeling, I am sure. I should not like to rouse his temper, or give him cause to hate me. A trip to the sugar house followed, as a matter of course, and we showed him around, and told him of the fun we had those 2 nights, and taught him how to use a paddle like a Christian. We remained there until supper time, when we adjourned to the house, where we spent the remainder of the evening very pleasantly. At least, I suppose he found it so, for it was 10 o'clock before he left. Just now I was startled by a pistol shot. Threatening to shoot her, Mr. Carter playfully aimed Miriam's pistol at her, and before he could take fair aim, one barrel went off, the shot grazing her arm, and passing through the armoir just behind. Of course there was great consternation. Those 2 seemed doomed to kill each other. She had played him the same trick before. He swore that he would have killed himself with the other shot if she had been hurt; but what good would that do her? Sunday, November 9th. I hardly know how these last days have passed. I have an indistinct recollection of rides in cane wagons to the most distant field, coming back perched on the top of the cane, singing "Dye my petticoats," to the great amusement of the General, who followed on horseback. Anna and Miriam, comfortably reposing in corners, were too busy to join in, as their whole time and attention were entirely devoted to the consumption of cane. It was only by singing rough impromptus on Mr. Harold and Captain Bradford that I roused them from their task long enough to join in a chorus of 40,000 Chinese. I would not have changed my perch, 4 mules, and black driver for Queen Victoria's coach and 6. And to think old Abe wants to deprive us of all that fun! No more cotton, sugar cane, or rice; no more old black aunties or uncles; no more rides in mule teams; no more songs in the cane fields; no more steaming kettles; no more black faces and shining teeth around the furnace fires. If Lincoln could spend the grinding season on a plantation, he would recall his proclamation. As it is, he has only proved himself a fool, without injuring us. Why, last evening I took old Wilson's place at the bagasse chute, and kept the rollers free from cane until I had thrown down enough to fill several carts, and had my hands as black as his. What cruelty to slaves! And black Frank thinks me cruel, too, when he meets me with a patronizing grin and shows me the nicest vats of candy and peels cane for me. Oh, very cruel! And so does Jules when he wipes the handle of his paddle on his apron to give Mamselle a chance to skim the kettles and learn how to work. Yes, and so do all the rest who meet us with a courtesy and "Howdy, young missus." Last night we girls sat on the wood just in front of the furnace, rather Miriam and Anna did, while I sat in their laps, and with some 20 of all ages crowded around, we sang away to their great amusement. Poor oppressed devils! Why did you not chunk us with the burning logs, instead of looking happy and laughing like fools? Really, some good old abolitionist is needed here, to tell them how miserable they are. Can't Mass' Abe spare a few to enlighten his brethren? November 10th, Monday. In spite of its being Sunday, no sooner was dinner concluded yesterday than we adjourned as usual to the sugar house, to see how much damage we could do. Each took from a negro his long paddle, and for more than half an hour skimmed the kettles industriously, to the amazement of half a dozen strange soldiers, who came to see the extraordinary process of sugar making. At one time, the two boys taking possession of the two other paddles, not a negro was at the kettles, but stood inspecting our work. The hardest part we found to be discharging the batteries, which none of us could do without their assistance. We had no sooner relinquished our paddles than some one announced two gentlemen at the house. While we were discussing the possibility of changing our dresses before being seen, enter Mr. Enders and Gibbes Morgan of Fenner's battery. No retreat being possible, we looked charmed and self possessed in spite of plain calicoes and sticky hands. Mr. Enders very conveniently forgot to bring my nuage. He says he started expressly to do so, but reflecting that I might then have no inducement to pay that visit to Port Hudson, he left it for another time. We arranged a visit to Gibbes, and Mr. Enders made me promise to call at General Beale's headquarters for a pass. They will want you to go to the Provost Marshal's for it, but you just come to General Beale's and send a courier for me, and I will bring it myself. And half in fun, half in earnest, I promised. End of Book 3, Part 9. Book 3, Part 10 of A Confederate Girl's Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Confederate Girl's Diary by Sarah Morgan Dawson. Book 3, Part 10, November 12th to December 4th, 1862. November 12th, Wednesday. Once more a cripple, and consigned to my bed, for how long, Heaven only knows. This is written while in a horizontal position, reposing on my right arm, which is almost numb from having supported me for some 16 hours without turning over. Let me see if I can remember how it happened. Last evening we started out to see Gibbes, just Miriam and Anna in one buggy, and Mrs. Badger and I in the other. Gibbes proper, that is, the Captain, and the General both approved, but neither could accompany us. It is useless to say how much I objected to going without a gentleman. Indeed, when we reached the road which formed the fourth side of the square formed by Colonel Breaux's, Captain Bradford's, and Captain Fenner's camps, I thought I should die of terror on finding myself in such a crowd of soldiers on parade. My thick veil alone consoled me, but I made a vow that I would not go through it again, not if I never saw Gibbes, Jr., again on earth. His camp lay far off from the road, so that we had to drive out to it between the other two, and asked a soldier to tell him that we were there. Presently he came up, looking so pleased that I was almost glad that we had come; and then Captain Fenner appeared, looking charmed, and Lieutenant Harris, who looked more alarmed and timid than I. Captain Fenner exerted himself to entertain us, and seeing how frightened I was, assured me that it was an everyday occurrence for young ladies to visit them in parties without gentlemen, and that it was done all through the Confederacy. Which, however, did not comfort me for the hundreds of eyes that were looking at us as our small party stood out in front of the encampment around a cannon. I think he can throw more expression into his eyes than any one I ever saw. Miriam suggested sending Gibbes to the Provost to get our pass, in order to avoid the crowd that might be there. Eager to leave the present one for a more retired spot, I exclaimed, "Oh, no, let us go ourselves. We can't get in a worse crowd." I meant a greater, but Captain Fenner looked so comically at me that I could scarcely laugh out an apology, while he laughed so that I am sure he did not listen to me. What a comical mouth! I liked him very much this time. He promised to come out to day or to morrow and have a game of Puss Wants a Corner in the sugar house. But now I can't join in, though it was to me the promise was made. But to the catastrophe at once. As we left, we insisted on taking Gibbes to get our pass, and made him get into Miriam's buggy, where there was space for him to kneel and drive. I was to carry out my promise to Mr. Enders. We had to pass just by the camp of the First Alabama, Colonel Steadman's, where the whole regiment was on parade. We had not gone 30 yards beyond them when a gun was discharged. The horse instantly ran off. I don't believe there could be two cooler individuals than Mrs. Badger and I were. I had every confidence in her being able to hold him so long as the bridle lasted. I had heard that there was more danger in jumping at such moments than in remaining quiet, so I sat still. There was nothing to hold to, as it was a no-top, or what I call a low-neck buggy, so my hands rested quietly in my lap. Presently I saw the left rein snap close to the horse's mouth. I knew all was over then, but did not utter a word. Death seemed inevitable, and I thought it as well to take it coolly. The horse turned abruptly. I felt that something impelled me out, followed the impulse, saw Mrs. Badger's white cape fluttering above me, received a blow on the extremity of my spine that I thought would kill me before I reached the ground, landing, however, on my left hip and quietly reclining on my left elbow, with my face to an upset buggy whose wheels spun around in empty air. I heard a rush as of horses. I saw men galloping up. I would have given worlds to spring to my feet, or even to see if they were exposed, but found I could not move. I had no more power over my limbs than if they were iron, only the intense pain told me I was still alive. I was perfectly conscious, but unable to move. My only wonder was why Miriam, who was in front, did not come to me. My arm was giving away. Dimly, as through a haze or dream, I saw a soldier bending over me, trying to raise me. The horse he had sprung from rushed up to his master and reared up over me. I saw the iron hoofs shining above my body. Death was certain this time, but I could not move. He raised his arm and struck him, and obedient to the blow, the animal turned aside and let his feet fall without crushing me. Mrs. Carter, when she heard it described, offered a fabulous sum for a correct drawing of that most interesting tableau, the gallant Alabamian supporting a helpless form on one arm, while he reined in a fiery charger with the other. I was not aware of the romance. I was conscious only of the unpleasant situation. Dozens crowded around, and if I had been a girl for display, here was an opportunity, for 30 pair of soldier arms were stretched out to hold me. "No, Gibbes, Gibbes," I whispered, and had the satisfaction of being transferred from a stranger's to my cousin's arms. Gibbes trembled more than I, but with both arms clasped around me, held me up. But for that, I would have returned to my original horizontal position. "Send for the doctor!" cried one. "A surgeon, quick!" cried another. "Tell them no," I motioned. I was conscious of a clatter of hoofs and cloud of dust. One performed a feat never heard of before. He brought a glass of water at full gallop, which I instantly drained by way of acknowledgment. I think I felt the unpleasant situation more than the pain. Not being accustomed to being the centre of attraction, I was by no means pleased with the novel experience. Miriam held my hand and questioned me with a voice tremulous with fear and laughter. Anna convulsively sobbed or giggled some question. I felt the ridiculous position as much as they. Laughing was agony, but I had to do it to give them an excuse, which they readily seized to give vent to their feelings; and encouraged by seeing it, several gold band officers joined in, constantly endeavoring to apologize or check themselves with a "Really, miss, it may seem unfeeling, but it is impossible." The rest was lost in a gasp, and a wrestle between politeness and the desire to laugh. I don't know what I was thinking of, but I certainly paid very little attention to what was going on. I only wanted to get home, away from all those eyes, and my most earnest wish made me forget them. The first remark I heard was my young Alabamian crying, "It is the most beautiful somerset I ever saw. Indeed, it could not be more gracefully done. Your feet did not show." Naïf, but it was just what I wanted to know, and dared not ask. Some one ran up and asked who was hurt, and I heard another reply, "I'm afraid the young lady is seriously injured, only she won't acknowledge it. It is worth while looking at her. She is the coolest, most dignified girl you ever saw." And another was added to the already too numerous audience. Poor Mrs. Badger, having suffered only from torn clothing, received very little sympathy, while I got more than my share. I really believe that the blow I received was from her 240-pound body, though the Alabamian declares he saw the overturning buggy strike me as I fell. To her and others I am indebted for the repetition of many a remark that escaped me. One bold soldier boy exclaimed, "Madam, we are all warriors, but we can't equal that. It is braver than any man." I had to laugh occasionally to keep my spirits up, but Miriam ordered me to quit, saying that I would go off in hysterics. I had previously repeatedly declared to the doctor that I was not hurt, and seeing him idle, and hearing Miriam's remark, the Alabamian, I am told, cried, "Oh, doctor, doctor, can't you do something? Is she going to have hysterics?" "Really," said the doctor, "the young lady objects to being examined. But as far as I can judge, she has no broken limbs." Everybody ordered me to confess at once my injury; but how was I to inform a whole crowd that I had probably broken the tip of my backbone and could not possibly sit down? So I adhered to my first affirmation, and made no objection when they piled the cushions up and made Gibbes put me down, for I knew he must be tired. I am told I remained there an hour. I know they talked to me and that I answered, but have not an idea of the subject. A gentleman brought a buggy and offered to drive me home, but a Captain Lenair insisted on running after the ambulance. Arrived there, Mr. Enders says he rushed in, crying, "For God's sake, General Beale, lend me the ambulance. There is a dreadful accident, and I am afraid the young lady will die." Coming back, he exclaimed, "By Jove, boys, if you want to see a sight, run down and see her hair. The prettiest auburn you ever looked at, and sweeps the ground. I wouldn't mind such a fall if I had such hair to show. Come, look at it, do." Mr. Enders says he was sure that it was I as soon as hair was mentioned, and started out as soon as he had finished a duty he had to perform. My garter, a purple silk ribbon, lay in the centre of the ring. By the respectful silence observed, I saw they recognized its use; so, unwilling to leave such a relic behind, I asked aloud for my "ribbon," whereupon Anna says the officers pinched each other and smiled. Up came the ambulance, and I was in imminent danger of being carried to it, when with a desperate effort I regained my feet with Gibbes's help, and reached it without other assistance. Beyond, I could do no more. Captain Lenair got inside, and several others lifted me up to him, and I sank motionless on the floor. All bade me good bye, and my little Alabamian assured me that he was proud of having been the first to assist me. President Miller whispered to Mrs. Badger for permission to accompany us, which she readily granted, and raising me on the seat, he insisted on putting his arm around me to hold me up. It was useless to decline. "Now, Miss Morgan, I assure you I am an old married man. I know you are suffering. Let me have my way." And the kind old gentleman held me so comfortably, and broke the force of so many jolts, that I was forced to submit and acknowledge that had it not been for him, I could not have endured the rough road. At the gate that leads to General Beale's headquarters, I saw half a dozen figures standing. One was Frank Enders, who hailed the driver. "Hush!" said one I recognized as Captain Lenair. "The young lady is in there, and the Provost, too." "I don't care if it is Jeff Davis. I'll find out if she is hurt," he answered. Miriam and Anna recognized him as they followed behind us, and called to him. Without more ado, he jumped into their buggy, finding them alone, and drove them home. He asked me something as he passed, but I could not answer. The road was dreadful. Once the driver mistook it and drove us within 2 steps of an embankment 6 feet high, but discovered the mistake before the horses went over. What I most dreaded was explanations when we should arrive. Miriam stepped out an instant before, and I heard her telling the accident. Then everybody, big and little, white and black, gathered around the ambulance. The Provost thought himself privileged to carry me; Gibbes insisted on trying it with his one arm, when the General picked me up and landed me on the gallery. He wanted me to lie down in old Mrs. Carter's room, but confident that once there I could not get up, and feeling that perhaps the gentleman would take advantage of its being on the ground floor to suggest calling on me, I struggled upstairs with Helen's assistance. A dozen hands undressed me and laid me on my face in bed, which position I have occupied up to the present, 3 P.M. Unable to turn, all night I lay awake, lying on my face, the least comfortable of positions, but though the slightest motion tortured me, I had to laugh as we talked it over. Of course this has been written in scratches in my same position, which will account for many blots. This morning I was interrupted by mother's unexpected arrival, she having come with Delllie and Morgan to spend the day. Of course she is horrified at the accident of that unfortunate Sarah. Saturday, November 15th. I think I grow no better rapidly. Fortunately, on Wednesday night they succeeded in turning me over, for my poor elbows, having lost all their skin, were completely used up. Now, if I go slowly and carefully, I can turn myself at the cost of some little suffering. Yesterday, Colonel Steadman of the 1st Alabama called with his father. He sent me many messages of condolence, and the rather unpleasant advice to be cupped and scarified. His profession was that of a physician before he became Colonel. His surgeon, whose name is Madding, told him he was satisfied that I was seriously injured, though I had not complained. The Colonel is the same who called when we were in Clinton. They readily accepted our invitation to dinner, and remained until late in the afternoon, when Captain Bradford came in. More messages of condolence and sympathy upstairs, which produced no visible effect on my spine, though very comforting to the spirit. November 16th. I was interrupted yesterday morning by Mrs. Badger, who wished to apply a few dry cups to my back, to which I quietly submitted, and was unable to move afterwards without pain, as a reward for my patience. But towards sunset came 2 dear letters that made me forget what I had suffered, one from George and one from Jimmy, dated Bermudas. For the first time I know what my dear little brother suffered during those long months when we could not hear if he were dead or alive. He kept the secret until he no longer needed either friends or money, and now he tells it with a simplicity that made me cry fit to break my heart when I was left alone in the twilight with no one to see. George comforts me with hopes of peace and a speedy return. If it could only be! This morning the boom of Yankee guns reached my ears, a sound I had hoped never to hear again. It is only those poor devils I can afford to pity them in their fallen state banging away at some treasonable sugar houses that are disobedient enough to grind cane on the other side of the river. I hear that one is at Mrs. Cain's. The sound made my heart throb. What if the fight should come off before I can walk? It takes 3 people to raise me whenever it is necessary for me to move. I am worse than helpless. Tuesday, November 18th. A note just came from mother, telling me that the most awful Yankees were coming to burn Linwood and take Port Hudson, and so this evening I must walk down to the cars with a chair to rest in until they came, and must certainly be in Clinton to night. Delightful arrangement! I wrote to ask if she knew that my legs were of no more service to me than to her. Dr. Dortch has again been murdering me, says perhaps I can stand by Sunday. If the Yankees come before. Friday night, November 21st. Lying on my face, as it were, with my poor elbows for a support, I try to pass away these lonely hours. For, with the exception of old Mrs. Carter, who is downstairs, and the General, who is elsewhere, Anna and I are the only white people on the place. The cause of this heartless desertion is a grand display of tableaux vivants at Jackson for the benefit of the Soldiers' Hospital. And of course it would be sinful to stay away, particularly as Anna is a great deal better, and I need no care. Note by Warrington Dawson. A page is here torn from the diary. It evidently related the beginning of an incident of which my sister and I have often heard our mother tell, how, after the Jackson tableau, our Aunt Miriam laughingly staked herself in a game of cards with Will Carter, and lost. The sequel follows, the scene at the house of his uncle, General Carter, beginning in the middle of a sentence. End of note. Thursday, December 4th. It would be only the absurd tableau I agreed to, with plenty of fun, and nothing more. So I tried to be merry and content, and so I should have been, for there was plenty to talk about, and every one was so solicitous for my comfort; and there was Mr. Enders, who would wheel my chair for me wherever I wished it, and was as kind and attentive as a brother. Surely my first trip should have been a gay one. Miriam sat down by the piano, Mr. Enders drew me by her, and we three sang until dark together. A Mr. Morse, his wife, and mother, who were spending a week here, were our audience. The first two retired at candle light, while the latter, present at the play the night before, remained to the last. But while we sang, every noise at the parlor door caused us to turn with apprehension of we hardly knew what. A dozen times Mr. Enders consulted his watch, and telegraphed his fears to me, though I persisted in thinking it only the fun that had been intended. 6:30 came, and with it Mrs. Worley. Now she knew better, for Dr. Dortch had come to see me, and was guiding me in my game of euchre, in which I was not even as wise as my partner, Mr. Enders, when her note came. Instantly we put down our cards, while Miriam begged him to write and tell her the true story. He wrote, and we all read it. Not only that, but Miriam added a postscript which I think was this, word for word: "Mrs. Worley, it is only a bet at cards, intended as the merest joke. There is not a word of truth in it, and I will consider it the greatest favor if you will contradict the report whenever you may hear it." Explicit enough, one would think; but still she came, and sent word into the parlor that one of the ladies present when Will made the announcement had sent her contribution to the evening's fun. It turned out to be a complete bridal suit, worn by the lady a year ago. That was too serious a jest. Miriam went into the other room to speak to Mrs. Worley, who, cold as an icicle, refused to receive or make explanation, beyond, "I won't kiss you; this is too cruel." There was nothing to do; she returned laughing, but certainly feeling herself the injured one, and so she was. In 15 minutes another stir. I held my breath with expectation. Lydia introduced Mr. G. 10 miles he had ridden through mud and water that freezing evening, at Will Carter's request, to perform the ceremony between him and Miriam. Lydia laughed until she could hardly introduce him. He, hat in hand, bowed around the convulsed circle with a countenance shining with the most sublimely vacant expression. Oh, that man's idiotic face and solemn portentous look brought a writhe even to my trembling lips. Mr. Enders would have given one an excellent idea of the effect produced by a real old piney woods chill; he shook as with suppressed laughter. But when the tremendous preacher, tremendous because composed of gigantic nothing, turned his lugubrious face towards Mrs. Morse, and addressed her as Mrs. Morgan, under the impression that she had come down to see her daughter married, Miriam's risibles could no longer stand it, and she flew from the room in time to avoid a disgraceful explosion. I was growing frightened. Mr. Enders was leaning over my chair, and involuntarily it burst from me with a groan, "For God's sake, help me save her!" "Hush! Lie back in your chair. I will," he whispered. "But for the love of Heaven, save my sister! I'll do what you will, if you will only keep still and not hurt yourself. I'll do my best." It was all whispered, that the minister and Mrs. Morse might not hear. "If it were your sister, what would you do?" "My God, I'd meet him on the front balcony and kick him out. Then I'd know one of us must die to morrow. But under the circumstances it is impossible for Gibbes to act," I urged, while we agreed that it was the most unwarrantable piece of insolence ever perpetrated. While we talked, Gibbes had seized Miriam, and, without interfering or advising further, advised her to keep her room and not meet Will. But I skipped the most important part. She came back when she had recovered her composure, and sat by me. Mr. Enders, when I asked what was best to do, whispered that to spare Will's feelings and avoid a most painful scene, as well as to show that she had no serious intentions whatever, she should see that the minister was put in full possession of the facts before it went any farther. He felt keenly his unpleasant situation, and it was only our earnest request that induced him to remain or give his advice. Who should explain? Certainly not the General. He thought the joke carried too far, and retired to his room before Mr. G came. How take part against his own nephew? Not Gibbes either, for he had gone upstairs too worried and annoyed to talk to any one. Besides, it was his wife's cousin. Who, then? Miriam is one woman in 1,000. Rising, she crossed the room slowly, and as dignified as though she only meant to warm herself. I think I see her before me now, as she stood before the fire facing Mr. G, looking so handsome and stylish in her black grenadine with the pale green trimming, telling her story. Plainly, earnestly, distinctly, without hurry or embarrassment, in the neatest, prettiest, most admirable speech I ever heard, she told everything just as it was. Bravo for Miriam! There lives not the woman in this State who could do so painful a thing in such a beautiful way. I felt like hugging her. Oh, it was magnificent! He heard her in surprise, but when once satisfied of its truth, he said, "Well, Miss Morgan, when you stand on the floor, when I ask if you will, it is your privilege to answer no." Miriam is not one to do so cruel a thing. She is too noble to deceive him so far and wound him so cruelly before all, when he believed himself so near happiness. She said that it was mockery; she would not suffer him to believe for an instant that she meant to marry him. If he believed it, he was deceiving himself wilfully, for he already knew that she had told him it could never be. He agreed to take it only as a jest, promised that he would not feel hurt, and with the most admirable tact, Miriam, the trump I have been playing euchre, excuse me settled the minister and the wedding by her splendid behavior, with no trouble. A rapid step was heard in the hall. The bridegroom had come. I know he must have killed his horse. He certainly did not leave his house before 1 o'clock. It is 20 miles by the road to Clinton. He went there, procured his license, and was here at 7 in full costume. He bounded upstairs to meet the bride elect. I can fancy him going to Clinton, doubting, fearing, believing against all evidence, yet trembling, securing the license at last, persuading himself that she would not dare refuse when the deeds were recorded in court and he held them in his hand; and very few women would have been brave enough, too. He did not know my Miriam. I can fancy the poor horse lashed through the heavy mire, tired, foaming, panting, while his strong arm urged it on with whip and spur. I can hear the exulting beating of his heart, that wild refrain that was raging as his death knell, "Mine, mine at last!" I could hear it, I say. It rung in my ears all night. He held her in his power; she must be his. Hastily, yet carefully, he performs his toilet. I dare say he stopped to think which cravat she liked best. "Mine, mine," the song is ringing in every stroke of his throbbing breast. Mount! Mount! 2 miles fly past. He sweeps through the moonlight like Death riding on a pale horse. Yonder shine lights in the parlor, and that above, is it hers? He throws himself from his horse. His hour has come, hers too, with the license and minister, his own adoration, and she must love him too. He will win. Show him the way to her. She is his forever now. His? My God! Had I not reason to cry, "In God's name, save her, Frank!" He reaches Mrs. Carter's room, and triumphantly throws the license on her table. He is ready now. Where is his bride? Some one meets him. Will! The story is told. She is not to be won by force. She has appealed to the minister. He has carried the jest too far. The strong man reels. He falls on the bed in his bridal array, in agony too great for tears. I dare not ask what followed. They tell me it was awful. What madness and folly to dream of forcing her to marry him! Why, if she had loved him, the high handed proceeding would have roused the lion of her spirit. He is no mate for her. He has but one thought; and at last words come. "Miriam! Miriam! Call her, for the love of God!" One word, one look, oh, she will take pity on him in his misery. Let her come for one instant. She cannot be so cruel. She will marry him if only to save him from death, or worse. And fortunate it was that he was not armed; one of the two would have died. Perhaps both. The heartbroken prayer goes on. The exulting "Mine, mine," has changed to the groan of despair. "Miriam, for the love of God, come to me!" And where is the bride? Gibbes has her caged in the next room, this one where I am now lying. He has advised her not to appear, to go to bed and say no more. Sent to bed like a baby on her wedding night! She says that she laughed aloud when the door closed on her. She laughing in here, he groaning in there, it is to be hoped they each drowned the voice of the other. The minister said good night. He disclaimed all feeling of pique; he felt chiefly for the young lady, and the disappointed groom. Ouf! I sent to ask Will to come to me alone for a moment. No, he could not see me. Write to him. Slowly, as though an aged, infirm, tottering man, we heard him descending the steps. How different from the step that carried him up! We, conscience stricken, sat within, with the doors closed. He was off. He has again mounted his horse, and the broken hearted man, hardly less cruel than the expectant bridegroom, dashes the rowel in his side, and disappears like a whirlwind. I can fancy mother's and Lily's agony when they hear of the wedding. All Clinton knew it last night, and if they did too, I know there was as little sleep for them as for us. I know mother shrieked, "My child! My child!" while Lily cried. How could he believe she meant to marry him without even sending word to mother when he was going to the very town? Bah! What a jolly go if those two got hysterics about the supposed moral suicide! Glad I was not at the tea party. Well, fearing the effect of such a shock in mother's nervous state, Gibbes advised Miriam to go on the cars this evening, and convince her that it had not occurred, court records and licenses and ministers to the contrary notwithstanding. So my duck, my angel, she whom I call my Peri with the singed wings (children who play in the fire must expect to be burned), set off on her pious errand, without the protecting arm of her bridegroom. End of Book 3, Part 10. Book 3, Part 11 of A Confederate Girl's Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Confederate Girl's Diary by Sarah Morgan Dawson. Book 3, Part 11, December 7th, 1862 to January 4th, 1863. Sunday, 7th December. I have had a shock. While writing alone here, almost all have gone to church, I heard a step ascending the stair. What, I asked, if it should be Will? Then I blamed myself for supposing such a thing possible. Slowly it came nearer and nearer. I raised my head and was greeted with a ghastly smile. I held out my hand. Will! Sarah. Misery discards ceremony. He stood before me the most woebegone, heartbroken man I ever saw. With a forced laugh, he said, "Where is my bride? Pshaw! I know she has gone to Clinton. I have come to talk to you. Wasn't it a merry wedding?" The hollow laugh rang again. I tried to jest, but failed. "Sit down and let me talk to you," I said. He was in a wayward humor, cut to the heart, ready to submit to a touch of silk, or to resist a grasp of iron. This was the man I had to deal with, and get from him something he clung to as to not his life, but Miriam. And I know so little how to act in such a case, know so little about dealing gently with wild natures. He alarmed me at first. His forced laugh ceased. He said that he meant to keep that license always. It was a joke on him yesterday, but with that in his possession the tables would be turned on her. He would show it to her occasionally. It should keep her from marrying any one else. I said that it would be demanded, though. He must deliver it. The very devil shot in his eye as he exclaimed fiercely, "If any one dares demand it, I'll die before giving it up. If God Almighty came, I'd say no. I'll die with it first." O merciful Father, I thought, what misery is to come of this jest? He must relinquish it. Gibbes will force him into it, or die in the attempt. George would come from Virginia. Jimmy would cross the seas. And I was alone in here to deal with such a spirit. I commenced gently. Would he do Miriam such a wrong? It was no wrong, he said. Let him follow his own will. "You profess to love her?" I asked. "Profess! Great God, how can you? I adore her! I tell you that in spite of all this, I love her not more, that is impossible, but as much as ever. Look at my face and ask that!" burst from him with the wildest impulse. "Very well. This girl you love, then, you mean to make miserable. You stand forever between her and her happiness because you love her. Is this love?" He was sullenly silent. I went on. "Not only her happiness, but her honor is concerned. You who love her so, do her this foul injury." "Would it affect her reputation?" he asked. "Ask yourself, is it quite right that you should hold in your hands the evidence that she is Mrs. Carter, when you know she is not and never will be? Is it quite honorable?" "In God's name, would it injure Miriam? I'd rather die than grieve her." My iron was melted, but too hot to handle. I put it on one side, satisfied that I, and I only, had saved Miriam from injury and 3 brothers from bloodshed, by using his insane love as a lever. It does not look as hard here as it was in reality, but it was of the hardest struggles I ever had; indeed, it was desperate. I had touched the right key, and, satisfied of success, turned the subject to let him believe he was following his own suggestions. When I told him he must free Miriam from all blame, that I had encouraged the jest against her repeated remonstrances, and was alone to blame, he generously took it on himself. I was so crazy about her, he said, that I would have done it anyhow. I would have run any risk for the faintest chance of obtaining her, and much more to the same purpose, that, though very generous in him, did not satisfy my conscience. But he surprised me by saying that he was satisfied that if I had been in my room, and he had walked into the parlor with the license, she would have married him. What infatuation! He says, though, that I only prevented it; that my influence, by my mere presence, is stronger than his words. I don't say that it is so; but if I helped save her, thank Heaven! It is impossible to say one half that passed, but he showed me his determination to act just as he has heretofore, and take it all as a joke, that no blame might be attached to her. Besides, I'd rather die than not see her. I laugh, but you don't know what I suffer. Poor fellow! I saw it in his swimming eyes. At last he got up to go before they returned from church. Beg her to meet me as she always has. I told Mrs. Worley that she must treat her just the same, because I love her so. And say I go to Clinton to morrow, to have that record effaced, and deliver up the license. I would not grieve her. Indeed, I love her too well. His voice trembled as well as his lips. He took my hand, saying, "You are hard on me. I could make her happy, I know, because I worship her so. I have been crazy about her for 3 years. You can't call it a mere fancy. Why are you against me? But God bless you. Good bye." And he was gone. Why? Oh, Will, because I love my sister too much to see her miserable merely to make you happy. Friday, 12th December. My cripple friend that I mentioned so far back continues to send me the most affecting messages. He is really wretched about me, never was more distressed, thinks of nothing else, and so on through the whole list. To cap the climax, he sends me word that he can now walk on crutches, and the first time he can venture in a buggy means to call on me. Que le ciel m'en préserve! What could we talk about? His'n and her'n several misfortunes? That's too bad! Every one teases me unmercifully about my new conquest. I can't help but be amused; and yet beware, young girls, of expressing sympathy, even for soldiers. There is no knowing what effect it may produce. Sunday, December 14th. Yesterday evening, some time before sunset, Mr. Enders was announced, to our great surprise, as we knew he had been in Clinton all the week, having been transferred there instead of to Jackson, as he threatened. He was the most miserable, unhappy creature one could possibly imagine, even too melancholy for me to laugh at him, which expresses the last degree of wretchedness. To all our questions he had but one answer, that he had had the most dreadful attack of "blues" ever since he was here Sunday; that he had waited every evening at the cars, expecting us; and at last, seeing that we had no intention of coming, he could no longer stand the temptation, so got permission to come down for a day to Port Hudson, so he could come out to see us. Before we could fairly get him cheerful, Will Carter and Ned Badger, who returned only this week from Kentucky, entered. Will was in a bad humor, and wanted to vent it on us; so after waiting some time, he proposed that the 2 young men should go with him, pocketing at the same moment the cards which had won Miriam, and saying they would have a nice game together, and just the rarest old whiskey. He looked around to see the effect produced. We girls did not move, but Mr. Enders said he must really return immediately to Port Hudson, and start for Clinton from there in the night. Will thought it would be such a triumph over us to carry him off, that he insisted. They'd have a fine time, cure the blues, etc. Ned was more than willing, and at last Mr. Enders said, well, he felt just so desperate that he did not care what he did; he believed he would go. I saw he was in a reckless humor, and that Will knew it, too, and I promised to make at least an effort to save him. Miriam spoke to him apart, but he said that he had promised now, he must go. Will ran down triumphant to mount his horse, calling him to follow. All ran out to see him off, when Frank came back to tell me good bye. I seized the opportunity, and didn't I plead! I told him I would not ask him to stay here, though he knew we would be happy to have him stay, and begged him to go back to the camp, and leave Will alone. I suggested other resources, talked of his mother whom he idolizes, pleaded like a grandmother, and just as I wound up, came Will's voice from below: "Why the devil don't you come, Enders? Hurry!" He moved a step, looked at me. I dropped my head without a word. Here I must confess to the most consummate piece of acting. I am sorry, but as long as it saved him from doing what I knew he would have cause to regret, I am not ashamed of having tried it. Will called impatiently again, as he stood hesitating before me. I did not say "Stay." I just gave the faintest sigh imaginable. He went down and told Will he would not go. Of course, Will went off in a rage with us. Friday, December 26th, 1862. Monday, Dr. Woods and Mr. Van Ingen stopped, just from their regiment in Kentucky, and on their way home, and I begged so hard to see the doctor, and promised so faithfully to retire if I suffered too much, that Mrs. Badger yielded, like an angel, and I carried my point. The doctor! We looked in vain at each other, I for my dandy friend in irreproachable broadcloth, immaculate shirt bosoms, and perfect boots; he for the brusque, impulsive girl who in ordinary circumstances would have run dancing into the parlor, would have given him half glad, half indifferent greeting, and then found either occasion to laugh at him, or would have turned elsewhere for amusement. We looked, I say, in vain. Before me stood my pattern of neatness in a rough uniform of brown homespun; a dark flannel shirt replaced the snowy cambric one, and there was neither cravat nor collar to mark the boundary line between his dark face and the still darker material. And the dear little boots! O ye gods and little fishes! They were clumsy and mud spattered. If my mouth twitched with laughter as I silently commented, the doctor's did not. I, who always danced on my way, came in lying back on my pillows, and wheeled in by a servant. The doctor's sympathy was really touching, and poor consolation he gave when he heard the story. You will recover to a certain extent, but will feel it more or less all your life. I am the ruin of all these puns. The gentlemen will hate me. I must learn to ignore their conundrums until they answer them themselves, and to wait patiently for the pun instead of catching it and laughing before it is half spoken. Why can't I do as the others do? There was Mr. Van Ingen with his constant stream of them, that I anticipated several times. He said to me, "If I were asked what town in Louisiana I would rather be in this evening, what would my answer be?" I should have looked perfectly innocent and politely inquisitive, but I did neither. I saw the answer instantly, and laughed. "Ah, you have guessed! I can see it in your eyes," he said. Of course I had, but I told him I was afraid to say it, for fear he might think I was flattering myself. Then we both laughed. The place he referred to was Bayou Sarah. Yesterday, being a beautiful day, I was carried down in honor of Christmas to meet Captain Fenner and Mr. Duggan, who were to dine with us. The cars had brought Miriam a beautiful little set of collars and cuffs from Dellie, and the oddest, sweetest little set for me from Morgan for our Christmas gift. It is all Lilly. We had an exquisite Christmas gift the night before, a magnificent serenade, a compliment from Colonel Breaux. It very singularly happened that Miriam, Anna, and Ned Badger were sitting up in the parlor, watching alone for Christmas, when the band burst forth at the steps, and startled them into a stampede upstairs; but Gibbes, who came with the serenaders, caught them and brought them back into the parlor, where there were only 8 gentlemen; and in this novel, unheard of style, only these 2 girls, with Gibbes to play propriety, entertained all these people at midnight while the band played without. I commenced writing to day expressly to speak of our pleasant Christmas; yet it seems as though I would write about anything except that, since I have not come to it yet. Perhaps it is because I feel I could not do it justice. At least I can say who was there. At sunset came Captain Bradford and Mr. Conn, the first stalking in with all the assurance which a handsome face and fine person can lend, the second following with all the timidity of a first appearance. Again, after a long pause, the door swung open, and enter Mr. Halsey, who bows and takes the seat on the other side of me, and Mr. Bradford, of Colonel Allen memory, once more returned to his regiment, who laughs, shakes hands all around, and looks as happy as a schoolboy just come home for the holidays, who has never ending visions of plum cakes, puddings, and other sweet things. While all goes on merrily, another rap comes, and enters Santa Claus, dressed in the old uniform of the Mexican War, with a tremendous cocked hat, and a preposterous beard of false hair, which effectually conceal the face; and but for the mass of tangled short curls, no one could guess that the individual was Bud. It was a device of the General's which took us all by surprise. Santa Claus passes slowly around the circle, and pausing before each lady, draws from his basket a cake which he presents with a bow, while to each gentleman he presents a wineglass replenished from a most suspicious looking black bottle which also reposes there. Leaving us all wonder and laughter, Santa Claus retires with a basket much lighter than it had been at his entrance. Then follow refreshments, and more talk and laughter, until the clock strikes 12, when all these ghosts bid a hearty good night and retire. January 1st, Thursday, 1863. 1863! Why, I have hardly become accustomed to writing '62 yet. Where has this year gone? With all its troubles and anxieties, it is the shortest I ever spent. '61 and '62 together would hardly seem 365 days to me. Well, let time fly. Every hour brings us nearer our freedom, and we are 2 years nearer peace now than we were when South Carolina seceded. That is one consolation. I learn, to my unspeakable grief, that the State House is burned down. Sunday, January 4th. One just from Baton Rouge tells us that my presentiment about our house is verified. The Yankees do inhabit it, a Yankee colonel and his wife. They say they look strangely at home on our front gallery, pacing up and down; and a stranger and a Yankee occupies our father's place at the table where he presided for 31 years; and the old lamp that lighted up so many eager, laughing faces around the dear old table night after night, that with its great beaming eye watched us one by one as we grew up and left our home, that witnessed every parting and every meeting, by which we sang, read, talked, danced, and made merry; the lamp that Hal asked for as soon as he beheld the glittering chandeliers of the new innovation, gas; the lamp that all agreed should go to me among other treasures, and be cased in glass to commemorate the old days, our old lamp has passed into the hands of strangers who neither know nor care for its history; and mother's bed, which, with the table and father's little ebony stand, alone remained uninjured, belongs now to a Yankee woman. Father prized his ebony table. He said he meant to have a gold plate placed in its centre, with an inscription, and I meant to have it done myself, when he died so soon after. A Yankee now sips his tea over it, just where some beau or beauty of the days of Charles II may have rested a laced sleeve or dimpled arm. Give the devil his due. Bless the Yankees for one thing, they say they tried hard to save our State House. End of Book 3, Part 11. End of Book 3. Book 4, Part 1 of A Confederate Girl's Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Confederate Girl's Diary by Sarah Morgan Dawson. Book 4, Part 1, January 15th to January 30th, 1863. From my sick bed, this 15th day of January, 1863. Linwood, Thursday. Am I not glad to get another blank book? On Sunday my old one gave out, to my unspeakable distress, and I would have been désolée if I had not had 3 or 4 letters to answer, as writing is my chief occupation during my tedious illness. Oh, that unfortunate trip to Port Hudson! Have I not cause to remember and regret it? 2 months since last Sunday since I have been lying here a cripple, and I am not yet able to take a step. However, on Monday, mother sent Dr. Woods as my 4th physician, and I have made up my mind that either he or nature will effect a cure before long. Wonder how it feels to walk? It makes me weary to see others try it. I always fear that the exertion must be very painful, an absurd idea which I endeavor to keep to myself. Monday, January 19th. That blessed Mr. Halsey, like an angel of mercy, sent me Kate Coventry yesterday, just when I was pining for a bonne bouche of some kind, I did not care what, whether a stick of candy or an equally palatable book. It is delightful to have one's wishes realized as soon as they are made. I think it rather caused me to relent towards Mr. Halsey. I did not feel half so belligerent as I did just the Sunday before. At all events, I felt well enough to go down in the evening when he called again, though I had been too indisposed to do so on a previous occasion. Oh, Sarah! Wheeled into the parlor, there I beheld not my friend alone, but several other individuals whose presence rather startled me. I found myself undergoing the terrors of an introduction to a Colonel Locke, and to my unspeakable surprise, Major Buckner was claiming the privilege of shaking hands with me, and Colonel Steadman was on the other side, and was that Mr. Halsey? Oh, never! The Mr. Halsey I knew was shockingly careless of his dress, never had his hair smooth, let his beard grow as it would, and wore a most ferocious slouched hat. This one had taken more than one look at the glass, a thing I should have imagined the other incapable of doing. He had bestowed the greatest care and attention on his dress, had brought his beard within reasonable limits, had combed his hair with the greatest precision, and held lightly in one hand an elegant little cap that I am sure must be provokingly becoming. Why, he was handsome! Ah, ça! Some mistake, surely, I cried to myself. My Mr. Halsey was not, certainly. If it be I, as I hope it may be, I've a little dog at home who will surely know me, I kept repeating. I resolved to test the little dog's sagacity, so I pretended to know this apparition, and thanked him for the pleasure he had afforded me by sending me Kate Coventry. He looked conscious and pleased. The little dog had found out his identity. I was more puzzled than ever. How account for this wondrous change? But metamorphosed John talked. He was expatiating at a most extraordinary rate, and had been doing so for an hour after supper, when Gibbes drew his chair near me (Gibbes likes to hear what visitors say to his little sister), whereupon timid Mr. Halsey drew his slightly back, and very soon after asked for his horse. O Gibbes, you wretch! What an amusing tête à tête you spoiled, you innocent! And the General, of course, only waited for his exit before beginning to tease me unmercifully. I must put an end to this. They shall not bring such unjust charges against him. Yet how am I to make them see reason? Night. I am more pleased to night than I could well express. I have been talking to an old and dear friend, no other than Will Pinckney. His arrival was as unexpected as it was agreeable. The cry of "Here comes Will Pinckney" sent me back to August, '60, when the words were always the forerunner of fun and frolic. He told me what he called his secrets, of how he had been treated by the War Department, which has, indeed, behaved shockingly towards the Colonel. Thursday, 22nd January. What a rush of visitors last night! One would imagine they had all come by appointment, expressly to have an impromptu dance, which they certainly enjoyed, by the way. There was little Captain C., the susceptible and simple, who so innocently says, "I seen" and "I done it," without the faintest suspicion of the peculiarity, and looks so sweet and guileless and amiable and soft that I can't help wondering if he would be sticky if I touch him. Indeed, I think his hands stick, at least; for when he told me good bye, it was with the greatest difficulty that I extracted mine from his grasp, he having forgotten to return it during a long farewell address; and even when I succeeded in recovering it by being almost rude, it was not released without a very sensible pressure from the "putty," or whatever it is that is so tenacious. I am afraid it is rather a habit of his, which has lost all force or meaning by being too frequently repeated. Then there was a horrid little wretch, vulgar and underbred, to my idea, to whom I was introduced as Mr. G. But here is Lieutenant Dupré, whom I have not yet introduced, though we have met before. Tall, good looking, a fine form, and not a sparkling face, I am inclined to believe that his chief merit lies in his legs. Certainly when he dances he puts his best foot forward, and knows it, too. Miriam, who adores dancing, is flirting openly with this divinity of the deux temps and polka, and skims around with his arm about her, position sanctified by the lively air Lydia is dashing off on the piano, with a grace and lightness only equaled by his own. And Lieutenant Duggan, with his good, honest, clever face, which so unmistakably proclaims him Tom, we know already, so no further description is needed. Captain Fenner, too, is well known, with his short though graceful figure, his good humored, intelligent face, irresistible imperial, and that roguish expression about that large mouth which displays such handsome teeth and seems to say, "Don't trust me too far." Little Captain C. tells me a long story about how Colonel Steadman had come to him and asked if he believed it possible that Miss Morgan had put her life and happiness in the hands of a homeopathic physician; how he considered her fate sealed, and what a shame it was to trifle with such a sad affair, at my age, too, ruined for life. It was dreadful, too sad. Hereupon, as continuing the story, he remarks that being asked his opinion by the Colonel, he agreed perfectly, and thought with him it was an appalling sacrifice, and oh, all sorts of things. Anything, just to make me miserable and unhappy. Well, what is written will come to pass. First comes a doctor with a butchering apparatus, who cups and bleeds me unmercifully, says I'll walk 10 days after, and exit. Enter another. Croton oil and strychnine pills, that'll set me up in 2 weeks, and exit. Enter a third. Sounds my bones, and pinches them from my head to my heels. tells of the probability of a splinter of bone knocked off my left hip, the possibility of paralysis in the leg, the certainty of a seriously injured spine, and the necessity for the most violent counter irritants. Follow blisters, which sicken even disinterested people to look at, and a trifle of suffering which I come very near acknowledging to myself. Enter the fourth. "Inhuman butchery! Wonder they did not kill you! Take 3 drops a day out of this tiny bottle, and presto! In 2 weeks you are walking." A fifth, in the character of a friend, says, "My dear young lady, if you do, your case is hopeless." What wonder that I am puzzled? A wiser head would be confused. I want to believe it all, but how is it possible? What will be, will be. Bon! Here comes a note from Mr. Halsey. Ah ça! Lend him Zaidee? Certainly. Here is a postscript 3 times the length of the note. Voyons. Will Miss Sarah make the annotations he requested in Kate Coventry? He is anxious to have the lady's opinion on the questions of taste and propriety which so frequently occur in the book. I'll not attempt such a display, yet there are several passages I am dying to mark. One in particular, speaking of the peculiarities of men, of how they are always more at ease when they have their hands employed, drawing confidence and conversation from a paper knife and book to tumble, a pair of scissors and a thread to snip, or even from imbibing the head of a cane, I am anxious to call his attention to. If I dared add to the list, or a cord and a tassel to play with? This nervous Mr. Halsey is wearing out my pretty blue tassel that Frank admires so much. He says he can talk better when he dangles it. Think the hint might save it in the future. Friday night, January 23d. I am particularly happy to day, for we have just heard from Brother for the first time since last July; and he is well and happy, and wants us to come to him in New Orleans so he can take care of us, and no longer be so anxious for our safety. If we only could! To be sure, the letter is from a gentleman who is just out of the city, who says he writes at Brother's earnest request. Still, it is something to hear, even indirectly. $150 he encloses, with the request that mother will draw for any amount she wishes. Dear Brother, money is the least thing we need. First of all, we are dying for want of a home. If we could only see ours once more! During this time we have heard incidentally of Brother, of his having taken the oath of allegiance, which I am confident he did not do until Butler's October decree, of his being a prominent Union man, of his being a candidate for the Federal Congress and of his withdrawal, and finally of his having gone to New York and Washington, from which places he only returned a few weeks since. That is all we ever heard. A very few people have been insolent enough to say to me, "Your brother is as good a Yankee as any." My blood boils as I answer, "Let him be President Lincoln if he will, and I would love him the same." And so I would. Politics cannot come between me and my father's son. What he thinks is right, for him, though not for me. If he is for the Union, it is because he believes it to be in the right, and I honor him for acting from conviction rather than from dread of public opinion. If he were to take up the sword against us to morrow, Miriam and I at least would say, "If he thinks it is his duty, he is right. We will not forget he is our father's child." And we will not. From that sad day when the sun was setting for the first time on our father's grave, when the great, strong man sobbed in agony at the thought of what we had lost, and taking us both on his lap, put his arms around us and said, "Dear little sisters, don't cry. I will be father and brother too, now." He has been both. He respects our opinions; we shall respect his. I confess myself a rebel, body and soul. Confess! I glory in it, am proud of being one, and would not forego the title for any other earthly one. though none could regret the dismemberment of our old Union more than I did at the time, though I acknowledge that there never was a more unnecessary war than this in the beginning, yet once in earnest, from the secession of Louisiana I date my change of sentiment. I have never since then looked back. Forward, forward, is the cry; and as the Federal States sink each day in more appalling folly and disgrace, I grow prouder still of my own country, and rejoice that we can no longer be confounded with a nation which shows so little fortitude in calamity, so little magnanimity in its hour of triumph. Yes, I am glad we are two distinct tribes. I am proud of my country, only wish I could fight in the ranks with our brave soldiers to prove my enthusiasm; would think death, mutilation, glorious in such a cause; cry, "War to all eternity before we submit!" But if I can't fight, being unfortunately a woman, which I now regret for the first time in my life, at least I can help in other ways. What fingers can do in knitting and sewing for them, I have done with the most intense delight. What words of encouragement and praise could accomplish, I have tried on more than one bold soldier boy. And not altogether in vain. I have lost my home and all its dear contents for our Southern rights; have stood on its deserted hearthstone and looked at the ruin of all I loved, without a murmur, almost glad of the sacrifice if it would contribute its mite towards the salvation of the Confederacy. And so it did, indirectly; for the battle of Baton Rouge, which made the Yankees, drunk with rage, commit outrages in our homes that civilized Indians would blush to perpetrate, forced them to abandon the town as untenable, whereby we were enabled to fortify Port Hudson here, which now defies their strength. True, they have reoccupied our town; that Yankees live in our house; but if our generals said burn the whole concern, would I not put the torch to our home readily, though I love its bare skeleton still? Indeed I would, though I know what it is to be without one. Don't Lilly and mother live in a wretched cabin in vile Clinton, while strangers rest under our father's roof? Yankees, I owe you one for that. Well, I boast myself Rebel, sing Dixie, shout Southern rights, pray for God's blessing on our cause, without ceasing, and would not live in this country if by any possible calamity we should be conquered. I am only a woman, and that is the way I feel. Brother may differ. What then? Shall I respect, love him less? No! God bless him! Union or Secession, he is always my dear, dear brother, and tortures could not make me change my opinion. Friday, January 30th. A whole week has passed since I opened this book, a week certainly not spent in idleness, if not a very interesting one; for I have kept my room almost all the time, leaving Miriam and Anna to entertain their guests alone. Even when Mr. Halsey called on Sunday, I declined going down. Why, I wonder? I felt better than usual, was in a splendid humor for talking, yet my excuses took my place, and I lay quietly in bed, dreaming by the firelight, and singing hymns to myself. Once in a while the thought would occur to me, "Why don't I go down?" But it was always answered with a wry face, and the hymn went on. Yet I knew he had come expecting to see me. On the table near me stood a bunch of snowdrops that Miriam had culled for her beloved, Captain Bradford. An idea struck me so suddenly that my voice died instantly. The spirit of mischief had taken possession of me. Laughing to myself, I caught them up, drew 3 long, bright hairs from my head, they looked right goldy in the firelight, and tied them around the flowers. I thought I should never get to the end while wrapping them. Thus secured, a servant carried them into the parlor, with "Miss Sarah's compliments to Mr. Halsey." Poor Miriam's cry of surprise at finding her flowers thus appropriated reached my ears and caused me to laugh again. It was rather cool. But then it was better fun than going down; and then didn't it flatter his vanity? O men, you vain creatures! A woman would receive a whole bunch of hair and 40,000 bouquets without having her head turned; while you well, I heard enough from Miriam to amuse me, at all events. And a day or two after, Captain Bradford had a long story to tell her, what he called a good joke on Mr. Halsey, of how he had found him kissing 3 long bright hairs in rapture, and on asking where he got them, received as an answer, "From the God blessedest little angel that ever wore long hair." This blessedest little angel did not intend it as a souvenir, and is consequently annoyed about stories of 3 hairs, intended as a string and nothing more, being wrapped in tissue paper and treasured up, so goes the tale, instead of being thrown into the fire as I certainly expected. Last night Anna and Miriam sat on my bed at twilight, playing cards while I tried my guitar, when Captain C , Major Spratley, and Lieutenant Dupré were announced. Quick, down went the cards as they sprang to their feet to throw off their neat calicoes. Where was Miriam's comb, and grenadine, and collar and belt? Good gracious, where was her buckle? On the bureau, mantel, washstand, or under them? "Please move a moment, Anna." In such a hurry, do! There was Anna. "Wait! I'm in a hurry, too. Where is that pomatum? You, Malvina, if you don't help me, I'll There! Take that, miss! Now fly around!" Malvina, with a faint, dingy pink suddenly brought out on her pale sea green face, did fly around, while I, hushing my guitar in the tumult, watch each running over the other, in silent amazement, wondering if order can come out of such confusion, and if the people downstairs were worth all that trouble. When I finally made my appearance in the parlor, it was with the conviction that I would have a dreadfully stupid time, and Captain C too. However, though at first I had both, soon only the last was left me. Some one suggested calling the spirits, which game I had imagined played out long ago, and we derived a great deal of amusement from it. 6 of us around a small table invoked them with the usual ceremony. There was certainly no trick played; every finger was above the board, and all feet sufficiently far from the single leg to insure fair play. Every rap seemed to come exactly from the centre of the table, and was painfully distinct, though not loud. When asked if there was a writing medium present, it indicated Captain C . I observed that he seemed averse to trying it, but yielded at length, and took the pencil in his hand. Our first question, of course, was, how long before peace? 9 months was written. Which foreign nation would recognize us first? France, then England, in 8 months. Who was Miriam to marry? Captain of a battery. "Who?" we all shouted. "Captain C. E. Fenner" was written again. When? In 10 months. I believe Captain C , to be honest about it. He seemed to have no control over his hand, and his arm trembled until it became exceedingly painful. Of course I do not actually believe in spiritualism, but there is certainly something in it one cannot understand, and Mrs. Badger's experience is enough to convert one alone. Each was startled in turn by extraordinary revelations concerning themselves. Gibbes was to be transferred to the Trans Mississippi Department. George would come home, and all the gentlemen had the name and address of future sweethearts written in full. The question was asked, "Who will Sarah Morgan fall in love with?" Every eye was on the pencil as a capital H was traced. As the A followed, I confessed to a decided disgust at the spirits, and was about to beg it might be discontinued, when the rest followed rapidly, until in 3 separate lines appeared, "Has not seen him yet." Here came an exclamation of surprise from Lydia and Miriam, who knew how true it was, and even Gibbes looked astonished. Captain in Virginia. Captain Charles Lewis. A perfect buzz of comments followed. Every one asked every one else if they knew any one by that name, and every one said no. Gibbes was decidedly more interested than I. That odd "has not seen him yet," expressing so exactly the fact that I pride myself upon, carried conviction in the truth of spirits almost. "Who will she marry?" asked Gibbes. He has a pet belief, in which I encourage him, that I will never marry. Again came the name as distinctly as before of Captain Charles Lewis. "When will she marry him?" "In June, 1864," was the answer. I was to meet him in New Orleans. November followed, after a period. Of course the spirits produced some slight commotion which made the time pass pleasantly, until Miriam began to waltz with her Monsieur de Temps. Then Captain C told me why he had been unwilling to try it; of how his father believed so strongly in it that he had very nearly been made crazy by it; and how he had sworn to abandon the practice of consulting them, seeing the effect produced. He did not believe in spirits himself, but could not account for the influence he was under when he saw his hand involuntarily write things he was totally unconscious of himself. However, he proposed that we two should have a private consultation with them, which I opened by asking when I should again see my home. I know he did not know anything about it, but on the paper appeared, "5 months have gone, 5 months more." It is just 5 months since I did see home. I think it was the 26th of August that Charlie took me there. He asked if he should ever marry. "Never. You will be jilted by the lady you love in Missouri, Miss Christina P." I pointed it out to him, as he happened to be looking at me when it was written. It surprised him into saying, "Why, I'm engaged to her." I asked whose spirit was communicating with us. He was watching the dance when his hand wrote, "John C." I laughed and asked if there was such a person, pointing to the name. He looked actually sick as he said, "Yes, my brother. He is dead." I had not the heart to talk of spirits again, so we took to writing poetry together, every alternate line falling to my lot. It made an odd jingle, the sentimental first line being turned to broad farce by my absurd second one. End of Book 4, Part 1. Book 4, Part 2 of A Confederate Girl's Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Confederate Girl's Diary by Sarah Morgan Dawson. Book 4, Part 2, February 5th to March 14th, 1863. February 5th, Thursday night. A letter from Lavinia has come to me all the way from California. How happy it made me, though written so long ago! Only the 30th of June. Lavinia has changed, changed. There is a sad, worn out tone in every line. It sounds old, as though she had lived years and years ago, and was writing as though she were dead and buried long since. Lavinia, whose letters used to keep me in sunshine for weeks at a time! Well, no wonder she is sad, all these dreary years from home, with so faint a hope of ever again seeing it; and all these sorrows and troubles that have befallen us, combined, are not calculated to make her happy. But I wish she had kept her cheerful heart. Well, perhaps it is easier for us to be cheerful and happy, knowing the full extent of our calamities, than it is for her, knowing so little and having just cause to fear so much. Courage! Better days are coming. And then I'll have many a funny tale to tell her of the days when the Yankees kept us on the qui vive, or made us run for our lives. It will tell merrily, be almost as lively as those running days were. One of my chief regrets over my helplessness is that I will not be able to run in the next stampede. I used to enjoy it. Oh, the days gone by, the dreary days, when, cut off from our own people and surrounded by Yankees, we used to catch up any crumb of news favorable to our side that was smuggled into town, and the Brunots and I would write each other little dispatches of consolation and send them by little negroes. Those were dismal days; yet how my spirits would rise when the long roll would beat and we would prepare for flight! Monday, February 9th, 1863. Night. A letter from my dear little Jimmy! How glad I am, words could not express. This is the first since he arrived in England, and now we know what has become of him at last. While awaiting the completion of the ironclad gunboat to which he has been appointed, like a trump he has put himself to school, and studies hard, which is evident from the great improvement he already exhibits in his letter. My delight at hearing from Jimmy is overcast by the bad news Lilly sends of mother's health. I have been unhappy about her for a long while; her health has been wretched for 3 months; so bad that during all my long illness she has never been with me after the 3rd day. I was never separated from mother for so long before, and I am homesick and heartsick about her. Only 20 miles apart, and she with a shocking bone felon in her hand and that dreadful cough, unable to come to me, whilst I am lying helpless here, as unable to get to her. I feel right desperate about it. This evening Lilly writes of her having chills and fevers, and looking very, very badly. So Miriam started off instantly to see her. My poor mother! She will die if she stays in Clinton, I know she will. Wednesday, February 18th. Gibbes has gone back to his regiment. I can't say how dreary I felt when he came to tell me good bye. I did not mean to cry; but how could I help it when he put his arms around me? Sunday, February 22nd, 1863. Mother has come to me. Oh, how glad I was to see her this morning! And the Georgia project, which I dared not speak of for fear it should be mere talk and nothing more, is a reality. Yes, we are actually going! I can hardly believe that such good fortune as getting out of that wretched Clinton really awaits us. Perhaps I shall not like Augusta, either. A stranger in a strange city is not usually enchanted with everything one beholds. But still, a change of scene, a new country, new people, it is worth while. Shall we really go? Will some page in this book actually record Augusta, Georgia? No, I dare not believe it; yet the mere thought has given me strength within the last 2 weeks to attempt to walk. Learning to walk at my age! Is it not amusing? But the smallest baby knows more about it than I did at first. Of course I knew one foot was to be put before the other; but the question was, how it was to be done when they would not go. I have conquered that difficulty, however, and can now walk almost 2 yards, if some one holds me fast. Sunset. Will Pinckney has this instant left. Ever since dinner he has been vehemently opposing the Georgia move, insisting that it will cost me my life by rendering me a confirmed cripple. He says he could take care of me, but no one else can, so I must not be moved. I am afraid his arguments have about shaken mother's resolution. Pshaw! It will do me good. I must go. It will not do to remain here. 27,000 Yankees are preparing to march on Port Hudson, and this place will certainly be either occupied by them or burned. To go to Clinton is to throw myself in their hands; so why not one grand move to Augusta? Monday, February 23d. Here goes! News has been received that the Yankees are already packed, ready to march against us at any hour. If I was up and well, how my heart would swell with exultation! As it is, it throbs so with excitement that I can scarcely lie still. Hope amounts almost to presumption at Port Hudson. They are confident that our 15,000 can repulse twice the number. Great God! I say it with all reverence, if we could defeat them! If we could scatter, capture, annihilate them! My heart beats but one prayer, victory! I shall grow wild repeating it. In the meantime, though, Linwood is in danger. This dear place, my second home, its loved inhabitants, think of their being in such peril! Oh, I shall cry heartily if harm comes to them; but I must leave before. No use of leaving my bones for the Yankees to pick. Better sing Dixie in Georgia. To morrow, consequently, I go to that earthly paradise, Clinton, thence to be reshipped (so goes the present programme) to Augusta in 3 days. And no time for adieux! Wonder who will be surprised, who vexed, and who will cry over the unforeseen separation? Not a single good bye, nothing, except an old brass button that Mr. Halsey gave me as a souvenir in case he should be killed in the coming assault. It is too bad. Ah, Destiny, Destiny, where do you take us? During these 2 trying years, I have learned to feel myself a mere puppet in the hands of a something that takes me here to day, to morrow there, always unexpectedly, and generally very unwillingly, but at last leads me somewhere or other, right side up with care, after 1,000 troubles and distresses. The hand of Destiny is on me now. Where will it lead me? Tuesday, February 24th. Meeting Miriam by mere accident on the road last evening, and hearing of our surprising journey to Georgia, Mr. Halsey came to spend a last evening with us and say good bye. What a deluge of regrets, hopes, fears, etc.! Perfectly overwhelming! Why had I not told him of it the night before? All our friends would be so disappointed at not having an opportunity of saying good bye. If the Yankees would only postpone their attack so he might accompany us! But no matter, he would come on in 2 months and meet us there. And would we not write to him? Thank you, Miriam may, but I shall hardly do so. We had such a pleasant evening together, talking over our trip. Then we had a dozen songs on the guitar, gay, sad, and sentimental. Then he gave me a sprig of jessamine as a keepsake, and I ripped open my celebrated running bag to get a real, for true, silver 5 cents, a perfect curiosity in these days, which I gave him in exchange, and which he promised to wear on his watch chain. He and Miriam amused themselves examining the contents of my sack and laughing at my treasures, the wretches. Then came good bye. I think he was sorry to see us go. Well, he ought to miss us. Ah, these farewells! To day I bid adieu to Linwood. It may be for years, and it may be forever. This good bye will cost me a sigh. Wednesday, February 25th. Here we are still, in spite of our expectations. Difficulty on difficulty arose, and an hour before the cars came, it was settled that mother should go to Clinton and make the necessary arrangements, and leave us to follow in a day or two. 2 days more! Miriam no more objected than I did, so mother went alone. Poor Miriam went to bed soon after, very ill; so ill that she lay groaning in bed at dusk, when a stir was heard in the hall below, and Colonel Steadman, Major Spratley, and Mr. Dupré were announced. Presto! Up she sprang, and flew about in the most frantic style, emptying the trunk on the floor to get her prettiest dress, and acting as though she had never heard of pains and groans. When we leave, how much I shall miss the fun of seeing her and Anna running over each other in their excitement of dressing for their favorites. Anna's first exclamation was, "Ain't you glad she didn't go?" And certainly we were not sorry, from mere compassion, for what would she have done with all 3? If I laughed at their extra touches to their dresses, it did not prevent me from bestowing unusual attention on my own. And by way of bravado, when I was carried down, I insisted on Mrs. Badger lending me her arm to let me walk into the parlor, and prove to Colonel Steadman that in spite of his prophecies, I was able to take a few steps at least. His last words, "You won't go, will you? Think once more," sent me upstairs wondering, thinking, undecided and unsatisfied, hardly knowing what to do or what to say. Every time I tried to sleep, those calm, deep, honest gray eyes started up before my closed ones, and that earnest, "You won't go, will you? Think once more," rang in my ears like a solemn warning. hopes of seeing Georgia grew rather faint that night. Is it lawful to risk my life? But is it not better to lose it while believing that I have still a chance of saving it by going, than to await certain death calmly and unresisting in Clinton? I'd rather die struggling for this life, this beautiful, loved, blessed life that God has given me. March 10th, Tuesday. I had so many nice things to say, which now, alas, are knocked forever from my head, when news came that the Yankees were advancing on us, and were already within 15 miles. The panic which followed reminded me forcibly of our running days in Baton Rouge. Each one rapidly threw into trunks all clothing worth saving, with silver and valuables, to send to the upper plantation. I sprang up, determined to leave instantly for Clinton, so mother would not be alarmed for our safety; but before I got halfway dressed, Helen Carter came in, and insisted on my remaining, declaring that my sickness and inability to move would prove a protection to the house, and save it from being burned over their heads. Put on that plea, though I have no faith in melting the bowels of compassion of a Yankee myself, I consented to remain, as Miriam urgently represented the dangers awaiting Clinton. So she tossed all we owned into our trunk to send to mother as hostage of our return, and it is now awaiting the cars. My earthly possessions are all reposing by me on the bed at this instant, consisting of my guitar, a change of clothes, running bag, cabas, and this book. For in spite of their entreaties, I would not send it to Clinton, expecting those already there to meet with a fiery death, though I would like to preserve those of the most exciting year of my life. They tell me that this will be read aloud to me to torment me, but I am determined to burn it if there is any danger of that. Why, I would die without some means of expressing my feelings in the stirring hours so rapidly approaching. I shall keep it by me. Such bustle and confusion! Every one hurried, anxious, excited, whispering, packing trunks, sending them off; wondering negroes looking on in amazement until ordered to mount the carts waiting at the door, which are to carry them too away. How disappointed the Yankees will be at finding only white girls instead of their dear sisters and brothers whom they love so tenderly! Sorry for their disappointment. They say they are advancing in overwhelming numbers. That is nothing so long as God helps us, and from our very souls we pray His blessing on us in this our hour of need. For myself, I cannot yet fully believe they are coming. It would be a relief to have it over. I have taken the responsibility of Lydia's jewelry on my shoulders, and hope to be able to save it in the rush which will take place. Down at the cars, Miriam met Frank Enders, going to Clinton in charge of a car full of Yankees, deserters who came into our lines. He thinks, just as I do, that our trunks are safer here than there. Now that they are all off, we all agree that it was the most foolish thing we could have done. These Yankees interfere with all our arrangements. I am almost ashamed to confess what an absurdly selfish thought occurred to me a while ago. I was lamenting to myself all the troubles that surround us, the dangers and difficulties that perplex us, thinking of the probable fate that might befall some of our brave friends and defenders in Port Hudson, when I thought, too, of the fun we would miss. Horrid, was it not? But worse than that, I was longing for something to read, when I remembered Frank told me he had sent to Alexandria for Bulwer's "Strange Story" for me, and then I unconsciously said, "How I wish it would get here before the Yankees!" I am very anxious to read it, but confess I am ashamed of having thought of it at such a crisis. So I toss up the farthing Frank gave me for a keepsake the other day, and say I'll try in future to think less of my own comfort and pleasure. Poor Mr. Halsey! What a sad fate the pets he procures for me meet! He stopped here just now, on his way somewhere, and sent me a curious bundle with a strange story by Miriam. It seems he got a little flying squirrel for me to play with, must know my partiality for pets, and last night, while attempting to tame him, the little creature bit his finger, whereupon he naturally let him fall on the ground. Temper! Which put a period to his existence. He had the nerve to skin him after the foul murder, and sent all that remains of him out to me to prove his original intention. The softest, longest, prettiest fur, and such a duck of a tail! Poor little animal couldn't have been larger than my fist. Wonder if its spirit will meet with that of the little bird which flew heavenward with all that pink ribbon and my letter from Mr. Halsey. Saturday, March 14th, 5:00 P.M. They are coming! The Yankees are coming at last! For 4 or 5 hours the sound of their cannon has assailed our ears. There! That one shook my bed. Oh, they are coming! God grant us the victory! They are now within 4 miles of us on the big road to Baton Rouge. On the road from town to Clinton we have been fighting since daylight at Red Bridge, and have been repulsed. 15 gunboats have passed Vicksburg, they say. It will be an awful fight. No matter, with God's help we'll conquer yet. Again! The report comes nearer. Oh, they are coming! Coming to defeat, I pray God. Only we 7 women remain in the house. The General left this morning, to our unspeakable relief. They would hang him, we fear, if they should find him here. Mass' Jean has gone to his company. We are left alone here, to meet them. If they will burn the house, they will have to burn me in it, for I cannot walk, and I know they shall not carry me. I'm resigned. If I should burn, I have friends and brothers enough to avenge me. Create such a consternation! Better than being thrown from a buggy; only I'd not survive to hear of it. Letter from Lilly to day has distressed me beyond measure. Starvation which threatened them seems actually at their door. With more money than they could use in ordinary times, they can find nothing to purchase; not a scrap of meat in the house for a week; no pork, no potatoes; fresh meat obtained once as a favor, and poultry and flour articles unheard of. Besides that, Tiche crippled, and Margret very ill, while Liddy has run off to the Yankees. Heaven only knows what will become of them. The other day we were getting ready to go to them, Thursday, when the General disapproved of my running such a risk, saying he'd call it a d piece of nonsense if I asked what he thought. So we remained. They will certainly starve soon enough without our help, and yet I feel we should all be together still. That last superfluous word is the refrain of Gibbes's song that is ringing in my ears, and that I am chanting in a kind of ecstasy of excitement. Then let the cannon boom as it will, we'll be gay and happy still. And we will be happy in spite of Yankee guns. Only, my dear This, That, and the Other at Port Hudson, how I pray for your safety! God spare our brave soldiers, and lead them to victory. I write, touch my guitar, talk, pick lint, and pray so rapidly that it is hard to say which is my occupation. I sent Frank some lint the other day, and a bundle of it for Mr. Halsey is by me. Hope neither will need it. But to my work again. 1:30 A.M. It has come at last! What an awful sound! I thought I had heard a bombardment before, but Baton Rouge was child's play compared to this. At 11:30 came the first gun, at least the first I heard, and I hardly think it could have commenced many moments before. Instantly I had my hand on Miriam, and at my first exclamation, Mrs. Badger and Anna answered. All 3 sprang to their feet to dress, while all 4 of us prayed aloud. Such an incessant roar! And at every report the house shaking so, and we thinking of our dear soldiers, the dead and dying, and crying aloud for God's blessing on them, and defeat and overthrow to their enemies. That dreadful roar! I can't think fast enough. They are too quick to be counted. We have all been in Mrs. Carter's room, from the last window of which we can see the incessant flash of the guns, and the great shooting stars of flame, which must be the hot shot of the enemy. There is a burning house in the distance, the second one we have seen to night; for Yankees can't prosper unless they are pillaging honest people. Already they have stripped all on their road of cattle, mules, and negroes. Gathered in a knot within and without the window, we 6 women up here watched in the faint starlight the flashes from the guns, and silently wondered which of our friends were lying stiff and dead. and then, shuddering at the thought, betook ourselves to silent prayer. I think we know what it is to wrestle with God in prayer. We had but one thought. Yet for women we took it almost too coolly. No tears, no cries, no fear, though for the first 5 minutes everybody's teeth chattered violently. Mrs. Carter had her husband in Fenner's battery, the hottest place if they are attacked by the land force, and yet to my unspeakable relief she betrayed no more emotion than we who had only friends there. We know absolutely nothing. When does one ever know anything in the country? But we presume that this is an engagement between our batteries and the gunboats attempting to run the blockade. Firing has slackened considerably. All are to lie down already dressed, but being in my nightgown from necessity, I shall go to sleep, though we may expect at any instant to hear the tramp of Yankee cavalry in the yard. End of Book 4, Part 2. Book 4, Part 3 of A Confederate Girl's Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Confederate Girl's Diary by Sarah Morgan Dawson. Book 4, Part 3, March 15th to April 12th, 1863. Sunday, March 15th. To my unspeakable surprise, I waked up this morning and found myself alive. Once satisfied of that, and assuring myself of intense silence, in the place of the great guns which rocked me to sleep about 2:30 this morning, I began to doubt that I had heard any disturbance in the night, and to believe I had written a dream within a dream, and that no bombardment had occurred. But all corroborate my statement, so it must be true, and this portentous silence is only the calm before the storm. I am half afraid the land force won't attack. We can beat them if they do, but suppose they lay siege to Port Hudson and starve us out. That is the only way they can conquer. We hear nothing still that is reliable. Just before daylight there was a terrific explosion which electrified every one save myself. I was sleeping so soundly that I did not hear anything of it, though Mrs. Badger says that when she sprang up and called me, I talked very rationally about it and asked what it could possibly be. Thought that I had ceased talking in my sleep. Miriam was quite eloquent in her dreams before the attack, crying aloud, "See! See! What do I behold?" as though she were witnessing a rehearsal of the scene to follow. Later. Dr. Kennedy has just passed through, and was within the fortifications last night. Brings news which is perhaps reliable, as it was obtained from Gardiner. It was, as we presumed, the batteries and gunboats. One we sank, another, the Mississippi, we disabled so that the Yankees had to abandon and set fire to her, 39 prisoners falling into our hands. It was her magazine that exploded this morning. 2 other boats succeeded in passing, though badly crippled. Our batteries fired gallantly. Hurrah for Colonel Steadman! I know his was by no means the least efficient. Clinton, they say, will inevitably be sacked. Alas for mother and Lilly! What can we do? The whole country is at the mercy of the Yankees as long as Gardiner keeps within the fortifications. 6 miles below here they entered Mr. Newport's, pulled the pillow cases from the beds, stuffed them with his clothes, and helped themselves generally. What can we expect here? To tell the truth, I should be disappointed if they did not even look in at us on their marauding expedition. March 17th. On dit the Yankees have gone back to Baton Rouge, hearing we had 60,000 men coming down after them. I believe I am positively disappointed. I did want to see them soundly thrashed. The light we thought was another burning house was that of the Mississippi. They say the shrieks of the men when our hot shells fell among them, and after they were left by their companions to burn, were perfectly appalling. Another letter from Lilly has distressed me beyond measure. She says the one chicken and 2 dozen eggs Miriam and I succeeded in buying from the negroes by prayers and entreaties saved them from actual hunger; and for 2 days they had been living on 1 egg apiece, and some corn bread and syrup. Great heavens! Has it come to this? Nothing to be bought in that abominable place for love or money. Where the next meal comes from, nobody knows. Wednesday, March 25th. Early last evening the tremendous clatter of a sword, that made such unnecessary noise that one might imagine the owner thereof had betaken himself to the favorite pastime of his childhood, and was prancing in on his murderous weapon, having mistaken it for his war steed, announced the arrival of Captain Bradford, who with 2 friends came to say adieu. Those vile Yankees have been threatening Ponchatoula, and his battery, with a regiment of infantry, was on its way there to drive them back. The Captain sent me word of the distressing departure, with many assurances that he would take care of "my John." Scarcely had he departed, when lo! John arrives, and speaks for himself. Yes, he is going. Only a moment to say good bye; sunset approaches. Well! he must say good bye now. Chorus of young ladies: "Oh, you will not spend the evening with us? You can easily overtake the battery later." Chorus of married ladies: "You must not think of going. Here is a comfortable room at your service, and after an early breakfast you can be on the road as soon as the others." No necessity for prayers; he readily consents. And yet as the evening wore on, when we laughed loudest, I could not help but think of poor little Mrs. McPhaul, sitting alone and crying over her brother's departure, fancying his precious bones lying on the damp ground with only the soldier's roof, the blue vault of heaven, above, while 2 miles away he sat in a comfortable parlor amusing himself. About sunrise, while the most delightful dreams floated through my brain, a little voice roused me, exclaiming, "Sady! Sady! John Hawsey, say so! Say give Sady!" I opened my eyes to see little Gibbes standing by me, trying to lay some flowers on my cheek, his little face sparkling with delight at his own importance. A half opened rosebud with the faintest blush of pink on its creamy leaves, a pink and a piece of arbor vitae, all sprinkled with dew, this was my bouquet. The servant explained that Mr. Halsey had just left, and had sent me that with his last good bye. And he has gone. And now there's nothing left but weeping, his face I ne'er shall see, and naught is left me save putting away my book and all recollections of nonsense. So here goes. Tuesday, March 31st. To be or not to be, that's the question; whether 'tis nobler in the Confederacy to suffer the pangs of unappeasable hunger and never ending trouble, or to take passage to a Yankee port, and there remaining, end them. Which is best? I am so near daft that I cannot pretend to say; I only know that I shudder at the thought of going to New Orleans, and that my heart fails me when I think of the probable consequence to mother if I allow a mere outward sign of patriotism to overbalance what should be my first consideration, her health. For Clinton is growing no better rapidly; to be hungry is there an every day occurrence. For 10 days, mother writes, they have lived off just hominy enough to keep their bodies and souls from parting, without being able to procure another article, not even a potato. Mother is not in a condition to stand such privation; day by day she grows weaker on her new regimen. I am satisfied that 2 months more of danger, difficulties, perplexities, and starvation will lay her in her grave. The latter alone is enough to put a speedy end to her days. Lilly has been obliged to put her children to bed to make them forget they were supperless, and when she followed their example could not sleep herself for very hunger. We have tried in vain to find another home in the Confederacy. After 3 days spent searching in Augusta, Gibbes wrote that it was impossible to find a vacant room for us, as the city was already crowded with refugees. A kind Providence must have destined that disappointment in order to save my life, if there is any reason for Colonel Steadman's fears. We next wrote to Mobile, Brandon, and even that horrid little Liberty, besides making inquiries of every one we met, while Charlie too was endeavoring to find a place, and everywhere received the same answer, not a vacant room, and provisions hardly to be obtained at all. The question has now resolved itself to whether we shall see mother die for want of food in Clinton, or by sacrificing an outward show of patriotism the inward sentiment cannot be changed go with her to New Orleans, as Brother begs in the few letters he contrives to smuggle through. It looks simple enough. Ought not mother's life to be our first consideration? Undoubtedly. But suppose we could preserve her life and our free sentiments at the same time? If we could only find a resting place in the Confederacy! This, though, is impossible. But to go to New Orleans, to cease singing "Dixie," to be obliged to keep your sentiments to yourself, for I would not wound Brother by any ultra Secession speech, and such could do me no good and only injure him, if he is as friendly with the Federals as they say he is, to listen to the scurrilous abuse heaped on those fighting for our homes and liberties, among them my 3 brothers, could I endure it? I fear not. Even if I did not go crazy, I would grow so restless, homesick, and miserable that I would pray for even Clinton again. Oh, I don't want to go! If mother would only go alone, and leave us with Lilly! But she is as anxious to obtain Dr. Stone's advice for me as we are to secure her a comfortable home. And I won't go anywhere without Miriam, so we must all go together. Yet there is no disguising the fact that such a move will place us in a very doubtful position to both friends and enemies. However, all our friends here warmly advocate the move, and Will Pinckney and Frank both promised to knock down any one who shrugged their shoulders and said anything about it. But what would the boys say? The fear of displeasing them is my chief distress. George writes in the greatest distress about my prolonged illness, and his alarm about my condition. Of one thing I am sure he writes, and that is that she deserves to recover, for a better little sister never lived. God bless him! My eyes grew right moist over those few words. Loving words bring tears to them sooner than angry ones. Would he object to such a step when he knows that the very medicines necessary for my recovery are not to be procured in the whole country? Would he rather have mother dead and me a cripple in the Confederacy than both well out of it? I feel that if we go we are wrong, but I am satisfied that it is worse to stay. It is a distressing dilemma to be placed in, as we are certain to be blamed whichever course we pursue. But I don't want to go to New Orleans. Before I had time to lay down my pen this evening, General Gardiner and Major Wilson were announced, and I had to perform a hasty toilette before being presentable. The first remark of the General was that my face recalled many pleasant recollections; that he had known my family very well, but that time was probably beyond my recollection. And he went on talking about father and Lavinia, until I felt quite comfortable with this utter stranger. I would prefer his speaking of our recent success at Port Hudson to my, for we each, man, woman, and child, feel that we share the glory of sinking the gunboats and sending Banks back to Baton Rouge without venturing on an attack; and it seemed odd to hear any one assume the responsibility of the whole affair and say "my success" so unconsciously. But this may be the privilege of generals. I am no judge, as this is the first Confederate general I have had the pleasure of seeing. Wish it had been old Stonewall. I grow enthusiastic every time I think of the dear old fellow. I am indebted to General Gardner for a great piece of kindness, though. I was telling him of how many enemies he had made among the ladies by his strict regulations that now rendered it almost impossible for the gentlemen to obtain permission to call on them, when he told me that if I would signify to my friends to mention when they applied that their visit was to be here, and not elsewhere, that he would answer for their having a pass whenever they called for one. Merci du compliment, mais c'est trop tard, monsieur. Tuesday, April 7th. I believe that it is for true that we are to leave for New Orleans via Clinton and Ponchatoula this evening. Clinton at least I am sure of. Lilly came down for me yesterday, and according to the present programme, though I will not answer for it in an hour from now, we leave Linwood this evening, and Clinton on Thursday. I am almost indifferent about our destination. My chief anxiety is to have some definite plans decided on, which seems perfectly impossible from the number of times they are changed a day. The uncertainty is really affecting my spine and causing me to grow alarmingly thin. Wednesday, Clinton, April 8th, 1863. Our last adieux are said, and Linwood is left behind. It may be for years, and it may be forever. My last hours were spent lying on the sofa on the gallery, with Lydia at my feet, Helen Carter sitting on the floor at my side, while all the rest were gathered around me as I played for the last time the centre of attraction. I grew almost lachrymose as I bid adieu to the bed where I have spent so many months, as they carried me downstairs. Wonder if it will not miss me? It must have been at least 5 before the cars returned. Mrs. Carter grew quite pathetic as they approached, while poor little Lydia, with streaming eyes and choking sobs, clung first to Miriam and then to me, as though we parted to meet only in eternity. All except her mother started in a run for the big gate, while I was carried to the buggy through the group of servants gathered to say good bye, when the General drove me off rapidly. What a delightful sensation is motion after 5 months' inaction! The last time I was in a vehicle was the night General Beale's ambulance brought me to Linwood a helpless bundle, last November. It seemed to me yesterday that I could again feel the kind gentleman's arm supporting me, and his wondering, sympathetic tone as he repeated every half mile, "Really, Miss Morgan, you are very patient and uncomplaining." Good, kind President Miller, as though all the trouble was not his just then. But stopping at the gate roused me from my short reverie, and I opened my eyes to find myself stationary and in full view of a train of cars loaded with soldiers, literally covered with them, for they covered the roof as well as filled the interior, while half a dozen open cars held them, seated one above the other in miniature pyramids, and even the engine was graced by their presence. Abashed with finding myself confronted with so many people, my sensation became decidedly alarming as a dozen rude voices cried out, "Go on! We won't stop!" and a chorus of the opposition cried, "Yes, we will!" "No!" "Yes!" they cried in turn, and as the General stood me on the ground (I would have walked if it had been my last attempt in life), I paused irresolute, not knowing whether to advance or retreat before the storm. I must say they are the only rude soldiers I have yet seen in Confederate uniforms. But as I walked slowly, clinging to the General's arm, half from fear and half from weakness, they ceased the unnecessary dispute, and remained so quiet that I was more frightened still, and actually forgot to say good bye to Mrs. Carter and Mrs. Worley as they stood by the road. How both the General and I escaped being hurt as he raised me on the platform, every one is at a loss to account for. I experienced only what may be called slight pain, in comparison to what I have felt, but really fear that the exertion has disabled him for to day. It must have been very severe. Some officers led me to my seat, Lilly, Miriam, and Anna got in, the General kissed us heartily with damp eyes and kind wishes, the cars gave a whistle, and I put my head out of the window to see Mrs. Carter industriously applying white cambric to her face, which occupation she relinquished to call out last good bys. Another whistle and a jerk, and we were off, leaving her and Mrs. Worley, surrounded by children and servants, using their handkerchiefs to wipe tears and wave farewell, while the General waved his hat for good bye. Then green hedges rapidly changing took their place, and Linwood was out of sight before we had ceased saying and thinking, "God bless the kind hearts we had left behind. Can I ever forget the kindness we have met among them?" To see green trees and wild flowers once more after such an illness is a pleasure that only those long deprived of such beauties by a similar misfortune can fully appreciate. It was a relief to discover that what I had thought shocking rudeness in the soldiers had not been reserved for me alone. Every time we stopped, the same cry of "No waiting for slow people" was raised, varied by constant expostulations with the engine for drinking ponds dry, and mild suggestions as to taking the road the other side of the fence, which would no doubt prove smoother than the track. These Arkansas troops have acquired a reputation for roughness and ignorance which they seem to cultivate as assiduously as most people would their virtues. But rudeness does not affect their fighting qualities. Madisonville, Sunday, April 12th, 1863. We arrived here about 5 last evening, and strange to say, the journey, fatiguing as it was, has not altogether disabled me. But I must go back to Clinton to account for this new change. It would never do to take more than 100 miles at a single jump without speaking of the incidents by the way. Numerous and pleasant as they were, some way they have unaccountably paled, and things that seemed so extremely amusing and afforded me so much pleasure during these 4 days, now seem to be absurd trifles half forgotten. I now remember lying in state on Lilly's bed Wednesday, talking to Mrs. Badger, who had been several days in town, Anna, Sarah Ripley, and the others, when Frank suddenly bolted in, just from Port Hudson, to say another good bye, though I told him good bye at Linwood Sunday. Presently the General entered, just from Linwood to see us off; then Mr. Marston and his daughter, Mr. Nephus, all as kind as possible, until a perfect levee was assembled, which I, lying all dressed with a shawl thrown over me, enjoyed all the more, as I could take my ease and have my fun at the same time. Frank, sitting by my pillow, talked dolorously of how much he would miss us, and threatened to be taken prisoner before long in order to see us again. When we were finally left alone, I fancy there was very little sleep in the house. As to me, I lay by Lilly wide awake, thinking how lonely she would be without us, and perfectly désolée at the idea of leaving the Confederacy, the dear gray coats included. So when it was almost sunrise, there was no necessity of rousing me to dress, as I was only too glad to leave my sleepless bed. Before I got dressed, Anna, her mother, and Sarah Ripley came in again, then Miss Comstock, and just as I had put the last touch to my dress, the gentleman of the night before entered, and we had almost an hour and a half's respite before the carriage, less punctual than we, drove to the door. The General picked me up in his arms and carried me once more to the carriage; then the servants had to say good bye; then Lilly, very quiet, very red, and dissolved in tears, clung to me almost without a word, hardly able to speak, whilst I, distressed and grieved as I was, had not a tear in my eyes, nothing but a great lump in my throat that I tried to choke down in order to talk to Frank, who stood at the window by me, after she left. How the distance lengthens between us! I raise up from my pillows and find myself at Camp Moore at 4 o'clock. 40 miles are passed over. Good bye, Frank." From Camp Moore we had to go 3 miles back to find Captain Gilman's house, where we were expected. The gentleman is a friend of Gibbes, though I had never seen any of them before. Such a delightful place, with everything looking so new and cool, and such a hospitable hostess that I thought everything charming in spite of my fatigue. I had hardly a moment to look around, for immediately we were shown to our rooms, and in a very few minutes Miriam had me undressed and in bed, the most delightful spot in the world to me just then. While congratulating myself on having escaped death on the roadside, I opened my eyes to behold a tray brought to my bedside with a variety of refreshments. Coffee, bread, loaf sugar, preserves! I opened my mouth to make an exclamation at the singular optical illusion, but wisely forbore speaking, and shut it with some of the unheard of delicacies instead. Early the next morning the same routine was gone through as Thursday morning. Again the carriage drove to the door, and we were whisked off to Camp Moore, where the engine stood snorting with impatience to hurry us off to Ponchatoula. Soon we were steaming down the track, I reclining on my pillows in an interesting state of invalidism, sadly abashed now and then at the courteous, wondering gaze of the soldiers who were aboard. Having very little idea of the geography of that part of the country, and knowing we were to take a carriage from some point this side of Ponchatoula, fancying how surprised Mr. Halsey would be to hear we had passed him on the way, I took a card from my traveling case, and wrote a few words for good bye, as we could not see him again. I sealed it up, and put it in my pocket to send to the first post office we passed. About 12 o'clock we stopped at Hammond, which was our place to disembark. Mother sent out to hire a negro to carry me off the platform, and while waiting in great perplexity, a young officer, who had just seated himself before me, got up and asked if he could assist her, seizing an armful of cloaks as he spoke. I got up and walked to the door to appear independent and make believe I was not the one, when mother begged him not to trouble himself; she wanted a man to assist her daughter who was sick. Calling a friend, the gentleman kindly loaded him with the cloaks, etc., while he hurried out after me. I was looking ruefully at the impracticable step which separated me from the platform. The question of how I was to carry out my independent notions began to perplex me. "Allow me to assist you," said a voice at my elbow. I turned and beheld the handsome officer. "Thank you. I think I can get down alone." "Pray allow me to lift you over this place." "Much obliged, but your arm will suffice." "Sarah, let the gentleman carry you. You know you cannot walk," said my very improper mother. I respectfully declined the renewed offer. "Don't pay any attention to her. Pick her up just as you would a child," said my incorrigible mother. The gentleman turned very red, while Miriam asserts I turned extremely white. The next thing I knew, by passing his arm around my waist, or taking me by my arms I was so frightened that I have but a confused idea of it I was lifted over the intervening gulf and landed on the platform. Hammond boasts of 4 houses. One, a shoe manufactory, stood about 20 or 30 yards off, and there the gentleman proposed to conduct me. Again he insisted on carrying me, and resolutely refusing, I pronounced myself fully equal to the walk, and accepting his proffered arm, walked off with dignity and self possession. He must have fancied that the injury was in my hand, for holding my arm so that my entire weight must have been thrown on him, not satisfied with that support, with his other hand he held mine so respectfully and so carefully that I could not but smile as it struck me, which, by the way, was not until I reached the house. Discovering that he belonged to Colonel Simonton's command, I asked him to take Mr. Halsey the note I had written an hour before. He pronounced himself delighted to be of the slightest service, and seeing that we were strangers, traveling unprotected, asked if we had secured a conveyance to take us beyond. We told him no. He modestly suggested that some gentleman might attend to it for us. He would be happy to do anything in his power. I thought again of Mr. Halsey, and said if he would mention we were in Hammond, he would be kind enough to see to it for us. "May I ask your name?" he asked, evidently surprised to find himself asking a question he was dying to know. I gave him my card, whereupon mother asked his name, which he told us was Howard. We had been talking for some 10 minutes, when feeling rather uncomfortable at being obliged to look up at such a tall man from my low seat, to relieve my neck as well as to shade my face from any further scrutiny, I put down my head while I was still speaking. Instantly, so quietly, naturally, and unobtrusively did he stoop down by me, on one knee so that his face was in full view of mine, that the action did not seem to me either singular or impertinent. In fact, I did not think of it until mother spoke of it after he left. After a few minutes it must have struck him, for he got up and made his parting bow, departing, as I afterwards heard, to question Tiche as to how I had been hurt, and declaring that it was a dreadful calamity to happen to so lovely a young lady. End of Book 4, Part 3. Book 4, Part 4 of A Confederate Girl's Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Confederate Girl's Diary by Sarah Morgan Dawson. Book 4, Part 4, April 13th to April 16th, 1863. Monday, April 13th. Having nothing to do, I may as well go on with the history of our wanderings. When the cars were moving off with the handsome Mr. Howard, mother turned to a gentleman who seemed to own the place, and asked to be shown the hotel. He went out, and presently returning with a chair and 2 negroes, quietly said he would take us to his own house. The hotel was not comfortable; and without listening to remonstrances, led the way to a beautiful little cottage, where he introduced his wife, Mrs. Kate, who received us most charmingly, and had me in bed before 5 minutes had elapsed. I don't know how any one can believe the whole world so wicked. For my part, I have met none but the kindest people imaginable. I don't know any wicked ones. Before half an hour had passed, a visitor was announced; so I gathered up my weary bones, and with scarcely a peep at the glass, walked to the parlor. I commenced laughing before I got there, and the visitor smiled most absurdly, too, for it was Mr. Halsey. It seemed so queer to meet in this part of the world, that we laughed again after shaking hands. It was odd. I was thinking how much amused the General would be to hear of it, for he had made a bet that we would meet, when I asserted that we would not. After the first few remarks, he told me of how he had heard of our arrival. A gentleman had walked into camp asking if a Mr. Halsey was there. He signified that he was the gentleman, whereupon the other drew out my note, saying a young lady on the cars had requested him to deliver it. Instantly recognizing the chirography, he asked where I was. "Hammond. This is her name," replied the other, extending to him my card. Thinking, as he modestly confessed, that I had intended it only for him, Mr. Halsey coolly put it into his pocket, and called for his horse. Mr. Howard lingered still, apparently having something to say, which he found difficult to put in words. At last, as the other prepared to ride off, with a tremendous effort he managed to say, "The young lady's card is mine. If it is all the same to you, I should like to have it returned." Apologizing for the mistake, Mr. Halsey returned it, feeling rather foolish, I should imagine, and rode on to the village, leaving, as he avers, Mr. Howard looking enviously after the lucky dog who was going to see such a young lady. He told me something that slightly disgusted me with Captain Bradford. It was that when he reached the bivouac the next morning after leaving Linwood, the Captain had him put under arrest for having stayed there all night. It was too mean, considering that it is more than probable that he himself remained at Mrs. Fluker's. We discovered, too, that we had missed 2 letters Mr. Halsey had written us, which of course is a great disappointment. One written to both, the other a short note of 10 pages for me, which I am sure was worth reading. It was not until after sunset that we exhausted all topics of conversation, and Mr. Halsey took his leave, promising to see us in the morning. And to be sure, as soon as I was dressed on Saturday, he again made his appearance, followed soon after by the carriage. Taking a cordial leave of Mrs. Kate, with many thanks for her hospitality, we entered our conveyance, and with Mr. Halsey riding by the side of the carriage, went on our way. He was to accompany us only as far as Ponchatoula, some 6 miles; but the turning point in his journey seemed to be an undetermined spot, for mile after mile rolled away, rather the wheels rolled over them, and still he rode by us, talking through the window, and the sprays of wild flowers he would pick for me from time to time were growing to quite a bouquet, when he proposed an exchange with the farmer who was driving us, and giving him his horse, took the reins himself. I think Miriam and I will always remember that ride. The laughter, the conversation, the songs with the murmuring accompaniment of the wheels, and 1,000 incidents pleasant to remember though foolish to speak of, will always form a delightful tableau in our recollections. I have but one disagreeable impression to remember in connection with the trip, and that occurred at a farmhouse 2 miles from here, where we stopped to get strawberries. I preferred remaining in the carriage to the trouble of getting out, so all went in, Mr. Halsey dividing his time equally between Miriam in the house and me in the carriage, supplying me with violets and pensées one moment, and the next showing me the most tempting strawberries at the most provoking distance, assuring me they were exquisite. The individual to whom the carriage belonged, who had given up the reins to Mr. Halsey, and who, no doubt, was respectable enough for his class in his part of the country, would allow no one to bring me my strawberries, reserving the honor for himself. Presently he appeared with a large saucer of them, covered with cream. I was naturally thankful, but would have preferred his returning to the house after he had fulfilled his mission. Instead, he had the audacity to express his admiration of my personal appearance; without a pause, gave me a short sketch of his history, informed me he was a widower and very anxious to marry again, and finally, "Lares and Penates of the house of Morgan ap Kerrig, veil your affronted brows! You will scarcely credit that the creature had the insolence to say that he would marry me to morrow, if he could, and think himself blessed. For the jewel of the soul must be equal to the casket that contained it." Yes, this brute of a man had the unparalleled audacity to speak to me in such a way. Just then mother, remembering her invalid, came to the gallery, and asked how I was enjoying my lunch. "I'm courting her," cried the wretch. "Glad she did not go in. Swear she's the prettiest girl I ever saw." At that moment Mr. Halsey came sauntering out with a handful of violets for me, and turning my shoulder to the creature, I entered into a lively discussion with him, and at last had the satisfaction of seeing the wretch enter the house. A drive through the straggling, half deserted town brought us here to Mrs. Greyson's, a large, old fashioned looking house so close to the Tchefuncta I think that is the name of the river that I could throw a stone in it from my bed almost. Mrs. Greyson herself would require 2 or 3 pages to do her justice. Fancy the daughter of Sir Francis Searle, the widow of General Greyson, the belle of New Orleans in her young days, settled down into a hotel keeper on a small scale, with stately ladies and gentlemen looking down in solemn surprise at her boarders from their rich portrait frames on the parlor wall. Fallen greatness always gives me an uncomfortable thrill, yet here was the heiress of these shadows on the wall, gay, talkative, bustling, active, with a word of caution or a word of advice to all, polite, attentive, agreeable to her guests, quarrelling and exacting with her servants, grasping and avaricious with all, singing a piece from Norma in a voice about the size of a thread No. 150 that showed traces of former excellence, or cheapening a bushel of corn meal with equal volubility. What a character! Full of little secrets and mysteries. "Now, my dear, I don't ask you to tell a story, you know, but if the others ask you if you knew it, just look surprised and say, 'Oh, dear me, when did it happen?' 'Cause I promised not to tell, only you are such favorites that I could not help it, and it would not do to acknowledge it. And if any one asks you if I put these candles in here, just say you brought them with you, that's a love, because they will be jealous, as I only allow them lamps." Eccentric Mrs. Greyson! Many an hour's amusement did she afford me. A ride of 26 miles bolt upright in the carriage over such bad roads had almost used me up. I retired to bed in a state of collapse, leaving Miriam to entertain Mr. Halsey alone. After supper, though, I managed to put on my prettiest dress and be carried down to the parlor, where I rejoined the rest. Several strange ladies were present, one of whom has since afforded me a hearty laugh. She was a horrid looking woman, and 10 minutes after I entered, crossing the room with a most laughable look of vulgarity, attempting to ape righteous scorn, jerked some articles of personal property from the table, and retired with the sweep of a small hurricane. I thought her an eccentric female; but what was my amazement yesterday to hear that she sought Mrs. Greyson, told her it was impossible for her to stay among so many elegantly dressed ladies, and that she preferred keeping her room. Next day she told her that she was entirely too attentive to us, and rather than be neglected in that way for other people, would leave the house, which she did instantly. There was a singular assembly of odd characters in the parlor Saturday night, 6 of whom looked as though they were but so many reflections of the same individual in different glasses, and the 7th differed from the rest only in playing exquisitely on the banjo, too well to be a gentleman, I fear. These were soldiers come to "call" on us. Half an hour after we arrived, a dozen of them took possession of the bench on the bank of the river, one with his banjo, who played and sang delightfully. Old Mrs. Greyson, who is rather eccentric, called, "Ah, Mr. J! Have you heard already of the arrival of the young ladies? You never serenaded me." The young man naturally looked foolish, so she went out and asked him to come around after dark and play for the young ladies. So after a while he came, bringing 6 devils yet worse than himself, as the old scriptural phrase has it, all of whom sat on the same side of the room and looked at us steadily when they thought we were not looking. All had the same voice, the same bow, the same manner, that is to say, none at all of the latter. One introduced an agreeable variety, saying as he bowed to each separately, "Happy to make your acquaintance, ma'am." Mr. Halsey just managed to keep his face straight, while I longed for a Dickens to put them all together and make one amusing picture out of the 7. I troubled myself very little about them, preferring Mr. Halsey's company, not knowing when we would meet again. It would not have been quite fair to leave him to himself after he had ridden such a distance for us; so I generously left the 7 to Miriam, content with one, and rather think I had the best of the bargain. The one with the banjo suggested that we should sing for them before he played for us, so Miriam played on the piano and sang with me on the guitar half a dozen songs, and then the other commenced. I don't know when I have been more amused. There was an odd, piney woods dash about him that was exceedingly diverting, and he went through comic, sentimental, and original songs with an air that showed his whole heart was in it. Judging from the number of youth too timid to venture in, who peeped at us from the windows, I should say that young ladies are curiosities just now in Madisonville. Tuesday, April 14th. Ah, another delightful glimpse of society has been offered to our charmed view. Such a treat has not often fallen to our lot. Good Mrs. Greyson, in her anxiety to make all around her happy, determined we should have a dance. I should say Miriam, for Mrs. Bull and Mrs. Ivy never indulge in such amusements, and I can't, so it must have been for Miriam alone. Such a crew! The two ladies above mentioned and I almost laughed ourselves into hysterics. Poor Miriam, with a tall, slender Texan, who looked as though he had chopped wood all his life, moved through the dance like the lady in Comus; only now and then a burst of laughter at the odd mistakes threatened to overcome her dignity. We who were fortunately exempt from the ordeal laughed unrestrainedly at the mêlée. One danced entirely with his arms; his feet had very little to do with the time. One hopped through, with a most dolorous expression of intense absorption in the arduous task. Another never changed a benign smile that had appeared on entering, but preserved it unimpaired through every accident. One female, apparently of the tender age of 30, wore a yellow muslin, with her hair combed rigidly à la Chinoise, and tightly fastened at the back of her head in a knot whose circumference must have been fully equal to that of a dollar. In addition to other charms, she bore her neck and chin in a very peculiar manner, as though she were looking over the fence, Mr. Christmas remarked. Mr. Christmas had ridden all the way from Ponchatoula to see us, and if it had not been for him, Mr. Worthington, and Dr. Capdevielle, who came in after a while, I think I should have expired, and even Miriam would have given up in despair. The doctor was an old friend of Harry's, though we never met him before. Thursday, April 16th. Mr. Halsey brought us each a little tortoiseshell ring he had made for us by his camp fire, as a keepsake, and of course we promised to wear them for him, particularly as they make our hands look as white as possible. Toward sunset, in spite of prayers and entreaties from Miriam, who insisted that I was too feeble to attempt it, I insisted on walking out to the bench by the river to enjoy the cool breeze, and was rather glad I had come, when soon after Dr. Capdevielle made his appearance with two beautiful bouquets, which he presented with his French bow to us, and introducing his friend, Mr. Miltonberger, entered into one of those lively discussions about nothing which Frenchmen know how to make so interesting. No sooner had they left than, to our infinite surprise, the immortal 7 of Saturday night walked in. Wonder what fun they find in coming? I see none, for we rarely trouble ourselves about their presence. There are but 2 I have addressed as yet, one because I am forced to say yes or no to his remarks, and the other because I like his banjo, which he brought again, and feel obliged to talk to him occasionally, since he is so accommodating, and affords me the greatest amusement with his comic songs. I was about retiring unceremoniously about 12 o'clock, completely worn out, when they finally bethought themselves of saying good night, and saved me the necessity of being rude. Wonder if that is all the fun they have? I should say it was rather dry. It is mean to laugh at them, though; their obliging dispositions should save them from our ridicule. Last evening Mr. Halsey succeeded in procuring a large skiff, whereupon 4 or 5 of them offered to row, and took us way down the Tchefuncta through the most charming scenery, to a spot where Echo answered us in the most remarkable way. Her distinct utterance was really charming. Not being aware of the secret, I thought the first answer to the "Hello" was from pickets. Mr. Halsey has a magnificent voice, and the echoes came back so full and rich that soon we appointed him speaker by mutual consent, and were more than repaid by the delightful sounds that came from the woods. The last ray of the sun on the smooth waters, the soldiers resting on their oars while we tuned the guitar and sang in the still evening, until twilight slowly closing over warned us to return, forms another of those pictures indescribable, though never to be forgotten. End of Book 4, Part 4. Book 4, Part 5 of A Confederate Girl's Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Confederate Girl's Diary by Sarah Morgan Dawson. Book 4, Part 5, April 18th to April 19th, 1863. Bonfouca, Saturday, April 18th. When I paused on Thursday to rest a few moments, how little idea I had that the rest I was taking would soon be required for another journey! It was agreed among us, with our fellow travelers, Mrs. Bull and Mrs. Ivy, whom we met at Mrs. Greyson's endeavoring to reach the city like ourselves, that we would wait there until we could receive our passports from General Pemberton. When this journey was first seriously contemplated, Miriam wrote to Colonel Szymanski, representing mother's state of health and my unfortunate condition, the necessity of medical advice for both, and the impossibility of remaining in famishing Clinton, and asked him to apply to the General for a pass to go to Brother. The Colonel sent word through Eugene La Noue that we should obtain it in a few days, and advised us to go by way of Ponchatoula. Tired of delay, and hearing that we could pass as readily on General Gardiner's order, we obtained one, and started off without waiting for the other. The first news on arriving at Madisonville was that no one should pass except on General Pemberton's order. Pleasant intelligence for those who had come that far without. The other two ladies were in the same dilemma. They were told that they should have a pass if they would wait. Waiting at the expense of $4 a day for each, Mrs. Ivy with 2 very sick babies, Mrs. Bull with all her property in New Orleans at stake, Tiche with her broken foot, mother with a powerless hand, and I with an injured spine, was anything but agreeable under the circumstances; though nothing could be more pleasant, apart from this sense of restriction, than our stay at Madisonville. General Pemberton took his leisure about the affair, which is not surprising, as our generals have more weighty matters than women's passports to attend to. Still, pleased as we were with our residence there, it was necessary to get on as soon as possible. So as I rested from labors about 1 o'clock on Thursday, Mrs. Bull came in to suggest a new plan to mother. It was to leave immediately for a plantation called Bonfouca, 30 miles off, where schooners came twice a week, and where we would be allowed to embark without a pass. Carriages that had just brought a party of ladies from Mandeville were waiting on the other side of the river, which could take us off immediately, for there was not a moment to lose. Instantly we resolved to hazard the undertaking. About 3 we got into the large scow to cross the Tchefuncta, in a party numbering 5 ladies, 4 children, and 4 servants. One of the devoted pickets, after setting me carefully in the most comfortable place, asked permission to accompany me as far as the carriage; he was sure he could assist me more carefully than the drivers. And without further parley, he followed. Before we turned the point, Mr. Worthington Note by Warrington Dawson. The torn edge of a page has obliterated several words, which might, to judge by the context, have been "was seen in" the dim distance, rowing up the stream in the direction of Madisonville. What if he had perceived us, and was hastening after us, deeming it his duty to arrest us for trying to get away without General Pemberton's order? As the idea was suggested, there was rather a nervous set of ladies on board. The half mile that we had to go before reaching our landing place was passed over in nervous apprehension. At last the spot was reached. Mr. Worthington had not appeared, and we reached terra firma without being nabbed, as we confidently expected. The obliging picket put me into the carriage, bade me a most friendly adieu, and returned to the village, leaving us with every prospect of getting off without serious difficulty, in spite of our serious apprehensions. With 2 little children and Tiche with me, our carriage started off some time before the others. 2 or 3 miles from our starting point, I perceived 3 gentlemen riding towards us, one of whom I instantly recognized as Dr. Capdevielle. Instantly I stopped the carriage to speak to him. His look of astonishment, when satisfied of my identity, rather amused me; but my amusement was changed to a slight feeling of disappointment when he commenced talking. Was it possible I was leaving Madison? Oh, how distressed he was! He was promising himself so much pleasure. And to leave so unexpectedly! He had just come with his friends from somewhere. They had planned a surprise party at Mrs. Greyson's for us that evening, and had been after the supper they had procured somewhere, as I before observed, and were just now returning. And now we were deserting them! He had invited Monsieur Berger, Monsieur Pollock, Monsieur Mais enfin des Messieurs! He exclaimed with a comical emphasis and smile that brought vivid recollections of the other party before my eyes, by force of contrast, I suppose. And wasn't I sorry we had left! We fairly condoled with each other. 20 minutes had elapsed before I had so far recovered from the disappointment as to bethink myself of the propriety of continuing my journey; and then, with the assurance of being mutually désolés, we parted with a hearty good bye, and he rode on to rejoin his companions, while I went the way he had come. 2 miles beyond, I met 3 others of the 6 gentlemen he had mentioned, riding in a little dog cart which contained champagne baskets, in which the supper was evidently packed, each gentleman elegantly dressed, holding between them a little basket of bouquets that my prophetic soul told me was intended for Miriam and me. I was not personally acquainted with the gentlemen, or I should have told them of the disappointment that awaited them. It must have been a disappointment. In the midst of profound reflections about fate, vanity of human wishes and calculations, friendships formed on the roadside in the journey through life, or from Clinton, I raised my eyes to behold Lake Pontchartrain, and to find myself in Mandeville, just 7 miles from the Tchefuncta. Looking at the dreary expanse of water, which suggested loneliness and desolation, first recalled my own situation to me. Here I was in this straggling place, with Tiche, a cripple like myself, and 2 little children under my care, without an idea of where we were to go. Any one as timid and dependent as I to be placed in such a position as pioneer to such a tremendous company would feel rather forlorn. But some step had to be taken, so I consulted the driver as to where we could obtain board, and followed his suggestion. One house after the other we stopped at, and with my veil down and my heart beating as though I were soliciting charity or some other unpleasant favor, I tried to engage rooms for the company without success. At last we were directed to a Frenchman, who, after the usual assurances of "nothing to eat," which we afterwards found to be only too true, consented to receive us. Taking possession seemed to me such a dreadful responsibility that for some time I remained in the carriage, afraid to get out before the others arrived. But there was still no sign of them, so I gathered my children and Tiche, and prepared to dismount with the Frenchman's assistance. I have read descriptions of such houses and people, but I have not often seen them. The man and his wife were perfect specimens of the low Canadian, speaking only French. No sooner had they discovered that I was blessée, as they supposed, than each seized an arm, and with overwhelming exclamations of sympathy, halfway dragged me into the room, where they thrust me into a chair. Their family seemed to consist only of cats and dogs, who seemed to agree most harmoniously, and each of whom conceived the liveliest affection for us. As we were leaving Mrs. Greyson's, a stranger just from the city brought to our room a paper of ham, tongue, and biscuits for the "sick young lady" (Heaven only knows how she heard of her), saying she had just traveled the road herself, and knew I would find nothing to eat, so she would insist on putting this in our basket. It was done in a manner that put all refusal out of the question, so it had to be accepted. I was feeding little Jenny Ivy and Minna Bull on this lunch for want of something else to do, when the affection of the cats and dogs became overpowering. 6 of them jumped at us, licked Jenny's face, ate Minna's ham, and what with sundry kicks and slaps I had exercise enough to last a week, and was rapidly losing all my strength, when the woman came to my rescue, and called her pets off just as the rest of the party drove up to find me almost exhausted. Such a bedroom! There was a narrow single bed in which mother, Jenny, and I slept, a decrepit table on which stood a diseased mirror, a broken lounge without a bottom, and a pine armoir filled with corn. In the centre stood the chief ornament, a huge pile of dirt, near which Miriam's mattress was placed, while the sail of a boat flanked it in on the other side, arranged as a bed for Tiche. The accommodations in the other bedroom were far inferior to ours. Then the mosquitoes swarmed like pandemonium on a spree, and there was but one bar in the house, which the man declared should be only for me. I would rather have been devoured by the insects than enjoy comforts denied to the others, so I made up my mind that it should be the last time. Our supper was rare. Nothing like it was ever seen in Paris, as McClellan would say. It consisted of 1 egg apiece and a small spoonful of rice, a feast, you see. Price $1 each, besides the dollar paid for the privilege of sleeping among dirt, dogs, and fleas. Sunday, April 19th. Friday morning we arose and prepared to resume our journey for Bonfouca, 23 miles away. The man walked in very unceremoniously to get corn from the armoir as we got up, throwing open the windows and performing sundry little offices usually reserved for femmes de chambre, but with that exception everything went on very well. Breakfast being a luxury not to be procured, we got into the carriages before sunrise, and left this romantic abode of dogs and contentment. Again our road lay through piney woods, so much like that from Hammond to Ponchatoula that involuntarily I found myself looking through the window to see if Mr. Halsey was there. It lacked only his presence to make the scene all in all the same. But alas! this time the driver picked me wild flowers and brought us haws. Mr. Halsey, in blissful ignorance of our departure, was many and many a mile away. The drive was not half as amusing. The horse would not suffer any one except Miriam to drive, and at last refused to move until the driver got down and ran along by the carriage. Every time the poor boy attempted to occupy his seat, the obstinate animal would come to a dead stop, and refuse to go until he dismounted again. I am sure that he walked 19 miles out of the 23, out of complaisance to the ungrateful brute. All equally fatigued and warm, we reached this place about 12 o'clock. Mrs. Bull had arrived before us, and as the carriage stopped, her girl Delia came to the gate the personification of despair, crying, "You can't get out, ladies! They say we can't stop here; we must go right back." The panic which ensued is indescribable. Go back, when we were almost at our journey's end, after all the money we had spent, the fatigue we had undergone, to be turned back all the way to Clinton, perhaps? "With my sick babies?" cried Mrs. Ivy. "With my sick child?" cried mother. "Never! You may turn me out of your house, but we will die in the woods first. To go back is to kill my daughter and these babies." This was to the overseer, who came to the carriage. "Madam, I have orders to allow no one to pass who has not written permission. Lieutenant Worthington sent the order 2 days ago, and I am liable to imprisonment if I harbor those who have no passport," the man explained. "But we have General Gardiner's order," I expostulated. "Then you shall certainly pass; but these ladies cannot. I can't turn you away, though. You shall all come in and stay until something can be determined on." This much granted was an unlooked for blessing. He showed us the way to a large, unfurnished house, one room of which contained a bed with one naked mattress, which was to be our apartment. Mrs. Bull sat down in a calm, dignified state of despair. Little Mrs. Ivy dissolved in tears. We all felt equally disconsolate. The prospect of getting off was not so pleasant when we thought we should be obliged to leave them behind. Our common misfortunes had endeared us to each other, strangers as we were a week ago. So we all lamented together, a perfect Jérémiade of despair. The overseer is very tender hearted. He condoled, comforted, and finally determined that if there was any way of getting them off, they should go. A glimpse of sunshine returned to our lowering sky, and cheerfulness reigned once more, to be violently dethroned some hours later. 3 of the Madisonville pickets were announced approaching the house. Of course they were coming after us. Oh, that vile Mr. Worthington! We always did hate him. There was such a sneaky look about him. Hypocrite! We always felt we should hate him. Oh, the wretch! "I won't go back!" cried mother. "I shall not," said quiet Mrs. Bull. "He shall pay my expenses if he insists on taking me back!" exclaimed Mrs. Ivy. "Spent all my money! Mrs. Bull, you have none to lend me, remember, and Mrs. Morgan shan't. Oh, that Worthington! Let's make him pay for all!" We smothered our laughter to sit trembling within as the pickets stepped on the gallery. I believe we commenced praying. Just think, thus far our journey has cost mother $220. It would cost the same to get back to blessed Clinton, and fancy our spending that sum to settle there again! Besides, we gave away all our clothes to our suffering friends, and what would we do there now? After half an hour of painful suspense, we discovered that it would have been as well to spare poor Mr. Worthington; for the pickets were not after us, but had come to escort Mrs. R , a woman who was taking the body of her son, who was killed at Murfreesboro, to the city for interment. Poor woman! She rode all this distance sitting on her child's coffin. Her husband was one of those who, with B , stole that large sum of money from father which came so near ruining him. She speaks of her husband as of a departed saint. I dare say she believes him innocent of the theft in spite of his public confession. The grave has wiped out even the disgrace of the penitentiary where he expiated his offense. When I told Tish who the woman was, she clasped her hands, saying, "The Lord is good! Years and years master suffered while she grew rich, and now her time comes. The Lord don't forget." I can't feel that way. It is well for the narrow minded to look for God's judgment on us for our sins, but mine is a more liberal faith. God afflicted her for some wise purpose, but if I thought it was to avenge father, I should be afraid of her. As it is, I can be sorry, oh, so sorry, for her. As usual, I find myself taken care of at the expense of the others. There are but 2 bars on the place. One, the overseer said, should be for me, the other for the children. Sheets were scarce, covers scarcer still. Tired of being spoiled in this way, I insisted on being allowed to sleep on a mattress on the floor, after a vigorous skirmish with mother and Miriam, in which I came off victorious. For a bar, I impressed Miriam's grenadine dress, which she fastened to the doorknob and let fall over me à la Victoria tester arrangement. To my share fell a double blanket, which, as Tish had no cover, I unfolded, and as she used the foot of my bed for a pillow, gave her the other end of it, thus tell it not in Yankee land, for it will never be credited actually sleeping under the same bedclothes with our black, shiny negro nurse. We are grateful, though, even for these discomforts; it might have been so much worse. Indeed, I fear that our fellow travelers do not fare as well. Those who have sheets have no bars, those who have blankets have no sheets, and one woman who has recently joined us has nothing except a mattress, which is to do the duty of all 3. But then we got bread, real pure wheat bread, and coffee, none of your potato, burnt sugar, and parched corn abomination, but the unadulterated berry. I can't enjoy it fully, though. Every mouthful is cloyed with the recollection that Lilly and her children have none. As usual, as Mrs. Greyson says, the flowers follow us. Yesterday I received 3 bouquets, and Miriam got one, too. In this out of the way place such offerings are unexpected, and these were doubly gratifying, coming from people one is not accustomed to receiving them from. For instance, the first was from the overseer, the second from a servant, and the third from a poor boy for whom we have subscribed to pay his passage to the city. End of Book 4, Part 5. Book 4, Part 6 of A Confederate Girl's Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Confederate Girl's Diary by Sarah Morgan Dawson. Book 4, Part 6, April 22nd to June 26th, 1863. Wednesday, April 22nd, New Orleans. Yesterday we arrived. I thought we should never get here. Monday we had almost given up in despair, believing the schooner would never return. But in the evening, when all were gathered in our room discussing our hopes and fears, a sail was perceived at the mouth of the bayou, whereupon every one rushed out to see the boat land. I believe that I have not mentioned that this Bonfouca is on a bayou of the same name that runs within a few yards of this house. It is an Indian name signifying "winding river," which struck us as very appropriate when we watched the schooner sailing now to the left, now to the right, apparently through the green fields, for the high grass hid the course of the stream so that the faintest line was not perceptible, except just in front of the house. All was now bustle and confusion, packing, dressing, and writing last words to our friends at home, until 11:30, when we embarked. This is my first experience of schooners, and I don't care if I never behold another. The cabin where Mr. Kennedy immediately carried me was just the size of my bed at home, in the days I had a home, and just high enough to stand in. On each side of the short ladder there was a mattress 2 feet wide. One of them Mrs. R. had possession of already; the other was reserved for me. I gave the lower part of mine to Minna and Jenny, who spent the rest of the night fighting each other and kicking me. Just before 12 we weighed anchor, and I went on deck to take a last look at Dixie with the rest of the party. Every heart was full. Each left brothers, sisters, husband, children, or dear friends behind. We sang "Farewell, Dear Land" with a slight quaver in our voices, looked at the beautiful starlight shining on the last boundary of our glorious land, and fervently and silently praying, passed out of sight. God bless you, all you dear ones we have left in our beloved country. God bless and prosper you, and grant you the victory in the name of Jesus Christ. I returned to my mattress, and this is the way we spent the night. Mrs. R., rocking and moaning as she sat up in bed, whined out her various ills with a minute description of each, ceasing the recital only to talk of her son's body which lay on deck. Yesterday morning she was sitting crying on his coffin while a strange woman sat on its head, eating her bread and cheese. Mrs. Bull, one of the most intelligent and refined ladies I have yet met, who is perfectly devoted to me, sat by me, laughing and talking, trying her best to make every one comfortable and happy in her unobtrusive way. Mother talked to Mrs. R. and cried at the thought of leaving her children fighting and suffering. The space between the two beds was occupied by 3 Irish women and Mrs. Ivy's 2 babies. The babies had commenced screaming as they were brought into the pen, at which I was not surprised. Having pitched their voices on the proper key, they never ceased shrieking, kicking, crying, throwing up, and going through the whole list of baby performances. The nurses scolded with shrill voices above the bedlam that had hushed even Mrs. R.'s complaints. Jenny and Minna quarreled, kicked, and cried, and as an aggravation to the previous discomforts, a broad shouldered, perspiring Irishwoman sat just by my head, bracing herself against my pillow in the most unpleasant style. I endured it without flinching until about 3:30, when the condensed odor of a dozen different people and children became unendurable, and I staggered up on deck where Miriam and Mrs. Ivy had been wise enough to remain without venturing below. They laid me on a bench in the stern, rolled me up in shawls to keep off the heavy dew, and there I remained until daylight with them, as wide awake as ever. At daylight there was a universal smoothing of heads and straightening of dresses, besides arrangements made for the inspection of baggage. Being unwilling for any Christian to see such a book as this, I passed a piece of tape through the centre leaves, and made Miriam tie it under her hoops. At sunrise we were in sight of the houses at the lake end. It seemed as though we would never reach land. I forgot to speak of our alarm as we got in the lake. No sooner had we fairly left the bayou than the sky suddenly became threatening. The Captain shook his head and spoke of a very ugly night for the lake, which sent everybody's heart to their throats and alarmed us immeasurably. We got talking of the sailors' superstition of crossing the water with a corpse, until we persuaded ourselves that it was more than probable we would founder in the coming storm. But the severest storm we met was the one in the cabin, and all night the only wind was a head breeze, and the spicy gale from below. When we at last entered the canal, I beheld the animal now so long unseen, the Yankee. In their dark blue uniforms they stood around, but I thought of the dear gray coats, and even the pickets of Madisonville seemed nobler and greater men than these. Immediately a guard was placed on board, we whispering before he came, "Our dear Confederates, God bless them." We had agreed among ourselves that come what would, we would preserve our dignity and self respect, and do anything rather than create a scene among such people. It is well that we agreed. So we whispered quietly among ourselves, exhorting each other to pay no attention to the remarks the Yankees made about us as we passed, and acting the martyr to perfection, until we came to Hickok's Landing. Here there was a group of 20 Yankees. 2 officers came up and asked us for papers. We said we had none. In 5 minutes one came back and asked if we had taken the oath. No, we had never taken any. He then took down our names. Mother was alone in the coop. He asked if there was not another. The schooner had 15 passengers, and we had given only 14 names. Mother then came up and gave her name, going back soon after. While one went after our passes, others came to examine our baggage. I could not but smile as an unfortunate young man got on his knees before our trunk and respectfully handled our dirty petticoats and stockings. "You have gone through it before," he said. "Of course the Confederates searched it." "Indeed, they did not touch it," I exclaimed. "They never think of doing such work." "Miss, it is more mortifying to me than it can be to you," he answered; and I saw he was actually blushing. He did his work as delicately as possible, and when he returned the keys, asked if we had letters. I opened my box and put them into his hand. One came near getting me into serious trouble. It was sent by some one I never saw, with the assurance that it contained nothing objectionable. I gave it sealed to the man, who opened it, when it proved to be rather disagreeable, I judged from his language. He told me his captain must see it before he could let me have it, and carried it off. Presently he came back and told me it could not be returned. I told him to burn it then, as I knew neither the writer, the contents, nor those it was written to. "I may save you some difficulty if I destroy it," he remarked, whereupon he tore it up and flung it into the canal. I have since found I had cause to be grateful, for just after came an officer to see the young lady who brought that letter. I showed the pieces in the water, saying the young man had torn it up, which seemed to annoy him. It was to be sent to Headquarters, he said. Then came a bundle of papers on board carried by another, who standing in front of us cried in a startling way, "Sarah Morgan!" "Here," very quietly. "Stand up." "I cannot," firmly. "Why not?" "Unable," decisively. After this brief dialogue, he went on with the others until all were standing except myself, when he delivered to each a strip of paper that informed the people that Miss or Mrs. So and so had taken and subscribed the oath as citizen of the United States. I thought that was all, and rejoiced at our escape; but after another pause he uncovered his head and told us to hold up our right hands. Half crying, I covered my face with mine and prayed breathlessly for the boys and the Confederacy, so that I heard not a word he was saying until the question, "So help you God?" struck my ear. I shuddered and prayed harder. There came an awful pause in which not a lip was moved. Each felt as though in a nightmare, until throwing down his blank book, the officer pronounced it all right. Strange to say, I experienced no change. I prayed as hard as ever for the boys and our country, and felt no nasty or disagreeable feeling which would have announced the process of turning Yankee. Then it was that mother commenced. He turned to the mouth of the diminutive cave, and asked if she was ready to take the oath. "I suppose I have to, since I belong to you," she replied. "No, madam, you are not obliged. We force no one. Can you state your objections?" "Yes, I have 3 sons fighting against you, and you have robbed me and beggared me," she exclaimed, launching into a speech in which Heaven knows what she did not say. There was little she left out, from her despoiled house to her sore hand, both of which she attributed to the at first amiable man, who was rapidly losing all patience. Faint with hunger, dizzy with sleeplessness, she had wrought on her own feelings until her nerves were beyond control. She was determined to carry it out, and crying and sobbing went through with it. I neither spoke nor moved. The officer walked off angrily and sent for a guard to have mother taken before General Bowens. Once through her speech, mother yielded to the entreaties of the ladies, and professed herself ready to take the oath, since she was obliged to. "Madam, I did not invite you to come," said the polite officer, who refused to administer the oath; and putting several soldiers on board, ordered them to keep all on board until one could report to General Bowens. Mother retired to the cabin, while we still kept our seats above. Oh, that monotonous, never ending canal! We thought it would go on forever. At last we came to the basin in the centre of the city. Here was a position for ladies! Sitting like Irish emigrants on their earthly possessions, and coming in a schooner to New Orleans, which a year ago would have filled us with horror. Again the landing was reached, and again we were boarded by officers. I don't know how they knew of the difficulty mother had made, but they certainly did, and ordered that none should leave until the General's will was made known. Mrs. Bull and Mrs. Ivy, after a long delay and many representations, at last prepared to leave. I was sitting in the spot I had occupied ever since before daylight, with nothing to support me above my hips. All of us had fasted since an early and light supper the night before. None had slept. I was growing so weak from these three causes and the burning sun, for it was now 12, that I could hardly speak when they came to tell me good bye. Alarmed at my appearance, Mrs. Bull entreated the officer to allow me to leave the boat. No, he said, it was impossible. We should remain on board until General Bowens could come. We may get an answer in half an hour, or we may not get it for some time, and there we must stay until it came. "But this young lady has been ill for months. She is perfectly exhausted, and will faint if she is not removed immediately," pleaded Mrs. Bull. She did not know my powers of control. Faint! I would have expired silently first. The officer said those were his orders. I could not leave. "Do you think you are performing your duty as a gentleman and a Christian? This young lady has obtained her pass already without the slightest difficulty," she persisted. Still he said he was acting according to orders. Not to be baffled, she begged that she might be allowed to take me to Brother, telling him who he was, while our trunk, Miriam, Tiche, and mother would remain as hostages. Then he gave a reluctant consent on condition I left my number, so he could go after me when I was wanted. I don't know what good came of the consent, for there I was to remain until something, I don't know what, happened. I only know I was growing deathly sick and faint, and could hardly hold myself up, when some time after Mrs. Bull and Mrs. Ivy left, under the impression that I was to go immediately, a gentleman in citizen's clothes came to me, and said he had obtained permission for me to wait General Bowens' orders in his office, a few steps from the schooner. Thankful for so much, I accepted his arm, and slowly dragged myself along to the first shelter I had seen that day. By some wonderful condescension, Miriam and mother were allowed to follow, and with the guard at the door, we waited there for half an hour more, until our sentence could be received. Miriam had written a line to Brother as soon as possible, telling him of the situation, and while we were waiting in this office, I half dead with fatigue, a carriage dashed up to the door, and out of it stepped Brother. I felt that all our troubles were over then. He looked so glad to see us that it seemed a pity to tell the disagreeable story that yet remained to be told. But once heard, he made all go right in a few moments. He got into the carriage with mother to take her to General Bowen's, while we got into another to come to the house. I saw no more of the guard or officer. When we arrived, Sister was too astonished to speak. She did not believe we would come when it was ordered that all should take the oath on entering. If we had only realized it, I don't think we would, either. In half an hour mother got back. Supported by Brother's presence, she had managed to hold up her right hand and say yes to the oath, which was more than any of us had done. Brother found an officer at the door, who had been ordered, before he took mother to the General, to arrest her and confine her in the custom house. I suppose Miriam and I would have shared the imprisonment with her. But Brother has a way of making all these things right, and the man was sent back without accomplishing his mission. Sunday, April 26th. I am getting well. Bless the Lord, O my soul! Life, health, and happiness dawn on my trembling view again. Dr. Stone came to see me a few hours after I arrived. 2 days after, he called again. This morning I walked out to meet him when he was announced, and he asked me how my sister was. When I told him I was myself, "God bless my soul! You don't say so!" he exclaimed, evidently astonished at the resurrection. Thursday, April 30th. Was not the recollection of this day bitter enough to me already? I did not think it could be more so. Yet behold me crying as I have not cried for many and many a day. Not for Harry; I dare not cry for him. I feel a deathlike quiet when I think of him, a fear that even a deep drawn breath would wake him in his grave. And as dearly as I love you, O Hal, I don't want you in this dreary world again. Talk of the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, talk of Louis XIV., of pshaw! My head is in such a whirl that history gets all mixed up, and all parallels seem weak and moderate in comparison to this infamous outrage. To day thousands of families, from the most respectable down to the least, all who have had the firmness to register themselves enemies of the United States, are ordered to leave the city before the 15th of May. Think of the thousands, perfectly destitute, who can hardly afford to buy their daily bread even here, sent to the Confederacy, where it is neither to be earned nor bought, without money, friends, or a home. Hundreds have comfortable homes here, which will be confiscated to enrich those who drive them out. It is an ill wind that blows no one good. Such dismal faces as one meets everywhere! Each looks heartbroken. "Homeless, friendless, beggars," is written in every eye. Brother's face is too unhappy to make it pleasant to look at him. True, he is safe, but hundreds of his friends are going forth destitute, leaving happy homes behind, not knowing where the crust of bread for famishing children is to come from to morrow. He went to General Bowen's and asked if it were possible that women and children were included in the order. Yes, he said, they should all go, and go in the Confederacy. They should not be allowed to go elsewhere. Penned up like sheep to starve, that's the idea. With the addition of 40,000 mouths to feed, they think they can invoke famine to their aid, seeing that their negro brothers don't help them much in the task of subjugating us. Don't care who knows I smuggled in a dozen letters. Wish I had had more. June 9th, Tuesday. My dear brother, who is always seeking to make somebody happy, arranged a dinner party at the lake for us Saturday. There was quite a number of us, as besides ourselves and the 5 children, we had Mrs. Price and her children, Mrs. Bull, and 3 nurses. There are no Southern young men left in town, and those who remain would hardly be received with civility by Miriam and myself. Of the Yankees, Brother has so much consideration for us that he has never invited one to his house since we have been there, though he has many friends among them who visited here before our arrival. Such delicacy of feeling we fully appreciate, knowing how very few men of such a hospitable nature would be capable of such a sacrifice. Thinking we need company, Brother frequently invites what he calls a "safe old Secessionist," an old bachelor of 53 who was wounded at Shiloh, to dine with us, thinking it a fair compromise between the stay at home youth and Yankees, neither of whom this extremely young man could be confounded with. Sunday, June 14th. The excitement about Port Hudson and Vicksburg is intense. When I heard on Friday that the last attack was being made on the former place, I took to my prayers with a delirium of fervor. If I was a man, if I had the blessed privilege of fighting, I would be on the breastworks, or perchance on the water batteries under Colonel Steadman's command. But as I was unfortunately born a woman, I stay at home, and pray with heart and soul. That is all I can do, but I do it with a will. In my excitement, I was wishing that I was a Catholic, that I might make a vow for the preservation of Port Hudson, when a brilliant idea struck me. It was this: though vows are peculiar to Catholics, mosquitoes are common to all sects. From that arose this heroic scheme. I said, "Hear me, Miriam, thou who knowest I have slept undisturbed but 3 nights out of 17, 4 hours out of each of the other 14 have been spent in destroying my insatiable foe. Thou seest that nightly vigils are torturing me pale and weak. Thou knowest what unspeakable affection I have for the youth yclept by the ancients Morpheus. Yet listen to my vow. If Port Hudson holds out, if our dear people are victorious, I offer up myself on the altar of my country to mosquitoes, and never again will I murmur at their depredations and voracity." Talk of pilgrimages, and the ordinary vow of wearing only the Virgin's colors, the most becoming in the world! There never was one of greater heroism or more sublime self sacrifice than this. And as if to prove my sincerity, they have been worse than ever these last 2 nights. But as yet I have not murmured, for the Yankees, who swore to enter Port Hudson before last Monday night, have not yet fulfilled their promise, and we hold it still. Vive vows and mosquitoes, and forever may our flag wave over the entrenchments! We will conquer yet, with God's blessing. A week or 10 days ago came a letter from Lydia, who was placed within the lines by this recent raid. She writes that the sugar house and quarters have been seized for Yankee hospitals, that they have been robbed of their clothing, and that they are in pursuit of the General, who I pray Heaven may escape them. She wrote for clothing, provisions, and a servant, and after we had procured them all, and were ready to send them, we discovered that they would not be allowed to pass; so I hardly know what the poor child will do unless she accepts Brother's invitation to come down to him immediately, if she thinks it right. June 17th. I must write something somewhere. I don't care if dinner is ready and Brother's safe old Secesh downstairs. Lydia has another boy. Letter has just come, and I am demented about my new godchild. There now, feel better. One more word. It shall be called Howell. Dear, blessed little baby! How I shall love it! Sunday, June 21st. How about that oath of allegiance, is what I frequently ask myself, and always an uneasy qualm of conscience troubles me. Guilty or not guilty of perjury? According to the law of God in the abstract, and of nations, yes. According to my conscience, Jeff Davis, and the peculiar position I was placed in, no. Which is it? Had I had any idea that such a pledge would be exacted, would I have been willing to come? Never! The thought would have horrified me. The reality was never placed before me until we reached Bonfouca. There I was terrified at the prospect, but seeing how impossible it would be to go back, I placed all my hopes in some miracle that was to intervene to prevent such a crime, and confidently believed my ill health or something else would save me, while all the rest of the party declared they would think it nothing, and take 40 oaths a day, if necessary. A forced oath, all men agree, is not binding. The Yankees lay particular stress on this being voluntary, and insist that no one is solicited to take it except of their own free will; yet look at the scene that followed when mother showed herself unwilling! Think of being ordered to the Custom House as a prisoner for saying she supposed she would have to! That's liberty! That is free will! It is entirely optional; you have only to take it quietly, or go to jail. That is freedom enough, certainly. There was not even that choice left to me. I told the officer who took down my name that I was unwilling to take the oath, and asked if there was no escaping it. "None whatever," was his reply. "You have to do it, and there is no getting out of it." His rude tone frightened me into half crying, but for all that, as he said, I had it to do. If perjury it is, which will God punish? Me, who was unwilling to commit the crime, or the man who forced me to it? Friday, June 26th. O praise the Lord! O my soul! Here is good news enough to make me happy for a month. Brother is so good about that. Every time he hears good news on our side, he tells it just as though it was on his side instead of on ours; while all bad news for us he carefully avoids mentioning unless we question him. So to day he brought in a budget for us. Lee has crossed the Potomac on his way to Washington with 160,000 men. Gibbes and George are with him. Magruder is marching on Fort Jackson to attack it in the rear. One or two of our English ironclads are reported at the mouth of the river, and Farragut has gone down to capture them. O Jimmy, Jimmy! Suppose he should be on one of them! We don't know the name of his ship, and it makes us so anxious for him, during these months that we have heard nothing of his whereabouts. It is so delightful to see these frightened Yankees. One has only to walk downtown to be satisfied of the alarm that reigns. Yesterday came the tidings of the capture of Brashear City by our troops, and that a brigade was 15 miles above here, coming down to the city. Men congregated at corners, whispering cautiously. These were evidently Confederates who had taken the oath. Solitary Yankees straggled along with the most lugubrious faces, troubling no one. We walked down to Blino's with Mrs. Price, and over our ice cream she introduced her husband, who is a true blue Union man, though she, like ourselves, is a rank Rebel. Mr. Price, on the eve of making an immense fortune, was perfectly disconsolate at the news. Every one was to be ruined; starvation would follow if the Confederates entered; there was never a more dismal, unhappy creature. Enchanted at the news, I naturally asked if it were reliable. Perfectly. Why, to prove how true, standing at the door of this salon 5 minutes ago, I saw 2 young ladies pass with Confederate flags, which they flirted in the face of some Federal officers, unrebuked. Verily, thought I, something is about to happen. 2 days ago the girls who were unrebuked this evening would have found themselves in jail instead. End of Book 4, Part 6. Book 4, Part 7 of A Confederate Girl's Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Confederate Girl's Diary by Sarah Morgan Dawson. Book 4, Part 7, July 10th to July 23rd, 1863. July 10th. Shall I cry, faint, scream, or go off in hysterics? Tell me which quickly, for to doubt this news is fine and imprisonment; and if I really believe it, I would certainly give way to my feelings and commit some vagaries of the kind. My resolution is formed. I will do neither. I won't gratify the Yankees so much. I have been banging at the piano until my fingers are weary, and singing "The secret through life to be happy," until my voice is cracked. I'll stand on my head if necessary to prove my indifference; but I'll never believe this is true until it is confirmed by stronger authority. Day before yesterday came tidings that Vicksburg had fallen on the 4th instant. The Era poured out extras, and sundry little popguns fizzled out salutes. All who doubted the truth of the report, and were brave enough to say so, were fined or imprisoned. It has become a penal offense to doubt what the Era says, so quite a number of arrests were made. This morning it was followed up by the announcement of the capture of Port Hudson. The guns are pealing for true, and the Yankees at Headquarters may be seen skipping like lambs for very joy. And I still disbelieve. Skeptic! The first thing I know, that Era man will be coming here to convert me. But I don't, can't, won't believe it. If it is true But I find consolation in this faith: it is either true or not true. If it is true, it is all for the best; and if it is not true, it is better still. Whichever it is for some wise purpose; so it does not matter. So we wait, pray, and believe. 5:00 P.M. I don't believe it? What am I crying about, then? It seems so hard. How the mighty are fallen! Port Hudson gone! Brother believes it; that is enough for me. God bless him, I cry hourly. He is so good and considerate. He told me, "Name your friends, and what can be done for them shall be attended to. The prisoners will be sent here; maybe I cannot do much; but food and clothing you shall have in abundance for them when they arrive." God bless him for his kindness. O dear, noble men! I am afraid to meet them. I should do something foolish. Best take my cry out in private now. May the Lord look down in pity on us. Port Hudson does not matter so much, but these brave, noble creatures. The Era says they had devoured their last mule before they surrendered. Saturday, July 10th, 10:00 P.M. I preach patience, but how about practice? I am exasperated, there is the simple fact. And is it not enough? What a scene I have just witnessed! A motley crew of thousands of low people of all colors parading the streets with flags, torches, music, and all other accompaniments; shouting, screaming, exulting over the fall of Port Hudson and Vicksburg. The Era will call it an enthusiastic demonstration of the loyal citizens of the city. We who saw it from upper balconies know of what rank these citizens were. We saw crowds of soldiers mixed up with the lowest rabble in the town, workingmen in dirty clothes, newsboys, ragged children, negroes, and even women walking in the procession, while swarms of negroes and low white women elbowed each other in a dense mass on the pavement. To see such creatures exulting over our misfortune was enough to make one scream with rage. One of their dozen transparencies was inscribed with "A Dead Confederacy." Fools! The flames are smouldering; they will burst out presently and consume you. More than half, much more, were negroes. As they passed here, they raised a yell of "Down with the Rebels!" that made us gnash our teeth in silence. The devil possessed me. "O Miriam, help me pray the dear Lord that their flag may burn," I whispered, as the torches danced around it. And we did pray earnestly, so earnestly that Miriam's eyes were tightly screwed up; but it must have been a wicked prayer, for it was not answered. Dr. S. has out a magnificent display of black cotton grammatically inscribed with "Port Hudson and Vicksburg is ours," garnished with a luminous row of tapers, and drunk on 2 bits' worth of lager beer, he has been shrieking out all Union songs he can think of with his horrid children, until my tympanum is perfectly cracked. Miriam wants to offer him an extra bottle of lager for the 2 places of which he claims the monopoly. He would sell his creed for less. Miriam is dying to ask him what he has done with the Confederate uniform he sported before the Yankees came. His son says they are all Union men over there, and will illuminate to night. A starving seamstress opposite has stuck 6 tallow candles in her window. Better put them in her stomach. And I won't believe Vicksburg has surrendered. Port Hudson, I am sure, has fallen. Alas for all hopes of serving the brave creatures! The rumor is that they have been released on parole. Happily for them. But if it must go, what a blessed privilege it would have been to aid or comfort them. Wednesday, July 15th. It is but too true. Both have fallen. All Port Hudson privates have been paroled, and the officers sent here for exchange. Ay, ay, I know some privates I would rather see than the officers. As yet only 10 that we know have arrived. All are confined in the Custom House. Last evening crowds surrounded the place. We did something dreadful, Ada Peirce, Miriam, and I. We went down to the confectionery, and unable to resist the temptation, made a detour by the Custom House in hope of seeing one of our poor dear, half starved, mule and rat fed defenders. The crowd had passed away then; but what was our horror, when we emerged from the river side of the building and turned into Canal, to find the whole front of the pavement lined with Yankees! Our folly struck us so forcibly that we were almost paralyzed with fear. However, that did not prevent us from endeavoring to hurry past, though I felt as though walking in a nightmare. Ada was brave enough to look up at a window where several of our prisoners were standing, and kept urging us to do likewise. "Look! He knows you, Sarah! He has called another to see you. They both recognize you. Oh, look, please, and tell me who they are! They are watching you still!" she would exclaim. But if my own dear brother stood there, I could not have raised my eyes. We only hurried on faster, with 100 Yankee eyes fixed on our flying steps. My friend Colonel Steadman was one of the commissioners for arranging the terms of the capitulation, I see. He has not yet arrived. Dreadful news has come of the defeat of Lee at Gettysburg. Think I believe it all? He may have been defeated, but not one of these reports of total overthrow and rout do I credit. Yankees jubilant, Southerners dismal. Brother, with principles on one side and brothers on the other, is correspondingly distracted. Saturday, July 18th. It may be wrong. I feel very contrite, but still I cannot help thinking it is an error on the right side. It began by Miriam sending Mr. Conn a box of cigars when she was on Canal the other day, with a note saying we would be delighted to assist him in any way. Poor creature! He wrote an answer which breathed desolation and humility under his present situation in every line. The cigars, an unexpected kindness, had touched a tender chord, evidently. He said he had no friends, and would be grateful for our assistance. But before his answer arrived, yesterday morning, I took it into my head that Colonel Steadman was also at the Custom House, though his arrival had not been announced, the Yankees declining to publish any more names to avoid the excitement that follows. So Miriam and I prepared a lunch of chicken, soup, wine, preserves, sardines, and cakes to send to him, and fool like I sent a note with it. It only contained the same offer of assistance, and I would not object to the town crier's reading it; but it upset Brother's ideas of decorum completely. He said nothing to Miriam's, because that was the first offense. But yesterday he met Edmond, who was carrying the basket, and he could not stand the sight of another note. I wish he had read it; but he said he would not assume such a right. So he came home very much annoyed, and spoke to Miriam about it. Fortunately for my peace of mind, I was swimming in the bathtub in blissful unconsciousness, else I should have drowned myself. He said, "I want you both to understand that you shall have everything you want for the prisoners. Subscribe any sum of money, purchase any quantity of clothing, send all the food you please, but for God's sake don't write to them. In such a place every man knows the other has received a letter, and none know what it contains. I cannot have my sisters' names in everybody's mouth. Never do it again." All as kind and as considerate for us as ever, and a necessary caution. I love him the better for it; but I was dismayed for having rendered the reproof necessary. For 3 hours I made the most hideous faces at myself, and groaned aloud over Brother's displeasure. He is so good that I would rather bite my tongue off than give him a moment's pain. Just now I went to him, unable to keep silence any longer, and told him how distressed I was to have displeased him about that note. "Don't think any more about it, only don't do it again, dear," was his answer. I was so grateful to him for his gentleness that I was almost hurried into a story. I began, "It is the first time," when I caught myself and said boldly, "No, it is not. Colonel Steadman has written to me before, and I have replied; but I promise to you it shall not occur again if I can avoid it." He was satisfied with the acknowledgment, and I was more than gratified with his kindness. Yet the error must have been on the right side. Colonel Steadman wrote back his thanks by Edmond, with heartfelt gratitude for finding such friends in his adversity, and touching acknowledgments of the acceptable nature of the lunch. His brother and Colonel Lock were wounded, though recovering, and he was anxious to know if I had yet recovered. And that was all, except that he hoped we would come to see him, and his thanks to Brother for his kind message. Brother had sent him word by one of the prisoners that though he was not acquainted with him, yet as his sister's friend he would be happy to assist him if he needed money or clothing. There was no harm in either note, and though I would not do it again, I am almost glad I let him know he still had friends before Brother asked me not to write. And as yet we can't see them. A man was bayoneted yesterday for waving to them even. It only makes us the more eager to see them. We did see some. Walking on Rampart Street with the Pierces yesterday, in front of a splendid private house, we saw sentinels stationed. Upon inquiry, we learned that General Gardiner and a dozen others were confined there. Ada and Miriam went wild. If it had not been for dignified Marie, and that model of propriety, Sarah, there is no knowing but what they would have carried the house by storm. We got them by, without seeing a gray coat, when they vowed to pass back, declaring that the street was not respectable on the block above. We had to follow. So there they all stood on the balcony above. We thought we recognized General Gardiner, Major Wilson, Major Spratley, and Mr. Dupré. Miriam was sure she did, but even when I put on a bold face and tried to look, something kept me from seeing, so I had all the appearance of staring without deriving the slightest benefit from it. Wonder what makes me such a fool. Mr. Conn writes that Captain Bradford is wounded, but does not say whether he is here. Thursday, July 23d. It is bad policy to keep us from seeing the prisoners. It just sets us wild about them. Put a creature you don't care for in the least in a situation that commands sympathy, and 9 out of 10 girls will fall desperately in love. Here are brave, self sacrificing, noble men who have fought heroically for us, and have been forced to surrender by unpropitious fate, confined in a city peopled by their friends and kindred, and as totally isolated from them as though they inhabited the Dry Tortugas. Ladies are naturally hero worshipers. We are dying to show these unfortunates that we are as proud of their bravery as though it had led to victory instead of defeat. Banks wills that they remain in privacy. Consequently, our vivid imaginations are constantly occupied in depicting their sufferings, privations, heroism, and manifold virtues, until they have almost become as demigods to us. Even horrid little Captain C has a share of my sympathy in his misfortune. Fancy what must be my feelings where those I consider as gentlemen are concerned. It is all I can do to avoid a most tender compassion for a very few select ones. Miriam and I are looked on with envy by other young ladies, because some 20 or 30 of our acquaintance have already arrived. To know a Port Hudson defender is considered as the greatest distinction one need desire. If they would only let us see the prisoners once, to sympathize with and offer to assist them, we would never care to call on them again until they are liberated. But this is aggravating. Of what benefit is it to send them lunch after lunch, when they seldom receive it? Colonel Steadman and 6 others, I am sure, did not receive theirs on Sunday. We sent with the baskets a number of cravats and some handkerchiefs I had embroidered for the Colonel. Brother should forbid those gentlemen writing, too. Already a dozen notes have been received from them, and what can we do? We can't tell them not to. Miriam received a letter from Major Spratley this morning, raving about the kindness of the ladies of New Orleans, full of hope of future successes, and vows to help deliver the noble ladies from the hands of their oppressors, etc. It is a wonder that such a patriotic effusion could be smuggled out. He kindly assures us that not only those of our acquaintance there, but all their brother officers, would be more than happy to see us in their prison. Position of affairs rather reversed since we last met. End of Book 4. Book 5, Part 1 of A Confederate Girl's Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Confederate Girl's Diary by Sarah Morgan Dawson. Book 5, Part 1, August 14th to August 24th, 1863. New Orleans, August, 1863. Friday, 14th. Doomed to be bored! To-night Miriam drags me to a soirée musicale, and in the midst of my toilette I sit down with bare shoulders to scratch a dozen lines in my new treasure, which has been by me for 3 days untouched. I don't know what tempts me to do it except perversity, for I have nothing to say. I was in hopes that I would never have occasion to refer to the disagreeable subject that occupied the last pages of my old journal, but the hope proves fallacious, and wherever I turn the same subject is renewed, so there is no longer any reason in waiting until all mention can be avoided. Yesterday a little sly, snaky creature asked me if I knew the hero of Port Hudson. "Yes," I said briefly. "Unmistakable! I see it in your face," she remarked. "See what?" "That you betray yourself. Do you know that every one believes that you are engaged to him?" In surprise I said no. Such a thing had never been mentioned before me until then. "Well, they say so, and add, too, that you are to be married as soon as the war is over." "They are paying me an undeserved compliment," I returned. Where could such a report have originated? Not certainly from him, and not most assuredly from me. Where does Dame Rumor spring from? He is a stranger here, and I have never mentioned his name except to the Peirces, who would no more report such a thing than I would myself. I won't mind if it does not reach his ears, but what assurance have I that it will not? That would be unpleasant. Why can't "they say" let everybody settle their own affairs? Here comes Miriam after me. What a bore! What a bore! And she looks as though it was a pleasure to go out. How I hate it! Glancing up the page, the date strikes my eye. What tempted me to begin it Friday? My dear Ada would shiver and declare the blank pages were reserved for some very painful, awful, uncomfortable record, or that something would happen before the end of it. Nothing very exciting can happen, except the restoration of peace, and to bring that about, I would make a vow to write only on Fridays. Sunday, 16th. Coming out of church this morning with Miriam, a young lady ran up with an important air, as though about to create a sensation. "I have a message for you both," she said, fixing her eyes on mine as though she sought something in them. "I visit the prisoners frequently, you know, and day before yesterday Captain Steadman requested me to beg you to call, that he will not take a refusal, but entreated you to come, if it were only once. The fates must be against me. I had almost forgotten his existence, and having received the same message frequently from another, I thoughtlessly said, 'You mean Colonel, do you not?' Fortunately Miriam asked the same question at the instant that I was beginning to believe I had done something very foolish. The lady looked at me with her calm, scrutinizing, disagreeable smile, a smile that had all the unpleasant insinuations eyes and lips can convey, a smile that looked like, 'I have your secret, you can't deceive me,' and said with her piercing gaze, 'No, not the Colonel. He was very ill that day, did you know it? And could not see us. This was really the Captain.' 'He is very kind,' I stammered, and suggested to Miriam that we had better pass on. The lady was still eyeing me inquisitively. Decidedly, this is unpleasant to have the reputation of being engaged to a man that every girl is crazy to win. If one only cared for him, it would not be so unpleasant, but under the circumstances, ah ça! Why don't they make him over to the young lady whose father openly avows he would be charmed to have him for a son in law? This report has cost me more than one impertinent stare. The young ladies think it a very enviable position. Let some of them usurp it, then." So the young lady, not having finished her examination, proposed to accompany us part of the way. As a recompense, we were regaled with charming little anecdotes about herself and her visits; how she had sent a delightful little custard to the Colonel here was a side glance at my demure face and had carried an autographic album in her last visit, and had insisted on their inscribing their names, and writing a verse or so. "How interesting!" was my mental comment. Can a man respect a woman who thrusts him her album, begging for a compliment the first time they meet? What fools they must think us, if they take such as these for specimens of the genus! Did we know Captain Lanier? Know him? No. But how vividly his face comes before me when I look back to that grand smash up at Port Hudson, when his face was the last I saw before being thrown, and the first I recognized when I roused myself from my stupor and found myself in the arms of the young Alabamian. At the sound of his name, I fairly saw the last ray of sunset flashing over his handsome face, as I saw it then. No, I did not know him. He had spoken to me, begging to be allowed to hold me, and I had answered, entreating him not to touch me, and that was all I knew of him. But she did not wait for the reply. She hurried on to say that she had sent him a bouquet with a piece of poetry, and that he had been heard to exclaim, "How beautiful!" on reading it. "And do you know," she continued, with an air that was meant to be charmingly naïf, but which was not very successful, as naïveté at 29 is rather flat, "I am so much afraid he thinks it original. I forgot to put quotation marks, and it would be so funny in him to make the mistake. For you know I have not much of that sort of thing about me. I am not a poet, poetess, author, you know." Said Miriam in her blandest tone, without a touch of sarcasm in her voice, "Oh, if he has ever seen you, the mistake is natural." If I had spoken, my voice would have carried a sting in it. So I waited until I could calmly say, "You know him well, of course." "No, I never saw him before," she answered, with a new outburst of naïveté. Monday, August 24th. A letter from Captain Bradford to Miriam. My poor Adonis, that I used to ridicule so unmercifully, what misfortunes have befallen him! He writes that during the siege at Port Hudson he had the top of his ear shot off. Wonder if he lost any of that beautiful golden fleece yclept his hair? And had the cap of his knee removed by a shell, besides a third wound he does not specify. Fortunately he is with kind friends. And he gives news of Lydia, most acceptable, since such a time has elapsed since we heard from her. He says, "Tell Miss Sarah that the last I saw of John, he was crossing the Mississippi in a skiff, his parole in his pocket, his sweet little sister by his side" oh, you wretch, at it again! "and somebody else in his heart." How considerate to volunteer the last statement! Then followed half a page of commendation for his bravery, daring, and skill during the siege, the only kind word he ever spoke of him, I dare say, all looking as though I was to take it as an especial compliment to myself, and was expected to look foolish, blush, and say "Thankee" for it. As though I care! Monday night. I consider myself outrageously imposed upon. I am so indignant that I have spent a whole evening making faces at myself. "Please, Miss Sarah, look natural," William petitions. "I never saw you look cross before." Good reason! I never had more cause. However, I stop in the midst of a hideous grimace, and join in a game of hide the switch with the children, to forget my annoyance. Of course a woman is at the bottom of it. Last night, while Ada and Marie were here, a young lady whose name I decline to reveal for the sake of the sex, stopped at the door with an English officer, and asked to see me in the entry. I had met her once before. Remember this, for that is the chief cause of my anger. Of course they were invited in, but she declined, saying she had but a moment, and had a message to deliver to me alone, so led me apart. "Of course you know who it is from?" she began. I told a deliberate falsehood, and said no, though I guessed instantly. She told me the name then. She had visited the prison the day before, and there had met an individual whose name, joined to mine, has given me more trouble and annoyance during the last few months than it would be possible to mention. "And our entire conversation was about you," she said, as though to flatter my vanity immensely. He told her then that he had written repeatedly to me without receiving an answer, and at last had written again, in which he had used some expressions which he feared had offended my reserved disposition. Something had made me angry, for without returning letter or message to say I was not displeased, I had maintained a resolute silence, which had given him more pain and uneasiness than he could say. That during all this time he had had no opportunity of explaining it to me, and that now he begged her to tell me that he would not offend me for worlds; that he admired me more than any one he had ever met; that he could not help saying what he did, but was distressed at offending me, etc. The longest explanation! And she was directed to beg me to explain my silence, and let him know if I was really offended, and also leave no entreaty or argument untried to induce me to visit the prison. He must see me. As to visiting the prison, I told her that was impossible. Oh, how glad I am that I never did! But as to the letters, told her to assure him that I had not thought of them in that light, and had passed over the expressions he referred to as idle words it would be ridiculous to take offence at, and that my only reason for persevering in this silence had been that Brother disapproved of my writing to gentlemen, and I had promised that I would not write to him; that I had feared he would misconstrue my silence, and had wished to explain it to him, but I had no means of doing so except by breaking my promise, and so had preferred leaving all explanation to time and some future opportunity. "But you did not mean to pain him, did you?" the dear little creature coaxingly lisped, standing on tiptoe to kiss me as she spoke. I assured her that I had not. "He has been dangerously ill," she continued, apologizingly, "and sickness has made him more morbid and more unhappy about it than he would otherwise have been. It has distressed him a great deal." I felt awkwardly. How was it that this girl, meeting him for the first and only time in her life, had contrived to learn so much that she had no right to know, and appeared here as mediator between two who were strangers to her, so far usurping a place she was not entitled to, as to apologize to me for his sensitiveness, and to entreat me to tell him he had not forfeited my esteem, as though she was his most intimate friend, and I a passing acquaintance? Failing to comprehend it, I deferred it to a leisure moment to think over, and in the mean time exerted myself to be affable. I can't say half she spoke of, but as she was going she said, "Then will you give me permission to say as many sweet things for you as I can think of? I'm going there to morrow." I told her I would be afraid to give her carte blanche on such a subject, but that she would really oblige me by explaining about the letters. She promised, and after another kiss and a few whispered words, left me. Maybe she exaggerated, though. Uncharitable as the supposition was, it was a consolation. I was unwilling to believe that any one who professed to esteem me would make me the subject of conversation with a stranger, and such a conversation! So my comfort was only in hoping that she had related a combination of truth and fiction, and that he had not been guilty of such folly. Presently it grew clearer to me. I must be growing in wickedness, to fathom that of others, I who so short a time ago disbelieved in the very existence of such a thing. I remembered having heard that the young lady and her family were extremely anxious to form his acquaintance, and that her cousin had coolly informed Ada that she had selected him among all others, and meant to have him for a beau as soon as she could be introduced to him. I remembered that the young lady herself had been very anxious to discover whether the reputation common report had given me had any foundation. As soon as we were alone, I told mother of our conversation in the entry, and said, "And now I am certain that this girl has made use of my name to become acquainted with him." End of Book 5, Part 1. Book 5, Part 2 of A Confederate Girl's Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Please visit LibriVox.org. A Confederate Girl's Diary by Sarah Morgan Dawson. Book 5, Part 2, September 10th to December 31st, 1863. Thursday, 10th September. O my prophetic soul, part of your forebodings are already verified, and in what an unpleasant way! Day before yesterday an English officer, not the one who came here, but one totally unknown to me, said at Mrs. Pierce's he was going to visit the Confederate prisoners. He was asked if he knew any. Slightly, he said, but he was going this time by request. He had any quantity of messages to deliver to Colonel from Miss Sarah Morgan. "How can that be possible, since you are not acquainted with her?" Ada demanded. He had the impudence to say that the young lady I have already mentioned had requested him to deliver them for her, since she found it impossible. Fortunately for me, I have 2 friends left. Feeling the indelicacy of the thing, and knowing that there must be some mistake that might lead to unpleasant consequences, Ada and Marie, my good angels, insisted on hearing the messages. At first he refused, saying that they were intrusted to him confidentially; but being assured that they were really intimate with me, whereas the other was a perfect stranger, and that I would certainly not object to their hearing what I could tell a gentleman, he yielded, fortunately for my peace of mind, and told all. I can't repeat it. I was too horrified to hear all, when they told me. What struck me as being most shocking was my distorted explanation about the letters. It now set forth that I was not allowed to write myself, but would be happy to have him write to me. Then there was an earnest assurance that my feelings toward him had not changed in the least. Here I sprang from my chair and rushed to the window for a breath of air, wringing my hands in speechless distress. How a word more or less, an idea omitted or added, a syllable misplaced, can transform a whole sentence, and make what was before harmless really shocking! And if it had not been for Ada and Marie, blessed angels! They entreated him not to deliver any of his messages, insisting that there must be a mistake; that if he knew me he would understand that it was impossible for me to have sent such a message by a stranger. And although at first he declared he felt obliged to discharge the task imposed on him, they finally succeeded in persuading him to relinquish the errand, promising to be responsible for the consequences. "Ah, me!" I gasped last night, making frantic grimaces in the dark and pinching myself in disgust. "Why can't they let me alone? Oh, women, women, I wish he could marry all of you, so you would let me alone! Take him, please, but en grâce, don't disgrace me in the excitement of the race." Friday, 25th. Write me down a witch, a prophetess, or what you will, I am certainly something. All has come to pass on that very disagreeable subject very much as I feared. Perhaps no one in my position would speak freely on the subject; for that very reason I shall not hesitate to discuss it. Know then that this morning he went North along with many other Confederate prisoners to be exchanged; and he left, he who has written so incessantly and so imploringly for me to visit his prison, he left without seeing me. Bon! Wonder what happened? Evening. I have learned more. He has not yet left. Part of the mystery is unraveled, only I have neither patience nor desire to seek for more. These women! Hush! To slander is too much like them. Be yourself. My sweet little lisper informed a select circle of friends the other night, when questioned, that the individual had not called on me, and what was more, would not do so. "Pray, how do you happen to be so intimately acquainted with the affairs of two who are strangers to you?" asked a lady present. She declined saying how she had obtained her information, only asserting that it was so. "In fact, you cannot expect any Confederate gentleman to call at the house of Judge Morgan, a professed Unionist," she continued. So that is the story she told to keep him from seeing me. She has told him that we had turned Yankees! All her arts would not grieve me as much as one word against Brother. My wrongs I can forget, but one word of contempt for Brother I never forgive. White with passion, I said to my informant, "Will you inform the young lady that her visit will never be returned; that she is requested not to repeat hers; and that I decline knowing any one who dares cast the slightest reflection on the name of one who has been both father and brother to me." This evening I was at a house where she was announced. Miriam and I bade our hostess good evening, and left without speaking to her. Anybody but Brother! No one shall utter his name before me save with respect and regard. This young woman's father is a captain in the Yankee navy, and her brother is a captain in the Yankee army, while 3 other brothers are in the Confederate. Like herself, I have 3 brothers fighting for the South. Unlike her, the only brother who avows himself a Unionist has too much regard for his family to take up arms against his own flesh and blood. Tuesday, October 6th. I hope this will be the last occasion on which I shall refer to the topic to which this unfortunate book seems to have been devoted. But it gives me a grim pleasure to add a link to the broken chain of the curious story now and then. Maybe some day the missing links will be supplied me, and then I can read the little humdrum romance of what might have been, or what I'm glad never was, as easily as Marie tells her rosary. Well, the prisoners have gone at last, to my unspeakable satisfaction. Day before yesterday they left. Now I can go out as I please, without fear of meeting him face to face. How odd that I should feel like a culprit! But that is in accordance with my usual judgment and consistency. Friday I had a severe fright. Coming up Camp Street with Ada, after a ramble on Canal, we met two Confederates. Everywhere that morning we had met gray coats, but none I recognized. Still, without looking, I saw through my eyelids, as it were, two hands timidly touch two gray caps, as though the question, "May I?" had not yet been answered. In vain I endeavored to meet their eyes or give the faintest token of greeting. I was too frightened and embarrassed to speak, and only by a desperate effort succeeded in bending my head in a doubtful bow that would have disgraced a dairymaid, after we had passed. Then, disgusted with myself, I endeavored to be comforted with the idea that they had perhaps mistaken me for some one else; that having known me at a time when I was unable to walk, they could have no idea of my height and figure or walk. So I reasoned, turning down a side street. Lo! at a respectable distance, they were following. We had occasion to go into a daguerreosalon. While standing in the light, two gray uniforms, watching us from the dark recess at the door, attracted my attention. Pointing them out to Ada, I hurried her past them downstairs to the street. Faster and faster we walked, until at the corner I turned to look. There they were again, sauntering leisurely along. We turned into another street, mingled in the crowd, and finally lost sight of them. That fright lasted me an hour or two. Whose purse have I stolen, that I am afraid to look these men in the face? But what has this to do with what I meant to tell? How loosely and disconnectedly my ideas run out with the ink from my pen! I meant to say how sorry I am for my dear little lisper that she failed in her efforts to conquer the hero, and here I have drifted off in a page of trash that does not concern her in the least. Well, she did not succeed, and whatever she told him was in vain, as far as she was concerned. He was not to be caught. What an extraordinary man! Dozens fighting for the preference, and he in real or pretended ignorance. I must do him the justice to say he is the most guileless as well as the most honest of mortals. He told the mother of a rich and pretty daughter what he thought of me, that my superior did not exist on earth, and my equal he had never met. Ha, ha! This pathetic story makes me laugh in spite of myself. Is it an excess of innocence, or just a rôle he adopted? Stop! His idle word is as good as an oath. He could not pretend what he did not believe. He told her of his earnest and sincere admiration. Words, words, hurry on. She asked how it was, then? Here he confessed with a mixture of pride and penitence that he had written me letters which absolutely required answers, and to which I had never deigned to reply by even a word. That mortified beyond measure at my silent contempt, he had tried every means of ascertaining the cause of my coldness, but I had never vouchsafed an answer, but had left him to feel the full force of my harsh treatment without one word of explanation; that when he was paroled, he had hoped that I would see him to tell him wherein he had forfeited my esteem; but I had not invited him to call, and mortified and repulsed as he had been, it was impossible for him to call without my permission. Did my little lisper change the message when the little midshipman told her it had been intercepted because too friendly? I know she met this martyred lion frequently after that, and had many opportunities of telling him the simple truth, but evidently she did not. He has gone away with sorely wounded feelings, to say nothing more. For that I am sincerely sorry, but I trust to his newly acquired freedom, and his life of danger and excitement, to make him forget the wrongs he believes himself to have suffered at my hands. If it was all to be gone through again, which, thank Heaven, I will never be called upon to endure again, I would follow Brother's advice as implicitly then as I did before. He is right, and without seeing, I believe. They tell me of his altered looks, of his forced, reckless gayety, which, so strangely out of keeping with his natural character, but makes his assumed part more conspicuous. No matter. He will recover. Nothing like a sea voyage for disorders of all kinds. And we will never meet again. That is another consolation. Notice: The public are hereby informed through Mrs. , Chief Manager of the Theatre of High Tragedy, that Miss Sarah M., having been proved unworthy and incompetent to play the rôle of Ariadne, said part will hereafter be filled by Miss of Street, who plays it with a fidelity so true to nature that she could hardly be surpassed by the original. Monday, November 9th. Another odd link of the old stale story has come to me all the way from New York. A friend of mine, who went on the same boat with the prisoners, wrote to her mother to tell her that she had formed the acquaintance of the most charming, fascinating gentleman among them, no other than my once friend. Of course she would have been less than a woman if she had not gossiped when she discovered who he was. So she sends me word that he told her he had been made to believe, as long as he was on parole in New Orleans, that we were all Unionists now, and that Brother would not allow a Confederate to enter the house. Oh, my little lisper, was I unjust to you? He told her that I had been very kind to him when he was in prison, and he would have forgotten the rest, and gladly have called to thank me in person for the kindness he so gratefully remembered, if I alone had been concerned; but he felt he could not force himself unasked into my brother's house. She told him how false it was. Sunday, November 22nd. A report has just reached us that my poor dear Gibbes has been taken prisoner along with the rest of Hayes's brigade. November 26th. Yes, it is so, if his own handwriting is any proof. Mr. Appleton has just sent Brother a letter he had received from Gibbes, asking him to let Brother know he was a prisoner, and we have heard, through some one else, that he had been sent to Sandusky. Brother has applied to have him paroled and sent here, or even imprisoned here, if he cannot be paroled. Monday, November 30th. Our distress about Gibbes has been somewhat relieved by good news from Jimmy. The jolliest sailor letter from him came this morning, dated only the 4th instant, from Cherbourg, detailing his cruise on the Georgia from leaving England to Bahia, Trinidad, Cape of Good Hope, to France again. Such a bright, dashing letter! We laughed extravagantly over it, when he told how they readily evaded the Vanderbilt, knowing she would knock them into pie; how he and the French captain quarreled when he ordered him to show his papers, and how he did not know French abuse enough to enter into competition with him, so went back a first and second time to Maury when the man would not let him come aboard; whereupon Maury brought the ship to with 2 or 3 shots, and Jimmy made a third attempt, and forced the Frenchman to show his papers. He tells it in such a matter of fact way; no extravagance, no idea of having been in a dangerous situation, he a boy of 18, on a French ship in spite of the captain's rage. What a jolly life it must be! Now dashing in storms and danger, now floating in sunshine and fun. Wish I was a midshipman. Then how he changes in describing the prize with an assorted cargo that they took, which contained all things from a needle to pianos, from the reckless spurt in which he speaks of the plundering, to where he tells of how the captain, having died several days before, was brought on the Georgia while Maury read the service over the body, and consigned it to the deep by the flames of the dead man's own vessel. What noble, tender, manly hearts it shows, those rough seamen stopping in their work of destruction to perform the last rites over their dead enemy! One can fancy their bare heads and sunburned faces standing in solemn silence around the poor dead man when he dropped into his immense grave. God bless the pirates! Thursday night, December 31st, 1863. The last of 1863 is passing away as I write. Every New Year since I was in my teens, I have sought a quiet spot where I could whisper to myself Tennyson's "Death of the Old Year," and even this bitter cold night I steal into my freezing, fireless little room, en robe de nuit, to keep up my old habit while the others sleep. Old Year, you shall not die. We did so laugh and cry with you, I've half a mind to die with you, Old Year, if you must die. No! Go and welcome! Bring peace and brighter days, O dawning New Year! Die faster and faster, old one! I count your remaining moments with almost savage glee. End of Book 5, Part 2. Book 5, Part 3 of A Confederate Girl's Diary. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Confederate Girl's Diary by Sarah Morgan Dawson. Book 5, Part 3, February 3, 1864 to June 15, 1865. Wednesday, February 3d. Last night we were thrown into the most violent state of commotion by the unexpected entrance of Captain Bradford. He has been brought here a prisoner from Asphodel, where he has been ever since the surrender of Port Hudson, and taking advantage of his tri weekly parole, his first visit was naturally here, as he has no other friends. Poor creature, how he must have suffered! The first glance at his altered face, where suffering and passion have both left their traces unmistakably since we last met, and the mere sight of his poor lame leg, filled my heart with compassion. How he hates Mr. Halsey! I could not forego the pleasure of provoking him into a discussion about him, knowing how they hated each other. He would not say anything against him. Understand that as a gentleman and a companion Mr. Halsey was his warmest and best friend; there was no one he admired more. But he must say that as a soldier he was the worst he had ever seen. Not that he was not as brave and gallant a man as ever lived, but he neglected his duties most shamefully while visiting Linwood so constantly, eluding the sentinels daily as he asked for neither pass nor permission, and consulting only his inclinations instead of his superior officers or his business. And that last night at Linwood, when he absented himself without leave, why could he not have signified to him, his Captain, that he wished to say good bye, instead of quietly doing as he pleased? When the Colonel sent for a report of the number of men, quantity of forage and ammunition, etc., and it was discovered that John Halsey was absent without leave, with the books locked up and the keys in his pocket, even after this lapse of time the fire flashed through the ice as the Captain spoke. "Sergeant Halsey, I am sorry for you when you reported yourself next day. All the fun that could have been crowded into an evening at Linwood could not have repaid you for the morning's scene. And after all, what was it beyond very empty pleasure with a great deal of laughter? He could have dispensed with it just as well. Looking back, I congratulate myself on being the only one who did not ask him to stay. 5th. Not dead! Not dead! O my God, Gibbes is not dead! Where? O dear God, another? Only a few days ago came a letter so cheerful and hopeful. We have waited and prayed so patiently. At my feet lies one from Colonel Steadman saying he is dead. Dead! Suddenly and without a moment's warning summoned to God. No, it cannot be! I am mad! O God, have mercy on us! My poor mother! And Lydia! Lydia! God comfort you! My brain seems afire. Am I mad? Not yet! God would not take him yet! He will come again. Hush! God is good. Not dead! Not dead! O Gibbes, come back to us! 11th. O God, have mercy on us! George is dead, both in a week! George, our sole hope, our sole dependence! March. Dead, dead, both dead! O my brothers, what have we lived for except you? We who would have so gladly laid down our lives for yours are left desolate to mourn over all we loved and hoped for, weak and helpless; while you, so strong, noble, and brave, have gone before us without a murmur. God knows best; but it is hard, oh, so hard, to give them up. If we had had any warning or preparation, this would not have been so unspeakably awful; but to shut one's eyes to all dangers and risks, and drown every rising fear with "God will send them back; I will not doubt His mercy," and then suddenly to learn that your faith has been presumption, and God wills that you shall undergo bitter affliction, it is a fearful awakening. What glory have we ever rendered to God, that we should expect Him to be so merciful to us? Are not all things His, and is not He infinitely more tender and compassionate than we deserve? We have deceived ourselves wilfully about both. After the first dismay on hearing of Gibbes's capture, we readily listened to the assertions of our friends that Johnson's Island was the healthiest place in the world, that he would be better off, comfortably clothed and under shelter, than exposed to shot and shell, half fed and lying on the bare ground during Ewell's winter campaign. We were thankful for his safety, knowing Brother would leave nothing undone that could add to his comfort. And besides that, there was the sure hope of his having him paroled. On that hope we lived all winter, now confident that in a little while he would be with us, then again doubting for a while, only to have the hope grow surer afterwards. And so we waited and prayed, never doubting he would come at last. He himself believed it, though striving not to be too hopeful lest he should disappoint us as well as himself. Yet he wrote cheerfully and bravely to the last. Towards the middle of January, Brother was sure of succeeding, as all the prisoners had been placed under Butler's control. Ah me! How could we be so blind? We were sure he would be with us in a few weeks. I wrote to him that I had prepared his room. On the 30th of January came his last letter, addressed to me, though meant for Lavinia. It was dated the 12th, the day George died. All his letters pleaded that I would write more frequently; he loved to hear from me; so I had been writing to him every 10 days. On the 3d of February I sent my last. Friday the 5th, as I was running through Miriam's room, I saw Brother pass the door, and heard him ask Miriam for mother. The voice, the bowed head, the look of utter despair on his face, struck through me like a knife. Gibbes, Gibbes, was my sole thought, but Miriam and I stood motionless looking at each other without a word. "Gibbes is dead," said mother, as he stood before her. He did not speak, and then we went in. We did not ask how or when. That he was dead was enough for us. But after a while he told us Uncle James had written that he had died at 2:00 on Thursday the 21st. Still we did not know how he had died. Several letters that had been brought remained unopened on the floor. One, Brother opened, hoping to learn something more. It was from Colonel Steadman to Miriam and me, written a few hours after his death, and contained the sad story of our dear brother's last hours. He had been in Colonel Steadman's ward of the hospital for more than a week, with headache and sore throat; but it was thought nothing. He seemed to improve, and expected to be discharged in a few days. On the 21st he complained that his throat pained him again. After prescribing for him and talking cheerfully with him for some time, Colonel Steadman left him surrounded by his friends, to attend to his other patients. He had hardly reached his room when some one ran to him saying Captain Morgan was dying. He hurried to his bedside and found him dead. Captain Steadman, sick in the next bed, and those around him, said he had been talking pleasantly with them, when he sat up to reach his cup of water on the table. As soon as he drank it, he seemed to suffocate, and after tossing his arms wildly in the air, and making several fearful efforts to breathe, he died. "Hush, mother, hush," I said, when I heard her cries. "We have Brother and George and Jimmy left, and Lydia has lost all." Heaven pity us, George had gone before, only He in mercy kept the knowledge of it from us for a while longer. On Thursday the 11th, as we sat talking to mother, striving to make her forget the weary days we had cried through with that fearful sound of "dead, dead," ringing ever in our ears, some one asked for Miriam. She went down, and presently I heard her thanking somebody for a letter. "You could not have brought me anything more acceptable. It is from my sister, though she can hardly have heard from us yet." I ran back, and sitting at mother's feet, told her Miriam was coming with a letter from Lydia. Mother cried at the mention of her name. "O my little sister, you know how dear you are to us." "Mother, mother!" a horrible voice cried, and before I could think who it was, Miriam rushed in, holding an open letter in her hand, and perfectly wild. "George is dead!" she shrieked, and fell heavily to the ground. O my God, I could have prayed Thee to take mother too, when I looked at her. I thought, I almost hoped she was dead, and that pang spared; but I was wild myself. I could have screamed, laughed. "It is false! Do you hear me, mother? God would not take both! George is not dead!" I cried, trying in vain to arouse her from her horrible state, or bring one ray of reason to her eye. I spoke to a body alive only to pain. Not a sound of my voice seemed to reach her; only fearful moans showed she was yet alive. Miriam lay raving on the ground. Poor Miriam, her heart's idol torn away! God help my darling! I did not understand that George could die until I looked at her. In vain I strove to raise her from the ground, or check her wild shrieks for death. "George! Only George!" she would cry, until at last, with the horror of seeing both die before me, I mastered strength enough to go for the servant and bid her run quickly for Brother. How long I stood there alone, I never knew. I remember Ada coming in hurriedly and asking what it was. I told her George was dead. It was a relief to see her cry. I could not, but I felt the pain afresh, as though it were her brother she was crying over, not mine. And the sight of her tears brought mine, too. We could only cry over mother and Miriam. We could not rouse them. We did not know what to do. Some one called me in the entry. I went, not understanding what I was doing. A lady came to me, told me her name, and said something about George, but I could not follow what she said. It was as though she was talking in a dream. I believe she repeated the words several times, for at last she shook me and said, "Listen! Rouse yourself! The letter is about George." "Yes," I said, "he is dead." She said I must read the letter, but I could not see, so she read it aloud. It was from Dr. Mitchell, his friend who was with him when he died, telling of his sickness and death. He died on Tuesday, the 12th of January, after an illness of 6 days, conscious to the last, and awaiting the end as only a Christian, and one who has led so beautiful a life, could with the grace of God look for it. He sent messages to his brothers and sisters, and bade them tell his mother his last thoughts were of her, and that he died trusting in the mercy of the Saviour. George, our pride, our beautiful angel brother, could he die? Surely God has sent all these afflictions within these 3 years to teach us that our hopes must be placed above, and that it is blasphemy to have earthly idols. The letter said that the physicians had mistaken his malady, which was inflammation of the bowels, and he had died from being treated for something else. It seemed horrible cruelty to read me that part. I knew that if mother or Miriam ever heard of it, it would kill them, so I begged Mrs. Mitchell never to let them hear of it. She seemed to think nothing of the pain it would inflict. How could she help telling if they asked, she said. I told her I must insist on her not mentioning it. It would only add suffering to what was already insupportable. If they asked for the letter, offer to read it aloud, but say positively that she would not allow any one to touch it except herself, and then she might pass it over in silence. I roused Miriam then, and sent her to hear it read. She insisted on reading it herself, and half dead with grief held out her hands, begging piteously to be suffered to read it alone. I watched then until I was sure Mrs. Mitchell would keep her promise. Horrible as I knew it to be from strange lips, I knew by what I experienced that I had saved her from a shock that might cost her her life. And then I went back to mother. No need to conceal what I felt there. She neither spoke nor saw. If I had shrieked that he died of ill treatment, she would not have understood. But I sat there silently with that horrible secret, wondering if God would help me bear it, or if despair would deprive me of self control and force me presently to cry it aloud, though it should kill them both. At last Brother came. I had to meet him downstairs and tell him. God spare me the sight of a strong man's grief. Then Sister came in, knowing as little as he. Poor Sister, I could have blessed her for every tear she shed. It was a comfort to see some one who had life or feeling left. I felt as though the whole world was dead. Nothing was real, nothing existed except horrible, speechless pain. Life was a fearful dream through which but one thought ran: dead, dead. Miriam had been taken to her room more dead than alive. Mother lay speechless in hers. The shock of this second blow had obliterated with them all recollection of the first. It was a mercy I envied them, for I remembered both, until loss of consciousness would have seemed a blessing. I shall never forget mother's shriek of horror when towards evening she recalled it. Oh, those dreadful days of misery and wretchedness! It seems almost sacrilege to refer to them now. They are buried in our hearts with our boys, thought of with prayers and tears. How will the world seem to us now? What will life be without the boys? When this terrible strife is over, and so many thousands return to their homes, what will peace bring us of all we hoped? Jimmy! Dear Lord, spare us that one! November 2nd, 1864. This morning we heard Jimmy is engaged to Helen Trenholm, daughter of the Secretary of the Confederate States. He wrote asking Brother's consent, saying they had been engaged since August, though he had had no opportunity of writing until that day, the middle of September. I cried myself blind. It seems that our last one is gone. But this is the first selfish burst of feeling. Later I shall come to my senses and love my sister that is to be. But my darling, oh, Jimmy, how can I give you up? You have been so close to me since Harry died. Alone now. Best so. Number 19 Dauphine Street, Saturday night, December 31st, 1864. 1 year ago, in my little room in the Camp Street house, I sat shivering over Tennyson and my desk, selfishly rejoicing over the departure of a year that had brought pain and discomfort only to me, and eagerly welcoming the dawning of the new one, whose first days were to bring death to George and Gibbes, and whose latter part was to separate me from Miriam, and bring me news of Jimmy's approaching marriage. O sad, dreary, fearful old year! I see you go with pain. Bitter as you have been, how do we know what the coming one has in store for us? What new changes will it bring? Which of us will it take? I am afraid of 1865, and have felt a vague dread of it for several years past. Nothing remains as it was a few months ago. Miriam went to Lilly in the Confederacy on the 19th of October. Ah, Miriam! And mother and I have been boarding with Mrs. Postlethwaite ever since. I miss her sadly; not as much, though, as I would were I less engaged; for since the first week in August I have been teaching the children for Sister, and since we have been here, I go to them every morning instead of their coming to me. Starting out at 8:30 daily, and returning a little before 3, does not leave me much time for melancholy reflections. And there is no necessity for indulging in them at present. They only give pain. No. 211 Camp Street, April 19th, 1865. "All things are taken from us, and become portions and parcels of the dreadful pasts." Thursday, the 13th, came the dreadful tidings of the surrender of Lee and his army on the 9th. Everybody cried, but I would not, satisfied that God will still save us, even though all should apparently be lost. Followed at intervals of 2 or 3 hours by the announcement of the capture of Richmond, Selma, Mobile, and Johnston's army, even the stanchest Southerners were hopeless. Every one proclaimed peace, and the only matter under consideration was whether Jeff Davis, all politicians, every man above the rank of captain in the army and above that of lieutenant in the navy, should be hanged immediately, or some graciously pardoned. Henry Ward Beecher humanely pleaded mercy for us, supported by a small minority. Davis and all the leading men must be executed; the blood of the others would serve to irrigate the country. Under this lively prospect, peace, blessed peace, was the cry. I whispered, "Never! Let a great earthquake swallow us up first. Let us leave our land and emigrate to any desert spot of the earth, rather than return to the Union, even as it was." 6 days this has lasted. Blessed with the silently obstinate disposition, I would not dispute, but felt my heart swell, repeating, "God is our refuge and our strength, a very present help in time of trouble," and could not for an instant believe this could end in an overthrow. This morning, when I went down to breakfast at 7, Brother read the announcement of the assassination of Lincoln and Secretary Seward. "Vengeance is mine; I will repay, saith the Lord." This is murder. God have mercy on those who did it. Charlotte Corday killed Marat in his bath, and is held up in history as one of Liberty's martyrs, and one of the heroines of her country. To me it is all murder. Let historians extol bloodshedding; it is woman's place to abhor it. And because I know that they would have apotheosized any man who had crucified Jeff Davis, I abhor this, and call it foul murder, unworthy of our cause; and God grant it was only the temporary insanity of a desperate man that committed this crime. Let not his blood be visited on our nation, Lord. Across the way, a large building, undoubtedly inhabited by officers, is being draped in black. Immense streamers of black and white hang from the balcony. Downtown, I understand, all shops are closed, and all wrapped in mourning. And I hardly dare pray God to bless us, with the crape hanging over the way. It would have been banners if our President had been killed, though. Saturday, 22nd April. To see a whole city draped in mourning is certainly an imposing spectacle, and becomes almost grand when it is considered as an expression of universal affliction. So it is, in one sense; for the more violently "secesh" the inmates, the more thankful they are for Lincoln's death, the more profusely the houses are decked with emblems of woe. They all look to me like Not sorry for him, but dreadfully grieved to be forced to this demonstration. So all things have indeed assumed a funereal aspect. Men who have hated Lincoln with all their souls, under terror of confiscation and imprisonment which they understand is the alternative, tie black crape from every practicable knob and point to save their homes. Last evening the B.'s were all in tears, preparing their mourning. What sensibility, what patriotism, a stranger would have exclaimed. But Bella's first remark was, "Is it not horrible? This vile, vile old crape! Think of hanging it out when" Tears of rage finished the sentence. One would have thought pity for the murdered man had very little to do with it. Coming back in the cars, I had a rencontre that makes me gnash my teeth yet. It was after dark, and I was the only lady in a car crowded with gentlemen. I placed little Miriam on my lap to make room for some of them, when a great, dark man, all in black, entered, and took the seat and my left hand at the same instant, saying, "Good evening, Miss Sarah." Frightened beyond measure to recognize Captain Todd (a cousin of Mrs. Lincoln) of the Yankee army in my interlocutor, I, however, preserved a quiet exterior, and without the slightest demonstration answered, as though replying to an internal question, "Mr. Todd." "It is a long while since we met," he ventured. "4 years," I returned mechanically. "You have been well?" "My health has been bad." "I have been ill myself." And determined to break the ice, he diverged with, "Baton Rouge has changed sadly." "I hope I shall never see it again. We have suffered too much to recall home with any pleasure." "I understand you have suffered severely," he said, glancing at my black dress. "We have yet one left in the army, though," I could not help saying. "He, too, had a brother there," he said. He pulled the check string as we reached the house, adding, "This is it," and absurdly correcting himself with, "Where do you live?" "211. I thank you. Good evening," the last with emphasis, as he prepared to follow. He returned the salutation, and I hurriedly regained the house. Monsieur stood over the way. A look through the blinds showed him returning to his domicile several doors below. I returned to my own painful reflections. The Mr. Todd who was my sweetheart when I was 12 and he 24, who was my brother's friend, and daily at our home, was put away from among our acquaintance at the beginning of the war. This one I should not know. Cords of candy and mountains of bouquets bestowed in childish days will not make my country's enemy my friend, now that I am a woman. Tuesday, May 2d, 1865. While praying for the return of those who have fought so nobly for us, how I have dreaded their first days at home! Since the boys died, I have constantly thought of what pain it would bring to see their comrades return without them, to see families reunited, and know that ours never could be again, save in heaven. Last Saturday, the 29th of April, 750 paroled Louisianians from Lee's army were brought here, the sole survivors of 10 regiments who left 4 years ago so full of hope and determination. On the 29th of April, 1861, George left New Orleans with his regiment. On the 4th anniversary of that day they came back, but George and Gibbes have long been lying in their graves. June 15th. Our Confederacy has gone with one crash, the report of the pistol fired at Lincoln. End of Book 5. End of A Confederate Girl's Diary, by Sarah Morgan Dawson.